She's calling back. We're going to try to give her a call again, and then she just added another phone number to the 13-year-old grandson who's possibly with the daughter. Step out with this.
2412.
Veteran crisis hotline's calling in, so they have a female veteran's off her medication. She's over at the safe haven. Detective 12, take a check that one out.
6 1 bullet, 2 point start, take your shots.
Officer still stands for time? No. Offender in custody? Thanks. Anyone else close, might just see what's up, let me know. 10-5, sir. Winchester. Danny, the caller and the owner of the vehicle. Alright, thank you.
10-5, There we go. Good morning. Times two, scrap one. We're back. And man, justice for Micah is coming out strong this week, is it not? All of that pressure. All of that pressure. And now look. Cuz you heard the interview, remember, with that waitress. The interview with that waitress, and she said, "Yeah, I just, I started looking up the name and I found out he was. Guess what's going to happen when you look up the name now when it comes to Mr. JP? Yikes. Bonded out. There was no bond at the time. Bonded out. Court date December 10th, 4:30 p.m. Eastern 2024. Open to the public. And I'm going to be there. I'm going to be there. I wasn't there today. I want to say shout out to the community for sending me all the information. I was literally up. As you guys know, we did a show late last night. I was up till probably 4 o'clock. You guys saw the edits I put out throughout the midnight. And then literally got just a couple hours of sleep. And then it was like, oh boy. Crazy morning. We were doing, I hope she's okay too, Joe. I really do. That's why speaking of, shout out to the protesters that hopped up last night. I'll share that link if you didn't see the show. I was saying last night that I really hope she's okay because, going through that, it can trigger you. It can put you back in. We had a very healing conversation last night. About all of us. You know what I'm saying? And it puts you in that cage, the cave. In different ways too. It's not just what took place there yesterday. It could be a number of things that could put you in that cave. And so, yeah, I really hope she's okay. I really hope that she's okay after yesterday. So we're going to go through that. But yeah, just like I was saying, like the waitress was even like, yeah, when I seen it, I just looked him up and saw that he was a pastor. And this is obviously going to come up, and that doesn't look good. You know what I'm saying? And this is what I also said last night too. I've experienced and I've seen a lot of stuff that I should have never seen or been around since I was a kid. And when you see this kind of stuff that takes place, it's like what I said last night. You got to be very careful because when these people are at this point, um, they'll literally do anything, and they're so unpredictable. So just be careful out there. Just be careful. All right. Let me see here. So I want to say thank you to the community for just being there. Um, I was doing an Idaho 4 show this morning. I just scrapped it. And so I went out and hung out in JLR's. Shout out JLR Magnolia. I was in there just kind of dropping some information, just kind of waiting to do my live. And after a little bit, it was like, you know what, we should have just went live anyway. So I'm gonna go ahead and hang out with you guys for a good chunk of the day, and then we got some traveling to do tomorrow. So I'm just gonna go ahead and hang out with you guys for probably most of the day. and we'll just kind of go through everything. If any of the protesters are in chat, you're more than welcome uh, to shoot me a message, and I'll drop you a link. You're more than welcome to hop up. But it was a good conversation last night because we also went into the events that took place last night, and this is what I hope the true crime community understands. You know what I'm saying? I hope the true crime, because it's very important. Hold on one second. It's a different link, Jonette. Hold on. Let me send you here. It's a completely different link. Here you go. Go ahead, and I sent you a message with the new link, Daddy's Girl. It was a powerful conversation. It was a conversation that I even needed, and I didn't. I was going through my own stuff the last couple days, and and uh, I just been going through my own thing or whatever, and it was like we didn't even do the what we had prepped or what I had prepped for the show, and it was just it's always on the fly over here. That's where I feel it's best, and it was a conversation that helped me, and I didn't even it's kind of weird how everything works out. What's up, Jonette?
What's up?
What's up? So crazy stuff. JP was arrested. We know that now, obviously. Um, but man, when it comes to, I was like referring to the waitress that looked him up. This is gonna pop up whenever you're, especially anybody that's gonna try and uh, go somewhere. But with them, I've heard, ever since a couple days ago, um, I've heard that it's going to be online services, which I mean, I could see them doing that because really, where anywhere that you go, that the protest is going to go there too. So it definitely makes sense why he would do online. Um, but people are I don't think he understands the atmosphere, because if you're going to do online, um people already know. You know what I'm saying? Like, do you think it's going to be a bunch of people clapping and singing in the chat? I don't think so. I don't.
Right.
I don't get it. So, I don't know. It's like I was saying last night. He there's nothing to lose. There's nothing to lose. I mean, he's going to be, just think about it. It's the day of age where social media is king right now. That's where people go for their news. They don't go to mainstream anymore. They go to social media. And when he's going to go to social media, I mean, it's like Veronica says, it's going to be brutal. It's going to be brutal. I don't know what they're expecting. And well, this was the crazy thing. And this is okay. I need to get back to this because it's important when it comes to the true crime community. And I want everybody to understand the difference. This is very important because, and I even expressed this to the protest leaders. And I said, look, we had a great conversation last night. Not too many people saw it because it was last minute kind of thing. Going through everything that took place, going through the footage. Melissa was on with us. She was the one that was there as well. And I want people to understand the difference, because there are some people out there, and we can always agree to disagree. It's always about peace, positivity, and progress. All theories, thoughts, and opinions, respectfully, and that's the important part. But I'm just I'm going to be honest with you. Um, because I've been out there, you've been out there. Um, I've been out there since the beginning.
Yeah.
Uh, um, when it comes to there's people that are talking like the protesters antagonize JP. And this is where I want people to see the proof in the in the difference of what took place, because when there was a supposed assault from Plastic Jesus on JP, you guys, he didn't get arrested, correct?
Correct.
And I told you guys that Plastic Jesus is the one who initiated the contact. Okay? That's why JP didn't get arrested. There's a reason why he got arrested today, is because he did initiate the contact. Because a protester wasn't going at him like Plastic Jesus was running at him. Plastic Jesus ran to JP and created the contact before he got shoved.
He
The
did. He ran across the road to him.
That's right, he did. And he created the contact, and that's why JP pushed him back, because he bumped into him. Okay. Now, I know the edit's tricky, and that's what they love to do. But listen, there's a reason why he was arrested today, and it's very important. And I want the true crime community to understand this, because it is very important. Very important. Sandra did not rush at JP. Sandra did not antagonize JP. JP got busted sneakily recording them, got caught, turned around to walk away, and then all of a sudden came running at Sandra like a bat out of hell.
Yes.
Went right up to her and tapped his phone on her hat twice, yelling, "What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do?" So I want the true crime community that thinks that these protesters antagonize JP. I want you to look at the difference and go back just a couple weeks ago, and you see the difference. One person was running up to JP. One person did initiate contact with JP. This protester did not. That's why JP didn't get arrested before, and that's why JP got arrested today. I need everybody to understand that, because these people out there, the protesters, already go through so much turmoil when it comes to all of the ugliness out there in this world. Okay? Just like when I go out there to different places on location, I'm going to places where people don't want the effing truth found out. Okay? They will go to lengths to me, okay, to prevent me from finding out the truth. And when you have protesters out there that are already victims, that are out there already trying to support somebody, most of them that never even met, they're just trying to support them because they went through the same thing. And when this stuff happens and then they get branded as antagonists, I'm sorry. You need to check it before you wreck it, because
Exactly.
you're talking about victims already. They just got victimized again. Do not make them another victim by your words, because you want to promote a certain narrative, and it's very important that I make that message. I let all the protesters know they're more than welcome to hop up and speak, you know, what they want, what they feel, or whatever. It's an open show for any protester, just like you, if any of them want to join, because I think it's very important that everybody understands that before they start branding a certain situation which it's not, because there's already an example from before just a couple weeks ago, and there's your difference.
Right. And I
What?
did let the some of the protesters know in a group chat that you were going live. I think it was Melissa, says was going to be live at 1 with News Nation.
Good. and we'll check it out. We'll see. I'm wondering if there's a live feed for that, like they did with the court TV stuff for me.
Yeah.
Um, good, because it needs to be, the stuff needs to be out there. And really, y'all, like it's I've been there from the beginning, and I've seen it progress, and uh I've seen it go up and down, and the characters that still exist that are just, um I've seen it all. I've been through it all. Even being a target of that group, and still am to this day. I have been for like 4 months now. Um
Yeah,
it
and the
really
protesters
just
are
as
because
this,
we're standing by you, and
yeah,
that won't stop.
you guys too. But this last week, man, I'm telling you right now, everything that all of us have done, except for the ones that have created hate and division, uh, justice for Micah is really coming out strong this week. It really
Yes.
is. It really is. Like, and being there for 6 months now, it's it's crazy. It's crazy that it's actually, I thought personally it would take a little longer, considering, and it probably will, because there's a lot of layers and a lot of spider webs and tentacles to all of the investigation, the parallel investigation. There's a lot to it, a lot of different departments of the FBI, and I mean it's going to be a huge thing. And so it still might take quite a while. Uh but um they are moving very swiftly, and I will say that, because I've seen investigations like this take a lot longer, and I'm talking 6 months to another year from now, that long. And to me, the investigation is moving very swiftly for them to act the way that they did this week. And it tells me one thing: they have a lot, and it's rock solid.
Yes.
Like, they don't even have to dig deep. And I and I think it's because usually, it's kind of like Alec Murdaugh. His grandpappy was the master of it. His dad ended up being a secondary master, and then Murdaugh, part of the third generation, because of the entitlement, they just run amok and they leave mud everywhere. And you're looking at JP, and he's kind of the same. It goes down the family line, and he's in that zone where he's like Murdaugh. He's the one that uh, is entitled, and and leaves a lot of sloppy mud behind all over the place. And so to me, it's telling me that they have something really rock solid, and a lot of it, and it ain't gonna take very long. I wouldn't be surprised if he's behind a cell by February, and that's what I feel. I feel like by February he's gonna be in a cell.
Yeah, because I was actually shocked to see that. I saw it on Voices by or from Danielle
Hmm.
early this morning, just before I sent it to you. So whenever I saw it, and I was actually shocked, and I started sending it out to certain ones. I couldn't
Yeah,
believe he actually got locked up.
yeah, it was crazy. I had just woke up, and I want to say shout out because I had like 6 different community hit me up with links and photos and all that stuff. And so I just I support JLR and Magnolia, and so I just figured I'd hop in there and hang out and drop some information for him. um I'm definitely gonna be at the next court hearing, since it's open to the public as well. So I'll definitely be there. um Man, he didn't have a bond when he was there. I'll show you guys the photos. He was sitting there in cuffs. I know you guys already saw the videos and such. We did too. I was kind of watching it at the same time, but you saw him in pajamas, holding, cuffed, and he sat there for quite a while. Um, Sat there for quite a while. Just had to pay 10 grand. Now they didn't. This is the crazy thing, is that law enforcement did not charge him for assault. It just had to do with the protest. So that was kind of interesting. But it makes me wonder too, because I've told you guys for a long time that when the FBI opened an investigation into the financials way back in May, after I started digging into the case some more, it was like, well, if the FBI is investigating this and you look at the evidence and it's suspicious, and well, that just tells me that locals getting investigated too. And so I'm wondering if they're just trying to play nice now, because you don't charge him with assault. And the fact that he got arrested, because that's the crazy thing. Yesterday, when the cops came out there to the the event, they read Sandra her Miranda rights like she did something wrong, and then just let him go. So that was, to me, after last night when we had our show, I was like, huh, that's crazy. But then when I wake up this morning and I hear that he was arrested, basically they probably contacted his lawyer and said, hey, we need your client to turn himself in. Otherwise, we're going to, arrest him out in public.
I did listen to Sandra was actually recording part of it when the cops were talking to her, and she was questioning why was she getting read her Miranda rights. She had been victimized before, and that had never happened. And they said because the chief, sergeant, whoever, and somebody else was over there with JP doing theirs, these cops here said that they did it because it was proper protocol, because they've already taken her statement and they needed to dig deeper in it, see the videos, whatever, and they wanted to let her know that she did have the right to not go in any more debt if she chose not to. So she said that she would agree, but that she may invoke her rights. But she didn't. She did. She was awesome. She was awesome.
Yeah, it was probably because, like what they were saying last night, because he was probably claiming or claimed that they spit on him.
Yeah.
And and so how he manipulates.
Yeah, they actually did ask that, anybody, the fluids or anything, and she told them, she said, no, I was standing there saying nothing. She said, now after he touched me and I lost it, I may have spit on him when I was hollering, but it wasn't intentional.
Right. Yeah, because she wasn't even that far, and we'll watch the video again. She wasn't even that far from in between the cars. So basically, he was parked towards the end of the college parking lot. He was just being a sneaky guy recording them. They think he was trying to get their license plate tags. And then when they noticed him, he started to walk away. And then all of a sudden he turned around. Well, Sandra is walking in between the two vehicles. And he turns around and starts running up to her. And he was walking away. She made it to the front of the car. And by the time she made it right before the back door, right, she only made it the front wheel and the front door before he came up and ran up on her, tapping his phone on her hat, yelling, what are you going to do, over and over.
Yeah, and he sprinted at her.
He did. He ran.
And the thing is he had already left the church. I think Melissa said he'd been gone like 30 minutes or something. And they saw somebody over there recording. How they knew it was him is because she had already seen him and saw the clothes he had on. Because he had come and left before Sandra made it there. She saw somebody over there recording, but she didn't think anything about it, because people's out there doing that all the time. And then that girl they were talking to said, wait, that's JP.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, when he's left and he's come back and he's across the road behind them with the camera pointing at them, I would have went over there too.
Mm-hmm. That's what I was trying to tell, because there was, you know, there was talk about how they were the aggressor, and I'm just trying to defend you all. Like, I'm in there, like, I don't give a shit if people get mad at me. Like, I'm trying to tell the truth. Like, there's a difference between Plastic Jesus running up and creating contact with this man, and this man coming up to a protester and creating contact. And that's why he got arrested for one and didn't the other.
Yeah.
And it's what I was trying to tell people. Like, no, she was not going after JP. She did not instigate a situation. She was literally, like I said, she made it past the first wheel in the front door and didn't even get to the back door handle, and he was up in her face. Like,
Yeah,
from
she
that
stopped
far,
and she
he
put her
ran.
hands behind her back so that she knew she was going to be protecting herself by him not being able to accuse that she touched him. She was standing there with her hands behind her back. And
Mm-hmm.
that takes bravery too, when somebody like that's in your face and your hands are behind your back. She was very smart and brave in doing that.
Give me 1 second. I'll show you guys. I'm going to use Google Earth, and I'm going to show you guys, like, literally how far he frickin' ran to get to her. Hold on. Okay. Let's see if I can just get rid of that. Get rid of that. All right, here we go. So let me share this real quick. That's why it's important. If anybody is just joining in, please go to the beginning. There's an important message when it comes to some of what's being put out there. And it's coming from, and I'm just going to say this, it's coming from the spoiled fruit that I highlighted and last night. That's where this information is coming from, where they're the antagonist. It's coming from that bowl of spoiled fruit that I talked about.
Right.
It is. It is. I'm just being honest. I know who gives who information. I mean, I'm in the business of getting information. I know who gives who information. Okay.
Right. And I think it was Michael I saw a while ago was talking about the way they're doing the videos. They manipulate them.
Yes.
I have seen
right.
and heard where they're saying, oh, well, CJ's got his camera on us. Protesters has got their camera on us. We're panning. And I'm going to take up for CJ here to anybody that's listening, which he's already said it. And this is the truth. CJ has his camera for footage and for coverage, yes, but he uses his camera for proof of protection.
It's a lot of things. It's protection.
Yes, and
it's
I admire him for that.
Time. It's
Right.
documenting time. It's just like with the Idaho 4 stuff. I was showing my footage from the year anniversary to show people what it looked like with the house there. Like, there's so many reasons why I do the footage. And one of them is protection. Trust me, there's been plenty of times where I've had to use my own footage to defend myself against other people's crafty edits. And
Yes.
there's so many reasons why I do the footage. But okay, so this is where JP was parked. Okay, I'm just going to put this dot right there. That's where JP was parked. So it's Living Rock Church on Google now. For some reason, it's got two names. But so across the street, Sandra, when you see these cars right here, okay, she was literally standing. Let me start it over. So she was standing here, and then they ended up stopping here, and he ran from here. Okay. So I want you guys to see this. Do you see the two dots by the vehicle? Let me zoom in a little bit more. You see the two dots by the vehicle? The top dot is where Sandra was at, and the other dot right underneath that, the middle of the car, was where Sandra ended up being stopped by him because he literally ran like a bat out of hell towards her. You see the dot all the way to the bottom of the right? That's where he ran from, ladies and gentlemen. Do you see
Yep.
the difference? How far she made it compared to how far he made it for them to meet at that middle dot. Very important. That's why you're right, Mary. That's why I said I hope she's okay. Because even though she made it out of that situation, who knows what kind of night she had or what kind of
Right.
morning she's having. And for people to sit there and say or label her as an antagonist, I'm sorry. I'm here to protect the people that I care about, and I'm protecting her right now. And that's why I said the message that I said. Because you're already, if she already was a victim before she walked in the middle of the car, she became a victim again once she got to the middle of the car, and then you're going to be making her a victim again by labeling her an antagonist.
Right.
What if that was your mom, your sister, your daughter, your aunt, your cousin, your best friend? Wouldn't you do the same? There's a reason, again, there's a reason why he got arrested today and didn't get arrested from the crafty edit artists over there, because that's what they do. And now they're trying to minimize this situation and promote the agenda about her being an antagonist because she's Team CJ. I don't think so. I know, watching it last night, I know when you seen him run, I was like, that's why I was so last night, that's why I was so like, you guys, like, please, this is just the beginning. It's the cap hasn't even came off yet. You're just seeing the bubbles in the soda.
Yeah.
The cap ain't came off yet. You're seeing it shake up, but the cap ain't come off yet. When I seen him run like that, that's when I was like, number one, he's off his substances, and number two, that cap's gonna come off soon. And it was when you seen him run like that. I'm sure it was triggering to people. I mean, think about it. You knew that he was going to run up to her and tap his phone on her hat. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? Do you think victims, do they not hear that when they're in their situations? Come on.
Mm-hmm.
What the hell?
And with someone that has been a victim, or has a close family member, a mother, a daughter, whatever, son that has been a victim, and they have witnessed it. When that happens, that triggers you. And to us, it's like you just put your hands on us all over again. And we're getting in defense mode. I'll do it every day.
And shout out to her for the strength to sit there and, you ain't gonna touch me.
Right.
After he did that, that had to take a lot of strength to just stand up. And we know Sandra. It's like we were bringing it up before. Like, I've been there from the beginning, and I told you can go back to my first videos where I'm sitting there going, man, this lady, I didn't know who she was at the time. I'm like, man, this lady is top notch out here from beginning to end. And the protesters, man, she is one of those gears for that protest. She really is. She is one of those gears for that protest.
She has a strong voice and strong spirit.
from day one, from the first moment I walked up on those sidewalks. Those first 2 weeks, I'm just sitting there going, and you guys, that's why I even would, when she would out there, when she would go to the side, those first couple weeks I was there, and she would be going to the right side of solid rock. And I'm like, listen, I'm going to go over here because I love, and I, in the chat and the community was loving it. They could feel the energy. I was standing next to her. And a lot of times it was only me and her on the right side. It
Right.
was like there's a reason why I stuck around that energy, because I could definitely feel it, and it was powerful, and it was needed to be heard through the airwaves as well, just to give it justice.
CJ, I watched a lot of your lives. Sometimes I didn't catch it when you were on live, but I watched a lot of your lives through the last 5 months or so before I was able to start going. And I was just at an awe. I was telling my friends here, if y'all want to see something, go to him on YouTube. Hit your notifications so you'll be notified when he's going to be on, because that's the one you need to watch. I watched you from afar and hadn't even met you yet, and I could tell. And I thank you for that.
No, I thank you guys, because without your guys' support, I couldn't do what I'm doing, period. And so, as many times as you want to thank me, I'm just going to thank you two more. so, so thank
Okay.
you again. I mean, hey, and that's how we evolve. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's why I do the 150, because I want to evolve in this world. Okay, I do, and I'm not perfect. And every single day, I work harder and harder and harder. Uh, and so if I'm giving 150, the real people got to give me at least 100 back. And guess what? After a couple more times, then you're probably going to give me 105, maybe 110. And guess what? We just keep growing and growing and growing, because the think about it, it's just like any relationship that you have anywhere. The more you give of yourself and the more you get in return from the right piece, the right person or people, all you do is grow and succeed.
Right.
And that's what it's about. It's about evolving. And
That's
so,
like what you do. Like I said last night, some of the comments I had seen previously, if, and I think it's when Allie had gotten upset. Well, if you've been a victim and you're going to be triggered, you don't need to be at a protest for something like that. No,
mhm,
that's when you start your healing. You gain your
mhm,
power. You get your
mhm.
voice back because you are surrounded by people like you.
Well, that's what they were saying about when Plastic Jesus is triggering people. They're going up to him saying, just don't pay attention to him and just don't even think about it. Like, what are you
Mm-hmm.
talking about, people?
Right.
Like, what are you talking about? That's the same kind of rhetoric as the person that's the abuser already. Just
Right.
forget about it. Don't worry about it. Let it go. It's the same rhetoric.
Yeah.
Um,
And especially when your abuse has been somebody right in your face, somebody pinning you down,
mhm,
somebody escaping you, change the SC. It's when they, like me, I've had years to heal, but my PTSD is I can't be in enclosed places. If
mhm.
I go to church and it's crowded, I got to be
Oh,
on
yeah.
the end of the pew. I
I'm
can't sit in the middle. I got to see an escape route. I got to have my air. Though I'm
That's
not a
how I am.
runner, I'm a
Yeah.
confronter.
That's how I am. I'm the same way. Like,
Yeah.
I'm not a big crowd person. I'm always looking for an escape as soon as I get in somewhere. I'm claustrophobic too.
Yep.
I know what you're saying. It's and the anxiety that comes with it.
Yeah. So when you
Um,
got somebody getting up in your face
you're ready to
like he
flip.
did with Allie that day,
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
mean,
You're ready to flip. It came from the abuse that I got when I was a kid, because I'd get trapped and tortured all the time. And like shit like that, being trapped, and and you literally are like shit. It would get to a point where people would like play around and wrap me up in a blanket, and I would.
Yeah.
It was literally like I was ready to like off anybody that was trying to keep me in there. Like it's wild.
I tell my friends all the time, you know, if we're with us doing the karaoke, you know, if we over there in that corner and y'all start coming in and I get in close and I ask somebody to move and nobody moves, I'm telling you ahead of time, I'm going to hurt you to get out. I'm going to push somebody to get out, and it won't be intentional, but you can't block me in.
Right.
And I'll have to apologize now and later afterwards. So y'all just please don't do that. Even down to swimming. I learned how to swim underwater first when I was a kid. I've always loved water. I still do. We have an above ground pool for the last 2 or 3 years. And this is where your PTSD can get worse as you get older, because my doctor told me that's what was going on. I can be out there by myself and try to control everything, just to squat down and put my head completely underwater, and I'll almost strangle because I'm gasping for air even though I'm in control. So I can't put my head under a body of water anymore.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's the PTSD.
Yeah.
So my kids and all knows, don't flip me off of a float. Don't do it, because I can't. I will flip out on you.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it gets bad.
Oh, it does. And it's situations like this right here. And just send some extra prayers for Sandra, you guys.
Yes.
I hope she's okay, because if Melissa's doing the interview and not Sandra, it makes me wonder if Sandra's doing okay.
We were all chatting earlier.
Yeah.
She said she was okay. She gave an interview
Okay.
with the news after the court today.
Okay.
So she did good. She's told her story. She told what really happened. And from what I gathered by that was JP, the footage he gave did not show how it started beforehand.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, she didn't get charged with anything, and I'm so grateful to the good Lord for that. But she's a warrior. It shook her up, but she's a warrior.
Yeah, and that's why I'm trying to explain to the people that are labeling her as an antagonist. That's why I'm using the other example from just a few weeks ago of the plastic figures attempt to try and make it look like that. And he's lucky he didn't get arrested for initiating the contact, and that's why JP was going after him with a restraining order.
Right.
He didn't listen. This is also as well as he didn't go for a protection order against Sandra on his side today either. You guys, that's the difference. He came at her. You know, he came at her. Plastic figure came at JP. There's a humongous difference. And so to label her as an antagonist in this situation, I hope it stops, because if you really are going to continue to do that, anybody in this community, you really are making her another victim. And that's not right. That's not right. That's not why we're doing what we're doing. You know,
and to hear his words, I need to tell you guys what I've had people saying, well, Jay is not any different than you running over to JP. He said, but it is. Y'all need to understand, it's totally different.
It is.
JP broke the barrier. He crossed the line. He's talking about because JP walked out of the end of where they had those barriers up, walking towards the police car, sitting in the middle of the road, which he had every right to do. He was going to the police car for whatever his reason was. He had a right to do that. And Jay took off across the road because he even just before he came from the barriers, Jay saw him walking that way and he took off running. So when JP passes the last barrier going to the cop car, that's when Jay runs up beside him. I tried to talk to Jay about that and tell him, Jay, you should have never done that.
He won't listen. That's why Nano almost got ran over, is because in that situation he ran into the middle of the exit, so JP had to at the last second swerve out of the way not to hit him because he was walking in the middle of the exit, and then had to run up on the curb and almost hit Nana, who was being respectful and staying where she, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
it's, I, I've, I just hope the true crime community, you need to really listen to the conversation last night, listen to the conversation today. You really got to understand, like,
Yeah.
Sandra uh should be praised for
Amen. I
what
told
she
her
went
she
through.
is a hero to me.
She should be praised. Nobody should, like, if anybody's going to talk about Sandra today, they should talk about how proud they are because she didn't crumble when he ran up and did that. She could have closed up and crumbled, but instead she stood up for herself and
Yes.
was standing up for herself for that happening. And that has to be applauded, not
Amen.
not criticized.
That takes guts. That takes guts.
I
Takes strength.
couldn't believe it when I'm just like, everybody's entitled to their own opinion, and I've had other opinions being sent to me, and the beautiful thing is that we can all agree to disagree because it's respectful. But at the same time, uh, I look at Sandra as a family member of mine, like a sister, and I'm telling you right now, just like that lady that was standing next to me and Jeanette when she was gaslit for a question, I'm not gonna let people treat my family like that.
No.
I'm
No.
not. I'm not.
And that's the one where they manipulated their video. That I'm so glad I happened to catch. Somebody had sent it to me and I watched it. They had manipulated it where their camera all of a sudden it looks like your camera is panning in her face. That's when I finally got on that live that day. No. And all I heard was, Johnette, you watching it from the angle of CJ's camera. I said, I just told y'all I was there. I was standing 3 feet from him. The voice you heard talking on there was me. Don't tell me I'm looking at it from a camera angle. I'm right there in the middle of it. I saw it. She come up. You were pointing to the right a little bit. She come up to your left. And she sticks the camera right in your face just a couple of seconds, steps back, and they manipulated it to make it look like you did it to her.
Yeah, I got the footage though.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. If anybody, and there's a lot of people, that's crazy because there's a lot of people that'll sit there and go off the edits and automatically assume, and then it's like, good, I don't want you in my community anyway because I need sleuthers that explore all theories, thoughts, and opinions. So if somebody comes across a crafty edit and doesn't do their due diligence to go really find out the other side or the information, well, then I'm sorry. I don't want you a part of the community because you're just going to be a dead weight to us. Because we need people that'll go, okay, I hear this, whether I agree with it or not. Okay, I hear this, or I read this, now I need to go find out the other, because it is about finding the truth. And you only do find the truth with all theories, thoughts, and opinions. You just have to dissect everything else that doesn't make sense, and then it leads you to the answers. But I mean, that's what they do, though. They're full of the crafty edits, and you can't expect nothing less. And like I always tell people, this isn't the only case that it happens in. It happens in every single case out there. And it's the unfortunate part of what we're trying to do, because when we're out there trying to do the right thing, there's a lot of other people that don't like that. And it really is, you saw Unsolved No More come out with a video a couple days ago about the Sebastian Rogers case, and how it's like, why is this even in true crime? True crime is like going in another direction. And I'm telling you guys, I've had times where I've sat back in the last 6 months and I've sat there and I went, should I even be doing this anymore? Because this, like, we're here to help people. We're here to help people. And why, if we're here to help people, do we have to exist with all of the other mucky water out there, and I'm saying 90% of it is mucky water, and constantly get attacked and constantly get situations manipulated and constantly, defame and slander.
Right.
When you're just trying to be out there doing the right thing, in the last 6 months, 2 times I've sat back and I wondered, is this what I'm even supposed to do? Kind of like the conversation we had last night about it. I sat back and is like, this is not why I'm doing this. I'm not doing this to exist around a bunch of people that are
Right.
so negative and don't give a shit about anybody but themselves. Um, it's like, is there another way that I can,
Yeah.
it's just disgusting. It really is. But unfortunately, it's every case, you guys. It really is.
And
Every case.
I need to stress again the hero that you are, CJ, because I know you're going to have some bad people, some haters in about every group you go in, whether it's work, church, family, whatever. But to do what you do and what I have seen and heard firsthand, I can feel my heart breaks for you. So I can feel it getting to you and you questioning, is this what it would make the average person think this isn't worth it. All I'm getting is ridicule.
Yeah.
I commend you for staying in there, because the community, the protesters, Micah needs you.
And that's why I do, and I always have in the days, I'm human. I'm human.
We all are.
I wake up on some days and I'm like, like, why does this even exist in this? Aren't we supposed to be here to help people?
Right.
Isn't that why we're here?
And I grew up with at my church, even when I was younger, especially on a Sunday night when there was a shouting hallelujah service, men and women hugged each other, married or not. They didn't just shake hands. I grew up with I love yous. I'm very grateful for that. Me and my children, my sisters, we didn't hang up the phone without saying I love you, parting ways without saying I love you. I'm blessed to have had that. A lot of people didn't. My heart goes out to those of you that did not have it. So to see such hate, the first time I ever experienced it with my first husband I was just at a loss. I was like, people really do this? And it's even worse now.
It's all over. It's like it gets worse every day.
Yeah.
And that's just, and it ain't even me, people. This is every content creator out there. I mean, think about it. There's anywhere you go to, there's people saying stupid ass shit in chat. It's dumb. And calling out the hot dog steaks ain't talking shit. It's just using their own words for the truth. Like I always said, I'm not gonna see a wolf amongst the sheep and not tell my family about it.
Right.
Just because I have better glasses. Because I can smell things quicker. Yeah, you got to be careful for sure.
Yeah.
But that's why I put this up here. I wanted people to understand, like, this is where he was at and ran, and this is how far she made it. It's a humongous difference. And, I think some people might be getting their information from individuals that are part of that bowl of fruit. And I know they are getting their information from individuals that are part of that bowl of fruit. And that's why they're getting information that the protester is the one that's the antagonist, and that's not true. It's not true. Not true at all. So let me see here. Did Sandra? What news channel was the interview on? I'll go ahead.
News Nation, I think.
News Nation. Okay.
Yeah.
Let me see here. This is This is local. Then there's the News Nation after that. So that must be the one. So we're going to check these out here real quick.
A Myrtle Beach pastor who has gained national attention walked out of jail a little more than an hour ago. Myrtle Beach police arrested him yesterday afternoon on a charge of assault. Our Ali Espinosa attended the hearing this morning. She joins us live now from outside the Myrtle Beach Police Department. And Ali, the FBI was just at his house on Friday. Break this all down for us.
Yeah, Michaela, tensions were high inside that courtroom as Miller's attorney and the victim in this alleged assault really butted heads. Now, police told us they arrested John Paul Miller yesterday afternoon on a third-degree assault charge. Miller was also married to Micah Miller, who authorities say died by suicide, in her case drawing national attention after abuse allegations were raised. Now, it was revealed in court there was an alleged confrontation between Miller and a woman who was protesting near Solid Rock Church in the Market Common. Miller used to be the pastor of that church, which is now closing. The woman claims Miller tapped her baseball hat with his phone during the confrontation, but it's something his attorney says didn't warrant an arrest.
They called the police and claimed that was an assault. And shockingly, the city of Myrtle Beach police made an arrest on a claim that a cell phone touched the brim of a hat. The warrant itself says that there's no video evidence of him touching her, but because she made the claim, apparently they got the warrant anyway.
And that's why I'm saying in the beginning of the show that I've been telling you guys for a while that it's pretty obvious that local is getting investigated too.
Yeah.
So they're gonna do the right thing now, right? After the raid, think about it. After the raid, and like he was saying on file, there's no video showing that did take place. Even, we saw the video, but there's video that was filed. And so really, if you think about it, Myrtle Beach police stepped up and did more than what they should have, because actually when it comes to that, that is a fine line. And when you have an attorney like that, I could see you getting off, right?
Yeah.
Without video evidence. And so with them arresting him, and I feel it was one of those things where he's like, look, Russell, call your client, make him turn himself in. Otherwise, we're gonna go get him and arrest him out in public. And
Yeah, the officers that were talking with Sandra you could tell they were very nice. They kept telling me, it's okay, calm down, you're not in any trouble.
Mhm.
She even said that they were very nice. I have to commend them for that, because I'm gonna tell you, we've hit some oppositions.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, and really with no video other than what we saw, they kind of went beyond what typically would have taken place. Because think about it, even with something that was taking place, like with Micah, and nothing was, just like Nancy Grace was saying, dude was getting like all of this stuff and they didn't do nothing to him. And then all of a sudden there's an FBI raid, and all of a sudden they're going above and beyond when it comes to, which is good, because it's kind of like making up for stuff that didn't happen before.
Right. And as far as nothing being done every time Micah called, this is a huge reason why Micah's law, coercive control, needs to be put in place in South Carolina. Because I know from my experiences,
I think it will. I think
you can call right now. You can call the law, just like what happened with them, and they take the reports, and then boom, he's arrested. They had the bond hearing today. If Sandra and him would have been married, like he and Micah, it wouldn't have happened that way. Because when you're married or separated, living in different houses, everything has to go through family court. Family court. And they wonder why South Carolina has such a high rate of death by DV. Our family court system stays backed up. Officers aren't allowed to, you can't even get a restraining order off the bat like you can from your neighbor across the road for a spouse. You can't. South Carolina laws has got to change.
Oh yeah, and I think they're gonna now. Honestly, I think after all the attention that, because there's some people that have came and they're gone. They came for a little bit and they're gone. We've been out there the whole time, just like the protesters, and I really feel like all of this attention uh, was making people sit back, because they had to sit back and listen. Like I said, a lot of people don't go to mainstream media. You don't think these officials that were elected in the state, their children don't watch? You don't think that their young adult children don't watch? You don't think that they don't pay attention? They do. And it's
Right.
conversations at the dinner table. And when you're having conversations at the dinner table and you got a dad or a mom that's an elected official and they're sitting there listening to their children and how their children are speaking about it, then it makes them think. And I think what happens is with this FBI raid, is putting the whole state on notice. And I
Yeah.
think the combination of justice for Micah, I think the combination of what Micah left for everybody to be able, because she documented a lot, knowing the
Yes.
situation that she was in. She even told her family, if something happens to me and this is how it happens and this is the body part it happens to, this is who had something to do with it. She knew the situation she was in already. And for her to keep her mind together and to be able to collect and document and keep and make it safe with all those snakes that are out there in the grass, people that were trying to pretend to be her best friend but working for the other fella,
Yeah.
and for her to be able to do that in the combination of justice for Micah and the combination of this FBI raid, I really think that it's putting this state on notice with these elected officials. And I really feel like things are going to start changing at the beginning of the year when things are going to start getting voted on.
Yep.
I really do. And
And
I
I'm hoping, and I think it maybe part of that yesterday has something to do with it, with the FBI coming in like they did. They're not the boss of the local police departments, but they're way above
they're on
their
notice.
scale. So I guess they're thinking, well, we better step up to the plate, because we got government coming in here now.
Well, I guarantee you they've already known they've been looked at for a while.
Yep.
I guarantee it. Because when you see, it's just like Micah's dad. Michael was coming out in the very beginning saying this man, he's had all of these things that are documented and not one thing has happened to him. Like, what is wrong? What is wrong? And when they're already looking into something like this, they're going to see how the shit was allowed. And it was allowed by certain individuals locally. It was allowed. And so yeah, they already have to assume. That's why I think after this FBI raid, it's like, all right, boys, buckle up them belts because we got to go a little bit above and beyond now. Which shout out
Right.
to them because they, it could still be taking place. Shout out to law enforcement because hey, you not only gave the 100 in this situation, but you gave the 150.
Right.
And they really did. So that's why I'm leaving this clapping to Ellie because seriously, hey, better late than never.
That's right.
It's better late than never. But yeah, when it comes to this, they went above and beyond. Here, let me rewind it just a little bit, and we'll listen to his statement again. Here, we'll just It's only a minute and a half, and we'll go through some of the other ones here.
Thanks, Jenna. A Myrtle Beach pastor who has gained national attention walked out of jail a little more than an hour ago. Myrtle Beach police arrested him yesterday afternoon on a charge of assault. Our Ali Espinosa attended the hearing this morning. She joins us live now from outside the Myrtle Beach Police Department. And Ali, the FBI was just at his house on Friday. Break this all down for us.
Yeah, Michaela, tensions were high inside that courtroom as Miller's attorney and the victim in this alleged assault really butted heads. Now, police told us they arrested John Paul Miller yesterday afternoon on a third-degree assault charge. Miller was also married to Micah Miller, who authorities say died by suicide, in her case drawing national attention after abuse allegations were raised. Now, it was revealed in court there was an alleged confrontation between Miller and a woman who was protesting near Solid Rock Church in the Market Common. Miller used to be the pastor of that church, which is now closing. The woman claims Miller tapped her baseball hat with his phone during the confrontation, but it's something his attorney says didn't warrant an arrest.
They called the police and claimed that was an assault. And shockingly, the city of Myrtle Beach police made an arrest on a claim that a cell phone touched the brim of a hat. The warrant itself says that there's no video evidence of him touching her, but because she made the claim, apparently they got the warrant anyway.
Now, Miller is now out of jail on a $776 bond. His next court date is scheduled for December, but coming up on WMBF News First at 4, you'll hear from that victim.
There we go. So it's on this channel. Hold on. Let me see if it's out now. Okay, it's not out yet. We'll keep checking. I'll leave it there on that one. Real quick contribution call out to Veronica. Thank you so much for being a member. Still appreciate the support. Really do. It helps get us to these communities, and every little bit makes a difference, and that's a great way to support the show. Also, Matthew coming in with the 2 birds, 1 stone, but it's 5 birds, 1 stone. Thank you so much, Matthew, for the 5 gifted memberships. Definitely appreciate the support to the show and support to other community members that didn't have a membership before. I appreciate you guys very much. There will be a membership playlist link that'll be dropping throughout the show. So when Nightbot drops that out there for you, go ahead and click on it. You can save it to your playlist. You can check out everything from beginning to end. Plenty up there, and we're going to have plenty more too, because we're always out there documenting as well. Let me see here. This was, I'm not going to show that one. That just shows him walking out. Let me see here. I'm going to show, let me show these videos here real quick. So this is the News Nation one.
This morning, the husband of Micah Miller, a South Carolina woman found dead in late April, has been arrested, not though in connection with her investigation and into her death, which authorities say was a suicide. Her husband, Pastor John Paul Miller of Solid Rock Church in Myrtle Beach, spent the night in jail on an assault charge. Police say they took him into custody after a confrontation outside of his church over allegations he abused his wife, Micah, before her death. And the moment was caught on camera. Here's part of it.
If you touch me, don't you touch me, psychopath. Don't you touch me. You touch me. Don't touch me.
All right, News Nation's Rich McHugh is with us now. Rich, you have spoken with the woman who filmed that video. What exactly is going on here? Who's involved?
Sure. So these are protesters who have been protesting at his church. I'm not sure that this actual incident was at his church, but it was at Horta County Technical College. I'm not sure why. But they admittedly were protesting and taunting him, at which point the woman who was filming says John Paul Miller charged the woman, and essentially she said, "You're in my personal space." And he flipped her hat twice. That's how it was described to me. and was charged with third-degree assault. Now, there's been a dark cloud of suspicion over John Paul Miller since this whole thing happened. He went in front of his congregation the day after it was known that Micah Miller was found dead, and he said, "My wife ultimately took her own life." And ever since that day, her family has raised questions. We sat down with him in July and talked to him exclusively. He denies all abuse allegations against him, but still, there's a lot of this story that doesn't add up, and there's some that I can't even report that I'm working on. We do know that the FBI last week raided his home, spent several hours there, taking out computers, taking out hard drives. So there is certainly a cloud around him right now, and people believe that the circle is tightening, if that's the way to put it, Marnie.
All right. Well, we know you're on the case. News Nation's Rich McHugh. Thank you for that. Thank you.
He said self-admitted what?
The night in jail on an assault charge. Police say they took him into custody after a confrontation outside of his church over allegations he abused his wife, Micah, before her death. And the moment was caught on camera. Here's part of it. Now, Rich, you have spoken with the woman who filmed that video. What exactly is going on here? Who's involved?
Sure. So these are protesters who have been protesting at his church. I'm not sure that this actual incident was at his church, but it was at Horry County Technical College. I'm not sure why. But they admittedly were protesting and taunting him.
Okay, so let me reach out to her real quick and ask if that's correct. News Nation says self-admittingly were taunting JP before assault. I'm reaching out to Melissa right now to ask her if that is true, because, sometimes mainstream media twists it. But at the same time, I also want to make sure that the truth is reported as well. Yeah, that's what he said. He said self-admitting. Hold on.
Theo, what exactly is going on here? Who's involved?
Sure. So these are protesters who have been protesting at his church. I'm not sure that this actual incident was at his church, but it was at Horry County Technical College. I'm not sure why. But they admittedly were protesting and taunting him, at which point the woman who was filming says John Paul Miller charged the woman.
Okay, let's watch the video here, because I didn't think Sandra was taunting him. Right?
What they were saying before, they admitted today after the court thing, they were saying, yeah, we were hollering out at him. We holler out at the protest. But when we saw him over there filming, we went across the road and they admitted saying, "Here, kitty, kitty," so I guess that's what he's talking about, taunting.
But that's not saying
That's
kitty.
not.
Saying kitty, kitty is not a crime or taunting.
No, it's not.
It's not even taunting. So that's why I reached out to her just now and I asked her, News Nation says self-admittingly we're taunting JP before assault. To me, saying kitty, kitty is not taunting.
No.
So if this guy is twisting what is being stated,
I guess some people's taunting,
they didn't show.
They have different interpretations.
I'm going to show you guys the beginning of the video.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you played it last night.
Yeah, but since Melissa talked to this individual, I want to reach out to her and extend that branch to see is that what exactly. Hold on, let me see. What exactly was said to Rich about the taunting? So I'll ask her. because she's, you know, she's the source. So
Yeah.
instead of getting phone tag, yeah, he said that there's no video of her of it taking place. Now we zoomed in on it, and from the angle we had, this is why I was like, man, I wish I was there, because I would have been like, literally, you would have saw both of their faces like close up, and me zoomed in on him. It would have caught everything.
Well, I was watching a live this morning, and it was actually people on there saying, you know, after seeing this, yeah, he did hit her hat twice, and they had zoomed it in and stopped it, where you could see her hands are down, and he's got his phone up at her hat.
Yeah, and there's witness statements too.
Yes.
JP didn't have any witness statements. So and I believe that's where they got the justification to arrest him, is because there was other witness statements that stated that they seen that, and he didn't have any witnesses on his side, really. And without video evidence, if you have witness statements, that's how you, otherwise he could be suing the local police department for unlawful arrest.
Right.
Really, if you think about it. So it's all down to the witness statements. Excuse me. The college says that there's no CCTV. I can't call Melissa. You can join. I'm on live, but can't call. I guess I could open up the phone line if she needs to, but then you won't be able to hear what she's saying, and she won't be able to hear what you're saying, Jonette. So yeah. I typically only open up the phone line if I'm by myself or something. I don't have that flashy equipment. But yeah, no matter what she said, that doesn't excuse him from getting aggressive.
No.
When it comes to the taunting stuff, because that's, you know, when I started out my show this morning, that's why I'm like, you know, where's this taunting rhetoric coming from? Because that's why I came out with the stance that I did about, don't make a victim another victim.
Right.
Applaud him, because in my opinion, and I heard and saw the video, Sandra wasn't doing anything, even going at JP, for him to have that, you know, like, so you say kitty, that, how is that supposed to piss somebody off in a rage? You know, it's not like you were making fun of him, or, you know what I mean?
Exactly.
Certain things that people end up getting in a rage over, kitty. I mean, I don't understand how that would trigger somebody. You know, that don't make sense.
That's their excuse.
She's driving, she says. Well, let's watch this video here.
Pussycat, run.
She said, here, kitty. That's all she said. Here, kitty.
Yep.
I mean, Sandra just said, here, kitty. That's it.
Pussycat, run.
Here, kitty. Oh, my Lord. You're the one that ran up to me.
Don't you fucking touch me, psychopath. Don't you touch me.
All she said, and I'm just talking about Sandra, all Sandra said was, here, kitty.
Yeah.
Pussycat, run.
Unless the run is considered, I don't see how here, kitty, right? I don't see how here, kitty. If maybe pussycat, run, that would make somebody turn back around. Maybe
I think I think what they're saying is them even crossing over the road to him, saying anything. It's against a protester when they were within their rights to do what they did. This man
Yeah.
is behind them.
Oh,
He had
nobody.
left and come back and hit and didn't even have his truck in visual sight at the moment, and is behind them recording. I'd have
Yeah.
done it too.
Yeah, we talked about it last night. Yeah, we talked about it last night.
Yeah.
There's no excuse for it. I'm just trying to figure out, like, what the hell triggered dude. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And when I hear Rich McHugh who saying self-admittingly taunting, that it's like, where did that come from?
I sent you a text where I took a screenshot of that picture that I saw they had paused. It's still a little blurry. I unblurred it some, but it's still a little blurry. But it's a standstill with up close with Sandra's arms down by her side.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
that phone's up at her face.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's the same one I showed last night. It's the same one I showed last night. No, I'm just trying to, like, because here, I'm sorry, when I hear "here kitty kitty," that I don't see why somebody would
No.
turn around and run like a bat out of hell at somebody. You know, if you're trying to be the dominant person, right? Think about this. This is what I'm trying to say. If you're being a dominant person, which you're already displaying right here, right? You're displaying you're a dominant person because you ran up to her and were aggressive, right? You're already displaying that you want to be the dominant person in this area.
Yeah.
Maybe telling somebody to run away would make that dominant person say, F that, I'm not running, I'm going to show them. That's all. That's what I'm saying. Like, where would Rich McHugh, why would he say that? I don't see him saying self-admittingly. This is why I'm reaching out to Melissa, because I want to be clear, especially with what's being, like, people are saying that they were taunting him, and so I want to know the facts. Like, was he taunted? Like, where's Rich McHugh coming up with what he's saying? Because we know mainstream media, they'll twist and turn and all this other stuff. Notice how they cut out the beginning of the video.
Yeah.
I don't know. This is why I'm trying to get clarity on the conversation, because why is
I was looking back in our group
Rich
chat.
McEwen saying that? Yeah.
I was looking back in our group chat, and it's nothing in there other than a couple of them asking her, was it going to be live or something to be aired later? And I guess she was already driving, so she didn't answer in it. So apparently it wasn't maybe going to be aired later or something, and we might have an answer then, because that wasn't him interviewing her.
I mean, and my team's bringing up a great point. So think of this as an angry narcissistic person, okay? Which he is, right? If someone said pussycat, pussycat, run, 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 it's calling him a little bitch, basically. Let's be honest.
Yep.
Those girls without a camera would be in real trouble, so not a good situation. And maybe that's why he went after Sandra, because she didn't have the camera. But and this is from a previous domestic violence victim herself that just messaged me this in the background, and that maybe that's where maybe they just watched the video and they came to their own conclusion.
Right.
Right. But to say self-admittingly, because the conversation that we had last night, and then what we saw, we saw Sandra getting assaulted, and Sandra wasn't even doing anything wrong, and that was
No.
the part of the conversation. That's why I'm trying to protect Sandra, because she's getting branded as an antagonist in the true crime community, and it's not right, because
No, it's not. We all
she
going to
didn't
stand behind her.
she didn't do anything. But when you have News Nation bringing up self-admitted antagonist, that don't look good. It don't. Because it's just like the barriers being put up for Solid Rock. It gives a bad look. It's the optics, and that's what
Hmm.
it's all about. That's why I try and reach out to people and let them know about optics.
Yeah.
Because it's listen, we all have a heart and we all care a tremendous amount, we do. But there's certain times that you have to be aware of the environment, and you need to look at the optics of situations too. Because the optics, even though you have the most, like the most given soul, not everybody, just like these hot dog steaks and the plastic figures, not all of them want to do the due diligence to find out the truth, and they'll just go off of what's being reported to them. And that's the optics that I talk about, because there are people out there that won't do their homework, and you always have to think about the optics all the time.
Yeah.
You got to think about the optics as much as you do your safety, because the optics also protect you. You don't put yourself in situations where things can be manipulated that looks negative for what So it's I just want to, I just would rather hear it from the source. I don't know, uh
I
I
don't know
don't
if
know
maybe
if
he,
it's something Rich was just making up on his own. We know mainstream media.
or maybe it was his choice of words that he uses,
That's what I'm saying.
with them saying something like, yeah, we did holler out some things at him. It probably made him angry, you know, like
That's
they've
not
already
taunting.
voiced and said that. And maybe Rich was putting it in his terms, his words, and giving a different meaning to people.
Well, if Rich, and I'm going to be honest with you, because I've always respected Rich. There's not too many mainstream media journalists that I respect.
Right.
I've always respected Rich when it came to his reporting and his information and what he puts out there. And I'm telling you right now, if he used the word taunting on his own, I lost all journalistic respect for him.
Yeah.
Because when you're talking about domestic violence victims on either side, and there's the word taunting involved on either side, it does not look good. It don't.
Right.
And so if Rich is the one that created the taunting word, then shame on him, because you're not doing what you're supposed to do
Right.
as a journalist.
Who is Dale? Kathy
Who's
D said, I think they're getting the antagonizing part from Dale actually calling out and saying things to him.
who's
Not that
Dale?
that's not done every week, but maybe that's where it come from. I don't know who Dale is.
I don't
I
either.
didn't hear a man's voice in the video. Not like that, other
There
than
was a
JP's.
there was a young kid that was okay. So there was an older guy and a young kid doing some work over in the area.
Yeah.
The young kid got footage of it.
Yep.
Okay.
They
And
were there at
then
the college.
obviously sold it and then deleted it, according to him, when other people were asking for the footage. He had already deleted it.
Yeah, because Melissa and them
Uh,
asking for it.
is that Dale? Is it
I
one of
don't
those
know.
people?
They didn't call a name. They said it was a young guy and another one over
Right.
there in that truck, I think unloading mattresses or something.
Yeah. For the
And they saw him talking to JP for several minutes. And
Yeah.
then when JP walked off, they had seen the boy with his phone, and they asked him if he could send what he had to them. And he said, oh, I deleted it after I sent it. Sent it where? To JP?
I mean, I'm learning this as much as you guys are. That's why I'm
Yeah.
saying it's up to the minute latest updates, because we're literally like, there's, I mean, I have so much to get through, but hold on one second. Let me see here. I gotta check these messages real quick.
That's right, Matthew. You don't put your hands on a woman.
No, he's saying here, kitty, kitty, doesn't make somebody lose their shit and turn around at in a rage.
Right.
Literally, like, that's probably the fastest he could run. Like, honestly, it was probably the fastest that dude could run, and he ran it. Like, that much built up energy and rage, and needed to get it out.
Yeah.
But here, kitty, kitty, that doesn't make a lunatic. Unless he has, you know what I'm saying? Unless he had like a cat at home and it meant something to him and something happened to the cat. And then all of a sudden it's like, oh, that kitty, kitty, that's what I used to say to my kitty or so, like,
Yeah.
I mean, you know what I mean? It just don't make sense to make somebody turn around in a full rage just saying, here, kitty, kitty. That just don't wash. It doesn't wash.
No.
JP was taping. Yeah, he was taping. So what happened was, and here, let me go back to.
And supposedly he claims he said at one point that he didn't have any video footage. Well, if he did, he was going to say that because he knows his video footage is going to show the truth.
Yeah. And the video footage that the kid probably had was the video footage that captured what took place.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why he probably paid it and told him to delete it, because I feel if he didn't capture anything, he wouldn't have got paid and he wouldn't have been made to delete it. He was probably talking to the kid.
Yeah.
Asking him like, yo, yep. All right, I'll give you this much. Send it to this email and delete it when it's done. And I'll send you the money, or meet me here and I'll give you the money. Listen, when I showed up to the raid, the kids that were talking to me about the body that was across the street was the same kid that was on the 4-wheeler when the cops went out to JP's house, and JP gives the kid money to do shit.
Oh, wow. The same one that was in the video when he was on the phone with Ree and the kid come up to borrow the 4-wheeler?
I don't know. I didn't see that video. I just know that he was part of that. And wow. But he pays all the neighbors. Not all of them, but there's certain neighbors that he'll pay. Think about one of his other neighbors that claims he don't get any money from him. Hello.
Yeah.
Think about it, y'all. But this is where he was at. Right here was his truck parked a long way. He was back over here filming, and see how these cars are parked right here? It's just like when the same person we're talking about, that's a neighbor that's getting paid. He would literally park over here, because they would always show up late. He would literally park over in this area and then go live and walk along this curb. You can go see him. They're still up there. walk along this curb with his camera facing everybody's license plates before he then hit the sidewalk and walked up here. I reached out to the protesters months ago and said, look, you can go to the page and you can see the lives, and you can just go to the beginning of each one and you can see him walking up, taking video of the plates. And so when it comes to somebody over here secretly recording, that's why they said last night to them it looked like he was trying to record their license plates. So it's like I was saying in the chat earlier, I was telling them, because it was kind of the same, hey, they antagonize them. I'm like, look, if I'm out there and somebody's sneakily recording me, I'm gonna say something. Not that I'm gonna approach anybody, but I'll say something, right? And I'll turn the camera back on them. And if somebody's coming up to me and tapping me on the hat, I'm gonna react the same way. Like,
Right.
what did Sandra did nothing wrong in this situation, period. Like, it could have escalated into a situation, and I think that's what he was trying to do. He was trying to walk up to her, tap her on the hat, and try and make her angry enough
Yeah, he was provoking her.
to swing and hit him or kick him. And because
Because
that's what
he wants a reason to make the protest stop.
Yeah, because it's hurting his $2 to $3 million price tag for solid rock. Because every moment that there's people still out there, that price sticker ain't appealing to nobody, because they don't want to purchase a building that might have people standing out there even more, because they don't know the situation. They don't understand the Justice for Micah movement. So they might just sit there and go, yo, we don't know if this is going to be connected to the church. And if we buy it, we don't want our congregation, right? So you think that price tag's going to sit at, he's already taken a lower offer, trying to sell it, taking a low ball, and like I said, he only going to get $500K.
Somebody just said on here, News Nation said they would have their live interview aired at 4.
At 4?
Yeah.
All right, let me check my messages. So she still must be driving. I can't take phone calls, Melissa. Here, let me.
And if I'm not mistaken, I heard Russell saying, how microphones from phones don't always pick up, but somebody was recording or doing a live or something after court. And it sounded to me like Russell was saying, well, yeah, he's had to move from the church. They won't have a church. They can't have it for the protesting or something. So I guess it'll sit there for an empty building. They can go from this place to this place. I could just pick up bits and pieces, and that's what I put together. I don't want to tell a fib, but that's what I put together with it. But the girls can tell you more when you actually get to talk to them.
Yeah, I told Melissa here, let me put the link in there too. I told her to let me know when she gets back. Here, let me send her the link, because she tried calling. I dropped the link. I mean, I could always try and call, but she won't be able to hear you, Jonette, just as a heads up. So if it's
no, that's fine. And if I need to get off for you to call, that's fine. Or I can get off and call.
No, you don't have to get off to call.
Okay.
Oh, you know what? Actually, hold on 1 second. Let me try this. Hold on. Here, let me do this real quick. Let me let's see here. Let me do this. All right, hold on.
Norma's saying interview with who?
News,
Melissa did an interview with News Nation today, and it's supposed to be aired at 4.
yeah. I told her that I'm setting up the phone right now to take calls here. Give me 1 second. All right, let me make sure I can. Let's see. All right. So if she does call, let me see here. Actually, let me try and call. Can you guys hear it? Could you hear that ringing?
Yeah, I could.
Okay.
Hello.
Hey, what's up?
Hey.
Sorry. Yeah.
He asked me if I would say that we would, that we were taunting him, and I said no. I wouldn't say that we were taunting him. We were protesting. I said, pussycat, pussycat, run, 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 and I don't feel like that should have provoked a reasonable person.
No, it shouldn't have. Not at all.
And that's all we said. And Sandra said, "Here, kitty, kitty."
Right.
That's it.
So he used the taunt. See, I lost all respect for Rich at this point. Really. Because that's a word right there you just don't. That's a word you don't.
He wanted me to do another interview tonight, but I politely declined when they called me. They wanted me to interview at 10:30, and I'm going to be in bed. So I politely declined that and said, no thanks.
I wouldn't either. Not after that. Not after that.
But
that's
what I said. I told him exactly what I said, because
News Nation has a history of that.
That Russell Long was trying to use what I said against Sandra, I felt like. So when he played it for the news, I said, that's me saying that. She didn't say, pussycat, pussycat, run, run, run.
Oh,
I said that.
So he was trying to say in the court hearing that Sandra was saying that and not you, huh?
Well, he said it to the news before we went into court.
Really?
He showed the video. Yeah, he was trying to. So the news reporter that was there for 13 is not the same news reporter that was there yesterday.
Okay.
Adriana had already had the video. I've already sent it. I've already signed a release. They can do what they want to do with it. I don't care. I said what I said. I'm sure it's screen recorded. If they didn't get it from me, they was going to get it from somebody else.
Mm-hmm.
I said what I said. Pussycat, pussycat, run, run, run. I don't care.
And you had every right to.
You should have walked away. And if pussycat, pussycat, run, run, run triggers you to do that, I can't imagine what you've done to Micah.
Right, because it's not like he even called him a lollipop licker or something, you know? It wasn't even...
I could have said a lot worse.
Right, of course. This is Russell Long, and I'll share it after the phone call. Long also provided News 13 with a copy of the arrest warrant describing what allegedly happened Wednesday afternoon. In part, it indicates the woman called out to Miller, "Here, kitty, kitty," prompting him to get into the victim's face and put up his phone as though he was recording her.
Yeah, Russell Long lied. I won't say Russell Long lied, but when I asked the cops last night if JP provided any video footage, he said they told him that JP told him he wasn't recording. Well, today, Russell Long told somebody that Russell Long told Alicia that the reason JP was across the street was recording our tag numbers.
Yeah.
And that he sent him. So who's lying now? Because I know JP was recording. And he lied to the police. He had video footage. He didn't turn his video footage over because he knows it would have been damning to his case. He knows that if he was recording, it would have showed him hit her hat.
Oh yeah, that's why he paid that kid and he deleted it, because it probably showed. It was the only proof that showed what really took place, because he probably did get it. and that's why he
Yep,
paid.
and then
Because
he
if he
spun the
didn't,
narrative that Sandra was crazy.
yeah, if it didn't have something, he would have not made the kid delete it.
Right.
He would have
And the
just let
kid
it
told
go.
me I deleted it after I sent it. Sent it where, sir?
Mm-hmm.
Who you sent it to?
Yeah, to an email.
Mm-hmm.
$350.
Yep.
Well, because when I heard that, I was like, wait a minute. What is this self-admitting? And that's why I reached out to you right away, even before I paused it on my show, because I was like, wait a minute. This is there's already this, and it makes me wonder who else News Nation is talking to, because it makes me I was already hearing that stuff this morning about how
I mean,
there was antagonizing JP and this and that. And I'm like, no, I'm sorry, there wasn't. And so when I heard
said
News Nation,
exactly. Yeah, I mean, I repeated exactly what I said in the footage. Why would I'm not going to sit here and say I didn't say it now. The footage is out. I've shared it. It's out there. I said it. Shouldn't have provoked him to. I said it.
well, according to Russell,
I said, pussycat, run, run, run. He didn't approach me. He approached Sandra.
yeah, because she didn't have a
So
camera.
it's irrelevant what I said.
She didn't.
Melissa, can you hear me?
I don't even know why it's relevant.
No, I told you, Jonette, she can't. Remember?
Tell her. Well, the reason she was saying that is when they turned around and said, "There's JP," he took off running.
Okay,
That's why she said that.
Go ahead and say that again, because Melissa was talking. Go ahead, Jonette.
When Melissa hollered that,
Yeah.
they had spotted that it was JP recording them.
Yeah.
And when they turned around to him and went to walk that way, he took off running like a jog run. That's when Melissa hollered that.
Yeah. Yeah, that's everything we went over. That's why and Russell Long is even saying that it was the "Here Kitty Kitty" that prompted him to get into the victim's face and put up his phone as though he was recording her. That's according to News 13 from what they've been sent from Russell B. Long. So
why is what I said even relevant?
Is that what Russell Long was? I don't know. What is I wanted to get to the bottom of why Rich McEwen was saying self-admittingly taunting, because I'm like, that's not what I was hearing and what I was seeing. I wasn't seeing that either.
I guess because I told him exactly what I said, he took what I said as taunting.
So what exactly did you say to him again? Because
I told him, I said, pussycat, run, run, run. I said, I don't feel like that would trigger a reasonable person.
And what did he say before that?
I said I would not, because he asked me, he said, he said, I can't remember exactly how he worded it. I should have recorded it, but my fault. Now I know I can't trust hardly anybody, but I said, because he said something about, so would you admit that you guys were taunting him a little bit, is what he said. And I said, no, I wouldn't say it was taunting.
Yeah.
We just said
it was his word.
XYZ.
It was his
and
word.
I don't feel like it should have provoked a reasonable person.
No, it don't. And it shouldn't. Like I said, you didn't even call him a Krabby Patty. You know what I mean? Like,
plain baked potatoes.
It's, you know what I'm saying? It didn't even get to that level. And so
why are we?
Yeah, it sounds like he's the one that wanted you to say it. You didn't take the bait. And so he said, screw it. These people don't. And this is why I don't like mainstream media, because they don't freaking care about people. They don't. Because they're going to sit there and listen. When you're talking about domestic violence, you're talking about something that just took place, and you're going to throw the word taunting in it on either side. That is not respectful journalism.
How about throwing up reactive abuse? Because that's really what it is.
Yeah.
I was triggered. Reactive abuse. There you go.
This is
that's why Sandra got loud, because she was triggered, because he put his hands on her. That's called reactive abuse. When he pulls his phone out and says, "Oh, look, she's crazy." Reactive abuse. That's what that's called.
I don't know. I don't like. I can't listen. When I come across journalists and this, I trust him until I give you 150 or 0, and once I don't care to hear anything from that dude again, because um that there that's this you know what, this court TV, okay, they're respectful. Court TV is
Yeah.
respectful as hell, okay. uh I'm not surprised with News Nation, really, because they're all been getting like that for a long time. And how dare he to use that word taunting? And he was trying to bait you into using it as part of the message. And when he says self-admittingly, um, that's dangerous, man. Because look at what it was already promoting out there,
Yeah.
and that's not cool.
No.
They should take
Yep.
that. They really should like redo that video, and he should redo. I don't know, man. That ain't cool. I'm glad that you said no to the second one, because I wouldn't either. Because you're going to do the same thing to me again in the future. Why would I let you do it now when you already showed me who you are?
Right. That's why I was like, no, I'm not comfortable anymore. And then he asked me if I had a conversation with John Paul or Russell Long, and I said, well, I didn't talk to John Paul. I said, but Russell Long did talk to me, but I've been advised not to share what he said to me until I seek counsel.
What?
Yeah.
He said
I'll
not
tell you
to
about that
share.
later.
He said not to share.
No, he didn't tell me that. Somebody else advised me of that.
Really?
And I'll tell you what he said when we're not live.
Oh my lord.
Yeah.
Is it? Are you in danger?
I took it as a threat.
Okay. That's all we need to know.
That's why I told him earlier, CJ,
And when
we
I
need to
said I
have
took it as a threat, he doubled back.
Doubled back. And what?
Walked away, and I said, what's that mean? I take that as a threat, and he came back. So
Really? And just reiterated what he was saying, huh?
he kind of changed it up a little bit. I'll tell you about that when we're not on live.
Yeah, and I know you're busy because you got to go to the DMV and stuff. Do me a favor, when you have a chance, join the panel when you have an opportunity. That way we can, because when I'm doing the call, this is why I usually don't even have it hooked up if I have other people on here, because they can't hear you can't hear what they're saying, because I don't have the fancy equipment. But I wanted to take the phone call because it was very important. But yeah, when you get an opportunity, come hop in the panel, and because I'll be live most of the day. I kind of changed it up for today, so we're gonna do an all-day show today to go through everything. Okay. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you for the call, and I'm glad that we got to clear that up, because that, I don't know, that's just wrong what he did.
Yeah.
And prayers to you guys.
I'm gonna wait to see his article. We'll see what the video is.
Well, I'm gonna make a video about his video. I'm gonna tell you that right now, because I'm there to protect y'all no matter what it is, and I'm
see how much of it is clipped out.
right.
Honestly,
I'm gonna use his little snippet. They're gonna take all the monetization. That's fine, because News Nation does. They're greedy a-holes, and then I'm gonna clip the phone call, and then people can really hear the difference in what's being reported and what the actual conversation was, because I think it's very important. Very important.
Yeah.
And thank you for taking out the time. I appreciate it.
No problem. I'll talk to you later.
Okay. Appreciate you. Please be safe. Later.
I will. Bye.
What the heck, man?
That's why I told him earlier, after the court today, we needed to find an attorney that would take on protecting the protesters pro bono, if there's anybody still out there like that now.
Well, I was reaching out for that. I mean, this was way back. When did I reach out, community? I was reaching out, my gosh, when was it? It had to be July, middle of July, maybe, beginning of July. I'm screaming. I'm trying to scream out to our community, please. If there's somebody out there that can just, there's attorneys out there that already have to do stuff, where they donate their time. They have to. Where, how about donate your time for the right thing just for this situation and help protect these people that are out here. All you
Right.
have to listen with any of these lawyers, it's not that hard. All you got to do is sign a couple papers and you mail it most of the time and it's done. You know? I was reaching out and I don't know. There was somebody that was gonna do pro bono back then, and I gave the information to the protest leaders, and that'll be a question that I can ask Melissa when she's back up because I forwarded that information to the protest leaders when it came to somebody that was I think it was like 50 or $60 an appearance or something like that. And it was a start. It wasn't free, but it was a start. You know what I mean? And
That's very inexpensive for
that
an
was a
attorney.
long time
Very.
ago, right? And that was a long time ago, and so I don't know whatever happened to that because it was maybe I was pleading for like a week, and then I had people reach out to me with information, and I went ahead and forwarded it along. So I really don't know what happened to that. And I don't know if they're maybe around anymore. That'd be a good question to ask
Yeah.
when she's back. Because, yeah, this is like 3 or 4 months ago that I got that information. Somebody reached out to me and said, hey, I'd be willing to help forward my information. And I said, yes, no problem. But according to Long, this is what News 13, this is what I was saying a couple minutes ago. Yeah, mystery woman. Well, she's not a mystery to me, but mystery woman. Not it's not a PR chick. SOC. How do I say this? This person reached out to me a couple weeks ago. Mystery lady reached out to me a couple weeks ago. Asked me for a favor. Asked me for a favor to take down a video, a short video that I put up saying, who is this lady? And I was like, it's not a problem, even though there's no reason I could get in trouble legally, because honestly, there was nothing that I did wrong that would warrant any kind of legal action. I did find out who they were going after legally, because they were like, we don't want to go after you, CJ. You actually report. But they were giving you a heads up if you could take this down. I'm like, look, I wouldn't even get in trouble even if I didn't take it down. But me being 150, it's not a problem. You're not JP. I'll go ahead and take it down. It's not a problem. And that's why I did. Not a problem. Now, her favor, because it's like, hey, if you're asking me for a favor, I'm asking you for a favor, right?
Yeah.
So it was one of those things where it's like, okay, so no, she's not a PR person. So I'm just going to say that right now. She's not a PR person. She's somebody that is well connected in Myrtle Beach. She is somebody that is a philanthropist. That word,
Philanthropist.
Yes. She is one of those people that is in Myrtle Beach, and she does a lot of promoting for good as well. Now I don't know. Listen, that's none of my business. I'm not sitting there going, what kind of relationship do you have with JP? I don't care about that. That's not I don't care. I really don't. It has nothing to do with what I'm digging into. Because literally she just came across the scene. But it's not a PR. It's not, may they be romantically involved? I don't know. Do I get that vibe? I do get that vibe based off of the protection. But at the same time, it's not something that I was asking a couple weeks ago when it came to the contact with me and her.
I saw a question
there's
in
just so
here.
much. Yeah.
I don't know if somebody answered it or not. I saw a question earlier. Somebody was asking Melissa, was that the same one with the lawsuit? No, it is not. That is two different Melissas.
Yeah, that Melissa was that Melissa worked in an office next to Winslow's office
Yes.
that could overhear the conversations taking place based off the acoustics in the building. So she could basically, it's almost like when you put your ear up to the door crack and you can hear the conversations. Now, whether people weren't too private about it, or maybe the conversations reached a certain decibel level where it was pretty obvious what somebody was saying. But that's who that Melissa was. This Melissa is the protest leader out there. Two completely different people.
Yes.
I don't know. This is all just craziness. Craziness. And you're seeing somebody that's unhinged, that has nothing to lose. Now, according to what I've been told in the background, is JP is supposed to stay away. He's been advised to stay away from Solid Rock and the protesters over there. He's been advised to stay away. Now, he was also advised multiple times, not to have service after certain things took place in his life. And he would agree to it. And then at the last minute, he would then all of a sudden have the services. One of these examples is when, after Micah passed away, he was urged and he agreed that he would take a 2-week break from doing services. And then that morning and that afternoon, he did 2 of them. So will he listen to what he's being advised of? I don't know. He doesn't have a history of doing so. So it's hard to tell. Shame on Rich. Shame on Rich. I really respected him until this little news clip. Whoa, hold on a second.
Alicia did what?
We're wondering if you would have leaving court today. Let me see. Hold on one second. I just got something from Court TV. Let me see here. Give me one moment. Okay, hold on. I need to take I'm going to just hop off the mic for a few minutes. I'm going to play, give me one second. I'm going to play one of these things that I have set for the show right now. Let me see here. Give me one second. I'm going to play this video. Hold on. Hold on one second. Let's see, how can I... Okay, here, let me do this and we'll go full screen. This is from one of the protesters. Nikki, we're having trouble streaming. Okay. StreamYard's bugging out too. All right, I'm going to play this. This is from Nikki, one of the protesters, Nikki. And this is video of what took place after the assault. Yoli Law, I will see if I can get a referral for an SC civil rights attorney to do a pro bono. Thank you so much, Yoli.
Yes, I just said the same thing.
Please keep me. She's been there from the beginning. We appreciate Yoli so much. She's always been a member of the community, and I really appreciate that, Yoli. Let me know. And if whatever I need to do, pass information, whatever.
Same here.
Just let me know.
However I can help.
Yeah, just let me know. Because they do. They after with what Melissa said before she got off the call and said that he pretty much turned around and doubled down on her, and somebody said that she probably should get an attorney before even going public with what was stated.
Yeah.
And
I know what it was.
I have an idea what it was too, which these are the. I can't even say what I.
And after her, it's gonna be another one and another one. I mean, they're just gonna keep going down the line. So yes, the protesters needs to have an attorney.
I have 2 contacts in South Carolina. My tax guy lives there, and an expert psychiatrist I know lives in South Carolina. And I want to say shout out to Court TV because when it comes to what was being stated about News Nation and how I was saying Court TV is respectful, shout out Court TV.
Yes.
And so if you guys can, I'm going to play this for a few. I have to hop off here for a minute, just for a few. I won't be able to hear or talk on the mic. It'll just be a few moments, but I will be back. And I'm going to play this in the meantime. We got other episodes to get into today. I'm going to be going live most of the day and then take the evening off for the travel tomorrow up to Delphi. So I'm going to play this. I'll be back in a few minutes, and I apologize. I won't be able to hear. Okay, Jeanette, just in case.
Okay.
Here we go. This is from Nikki.
Gina's on live on TikTok. Well, if they do, that's even more reason for us to go after the city of Myrtle Beach.
I'm telling you, it's getting old. I'm sure these videos of what happened today will be put on TikTok later. So y'all know who most of the protesters are. So just keep an eye out for these videos. And if they do not do something today, we need to be discussing why. Yep, absolutely. And we've seen JP get angry with someone else. Holy. Y'all, every one of you needs a bell around your neck. Y'all be sneaking up on us. Good God, here comes 2 more. Well, CCU.
Well, they need them. Somebody needs to make sure they do what they're supposed to
put
do.
him in bracelets. Oh.
But y'all need to make sure that we have every one of their names and numbers for documentation.
CCU. Tech's gonna be big mad at us because they too big at dollars in the lot.
There's nothing they would do.
Right. Sandra, why aren't you talking to the police? Oh.
I'm gonna need about 12 cigarettes and a shot. One or two. Of course he did. I'm gonna. Oh, look at that plane, Nick. It's one of those big palm planes.
Nice.
He's not out. Sidewalk Sisters here was on, and we saw it. Let me tell you, we abided by the speed limit, but we got hit. I didn't. I did 60 through Surfside. Well, one's going to say this.
I didn't abide by the speed limit.
I did not either.
Even in Market
I
County.
allegedly abided by the speed limit. Skills. So, I'm just going to hang out. Here comes the news, yo. Heads up.
Good. Are they they're finally here. It took them long enough.
Is that our 13th?
That's who we called, was Channel 13.
I'm not sure.
Because it needs to be documented.
Well, I mean, it happened on their property, so I don't know if we're going to get kicked off of it or they're going to get released on it. Well, John Price will be able to come back and let me get them off.
Did y'all see CJ's comment? He said y'all will see something on Court TV soon.
JP come running across the road and hit one of the protesters in the hat with his phone. And then took off.
Yes, CJ just said in his message, shout out Court TV for the respectful journalism. He'll be back in a few minutes, y'all.
Do it. The news is across the road.
Yes. It's really easy. Take out your handcuffs.
Thank you, Sally A.
Well, it's actually battery.
Even if they don't keep him.
Right. It's battery is any unwanted touch.
They need to at least act like they care about something.
Who's got free video?
No, Kelly, what you're seeing now is not court TV footage. That's Nikki recording from free court this morning. CJ said we'll be seeing more from court TV soon.
Yeah, Sally.
I'm going to do my best, Sally. The bond was 700 and something. Thank you, Jill. 776.
Why is he smirking?
Kylie, JP was arrested apparently sometime last night, and he had bond hearing this morning. Kylie, I was going to tag you in the post I shared on Facebook, but I didn't know how you were on Facebook, so I couldn't.
Yes, I did. Yes, I did.
Where did the news guy go?
Right there.
Oh. Go tell him to come here.
Oh, thank you, Kylie. You're so sweet. CJ says he's still working in the background. He appreciates all the patience.
Y'all see how the one cop's smirking?
He's more than likely probably talking to court TV.
Allie, can you hear us?
No, he did not pay $70, Priscilla. He had to pay the $746. His bond was $1,000 and something.
Names and their numbers,
and it was cash bond. The charge was $1,000 and something. Cash bond, he had to pay the full.
Taking pictures.
Cash bond, you have to pay the full amount, they were saying.
On their part as well. I don't want to interview.
Do what?
I said, but I don't give interviews.
You might today.
Victoria. Thanks for stopping by.
Oh, JP's watching around the corner.
I know she's freaking out.
You hear me? JP's watching around the corner. He's hiding right there beside the entrance. Sandra, no ma'am.
No, you just go right over here.
You stay right over here with us.
Thank you, Sonia.
He did. I looked up and he's here. I'm like, oh, he's supposed to be at work.
Yeah, he's watching.
Don't matter. Yeah, I'm sure does.
Apparently, they must have been wrong, Priscilla.
She'd be calling a welfare check-in.
I don't know what they said on there, but he had, it was $746, I think. Jill said it earlier in the chat that he had to pay to get out.
Again. This is why we have no faith in the police department.
Good deal.
She's awesome.
Hide and Seek has said that the plane has already been deeded back over to that company that Mark Kaufman opened just in August.
He's
For the
trying to get
plane.
everybody over here. Chloe. Does the news lady want to come here?
I told her. Gina, bring Adriana.
Hey, Tammy. JP walked over across, well, he didn't walk over across the road. He ran over here to one of the protesters and got in her face and said, "What you gonna do?" and hit her hat twice with his cell phone. Melissa, are y'all recording? They can't hear, but one of them need to be recording.
From what we were told this morning, he had to pay the full thing because it was cash.
This is not Sunday, y'all, and we record for safety, just like they
That may be wrong, but that's what was said this morning.
They just all 1, 2, 3, 4 of them just watch them roll out.
And everybody on the live?
Yeah, and all.
It's okay.
Thank you, Kip Kitty.
That's putting it nicely, Tammy. I'm on Facebook.
I'm on. Name's Chloe. We're on this side? On the public side.
Yes, TV is very serious. One time is one time too many.
Hold me to this.
They have a video.
There is video. John Paul came from the back and approached her. From here? Left.
He left around the back and come over here and came in that drive.
And then what happened after
Some
Come
cell
up on her
phones, he
and-
come up on her
And he said, "What you gonna do?" and
Tried to-
tapped her hat twice.
hit. But he doesn't, he's untouchable. When you got the information and the money that he has, he is untouchable.
No, it doesn't look like the police are doing anything except for maybe taking a report, as usual. But News 13's here.
So he went out the back and yelled.
He moved his truck. It's still parked.
Y'all, I apologize.
Yeah,
that is
like
not
he's
from
right
court
behind
this
the
morning.
church.
Well, thank you. I'm gonna call you Biggin. That's your new name. Mountain Man. He's huge.
This appears to be after the altercation yesterday. CJ said we will play the video from after court soon. You're welcome, Kit Kitty. Yes, this is from after the assault. On my end, I can't see the footage and see the comments, so I went in the comment section. When I heard them talking, and I realized it was from after the assault yesterday.
And that's Trisha. Yeah, she's walking towards the back of the church on the other side where the camera guy, where the news guy went.
That's right, Jill. When it's cash, you pay it in full. Thank you, too, for catching that, Michael. Like I said, I can't see it and read the comments on my end.
Where did Gina go? Oh, I see her.
Yes, Kylie, last night was awesome. Very, very needed and bittersweet.
Yes.
No matter where she is, what she's doing, she makes sure it's covered.
I don't think so. No, it doesn't skinny enough.
She's blonde. But this,
No, this is a previous live, Justin. It's not what's going on right now.
Yeah, I don't know who she is.
I don't either. She just pulled in right here, and then Jay Fraser's got to be one of his
Yeah.
attorneys. No idea who this lady is, but she's side eye, and that's for whatever reason.
Oh, that's the young girl's mom. They couldn't talk to her before she got here. Hey, Lori. Some of the protesters were out here, and JP come pulling up around the back of the school where we stand and ran up to Sandra and asked her what she was going to do when he got in her face, and then hit her hat with a cell phone a couple of times, and then turned around and walked off. That's Gina. That's the girl's mom. They couldn't talk to her. Yes, they couldn't talk to her until she got here.
Oh, that sounds true.
I don't know.
You're welcome, CJ, and everybody in chat. That's what we're supposed to do. We're all family. We're a team. We help each other out. Oh, Kylie, you're too sweet. Yeah, CJ says shout out to Court TV for being real, unlike News Nation. Thank you, Busby. That's right, Krista. And they say with the cash bonds, you have to pay the full amount.
Well, thank you guys for being witness. Do what?
Yoli, CJ said if you want to hop up, send him a message and he'll tell you where. Thank you all for being here too, supporting CJ and his channel. He's the best.
She's not going back there where JP is she?
CJ said, thank you for your patience, everybody. CJ said she has to reach out to me. So, Michael, I guess he's talking about Nancy Grace. Oh, thank you, Sally. Y'all were great.
And that's the one that's normally here on Sundays.
You're right, Mythical. He has to be stopped. All the abusers need to be stopped.
She went back. She went around the back where JP's at. Oh, she's coming up the sidewalk right there.
Somebody has to take a stand.
She sent her camera guy around the back.
Michael, CJ said reach out to Nancy and let her know. And he'll need to hear from her.
Melissa said she doesn't think they're going to do anything.
Of course they're not going to do anything.
It's battery is anything more to touch you.
Myrtle Beach has their own rules. Sandra, can you message Jackie and let her know I'm recording? She just tried to call.
Everybody send Allie some hearts. We love you, Allie.
Hey, yes, we protest on Sundays and during the week if needed, if they're out here. Hey, Sonia.
Allie, CJ had to step away for a few. He said he'll be right back. We're waiting on Yoli to come up.
They told me I couldn't get close enough to pick up what was being said on camera.
Thank you, Michael. Did you reach out by email? Or did you have a phone number?
She doesn't think they're going to do anything.
Miss Vivian, I'm not sure. I guess if they willingly give it, it should be okay, but I couldn't answer that. Yoli may be able to. Shout out to our new member, Rachel. Thank you, Rachel, for coming in. We love you, Allie.
He just come out of there. He's in the back. Yeah. Yeah, he pulled his truck around and pulled up to the back. News 13's back there. I always stay out of trouble.
Oh, thank you, Allie.
You in trouble.
Miss Vivian, CJ had to step away for a few. He'll be back in a little bit. He's playing the footage from after the assault yesterday. Kylie said she gave him consent, so it's legal. That's what I thought.
Is the news still back there? Yeah.
Hey.
Oh, Jackie's here. She just called.
Hello.
Yoli's in the house.
Yes, I'm here.
For real? That's what somebody, yeah, she does not even have a hat on. It's camouflage. It's not her fault.
I'm here.
Oh, hi.
I was waiting on them to finish talking because I heard in the
Over
background.
there, we don't know. Over here, we do know. Okay, yeah. Unrelated issues. No, it is.
Shout out to Rachel. $20 gift.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is scary, you guys.
Yeah.
It is. It is.
Yes, I agree. We do need more men like CJ.
It's too bad CJ's not there now.
Yeah. If I wasn't almost 2 hours away, I would have been there.
Sunset gazing. Yes, he did say that. That was Jay. CJ is awesome. Can we petition for him to move here and just?
Yes. Yes. Since there's supposedly a petition to keep him away from the protests, we just gonna take up a collection and move him here.
Exactly.
He can come camp out at my house, then he'll only have a little over an hour and a half drive.
There you go.
In case y'all don't know, that's Allie up on the panel with us. Y'all all ought to know her sweet voice by now.
Yeah.
And we have Yoli.
Uh-huh. I know Allie, yeah. I mean, she may not know me, but I mean, I know of her.
I know.
Allie's,
Yeah, I know of her.
Allie and Melissa's my baby girls.
That's why we love you.
Love y'all.
I had planned to take the day off from work because of the Kohlberger hearing, but then that was just a nothing burger. So I started to work again, and so I might get interrupted, but hopefully I won't.
Yep, Busby, we're gonna pack him up and make him move. We're gonna kidnap him. Yeah, I said that on a live. We're kidnapping CJ.
Yeah,
and Sonya already said pass the offering plate.
Back over here.
Oh, everybody's saying hey. Hey, everybody.
Hi, everybody.
Why is it 100 freaking degrees?
Yes, okay. She's right there. Okay, great. The other side of the room. Yeah. Always.
Oh, Norma's offered one of her houses.
Oh, that's so sweet.
CJ really does need to have a good place to stay when he comes here.
He does.
He needs to be safer and more comfortable. But he is just that humble.
He's amazing.
He is.
The fuse is getting shorter, that's for sure. You're right. Hide and seek. He is becoming unhinged.
And we don't know what this. I mean,
We should have called Mr. Bryan out here. I'm on live. You're standing in front of it.
I'm so sorry.
No, I didn't know if you wanted to be on there or not.
No, she can leave it. It's okay. Let me find Mr. Bryan.
I mean, you're on there, but
Mr. Bryan's gonna be not happy because he adores Sandra.
Sonya, Sandra, and Melissa were the ones there
told me he'll bail me out.
from our group yesterday when it happened. And then they called all their...
No, we're not sorry for all the noise.
Okay,
They called all their backup.
Officer, I don't know if you have rank.
I'll tell you how to mute that after I stop recording.
Still working it, and I gotta get everything to go.
Man, this is going like that.
Do what?
They're not doing squat. Hey, Mr. Bryan, it's Alicia. We're at the church.
They don't do squat. They are.
We're gonna have faith in the Myrtle Beach Police Department. Okay. I'll pretend to have faith in the police department.
Allie, do you know if...
They told me not to get close enough to record it.
do you know if anybody got the footage of the young girl that was there talking to Melissa and them yesterday?
Is Mr. Bryan coming?
I'll put my shoes on now.
Okay.
I knew he would.
I know. He just told me the other day he had plenty of bail money if I got in trouble. Oh no, we need to sit down and talk about filing a report against the city.
We do.
They said they were clapping their hands. They said maybe he's finally going down.
No, no such luck.
CJ said just a few more.
If you don't want to, then I'll come with you. I'll stay with you.
Where are you going?
To talk to the
I'm just gonna watch him.
Oh, okay.
Do they want me now? Are they done with me?
Camera guy's back there. I guess he's wasting time because they're not gonna do anything to him. It's John Paul. He got all the money.
Yeah, so if she wants us on camera or she just wants to stay?
No, I'm big mad at him now. It's disappointing.
It is.
I know. Stay cool. Let Mr. Brian do this.
Mr. Brian better come on.
Yep.
Yes, Kylie, we're trying to work on that. Trying to find one to do it pro bono.
Do us right. Because we're going to protest them next.
Mr. Brian's on his way.
Do what? We need to be seeing them anyway.
He knows he can get it.
I told him before we're not gonna be allowed in this process.
It's okay. No, he did not commit suicide.
Miss Norma, that would be awesome.
That's the ones that rode by
That's hilarious.
and was clapping their hands.
No such luck, honey. No such luck.
No, I don't want him to commit suicide. I can't go that far.
No.
I'm using this to check because my battery died, and she says,
Oh, my battery's dying too.
look at Trisha people.
Yeah.
I'm not-
Kylie, I can train you well.
Thank you.
I do not even do the speech to text, talk to text. It don't pick me up.
Hold on, I'm confused. Okay.
Love you, Allie. Have fun.
Bye, Ellie.
Matthew, I plan to find that out myself, somewhere that's closer to the area from where we normally go a couple times a year. And I'll try to let you know, because I'm sure the locals around there can tell us better.
It
I
was
know.
just a tap on
They
the
were
hat,
they were
though, like-
disappointed. I was like, no, I can't go that far.
Anybody got water in their car?
Today.
I left my drink sitting at home. When I saw what happened, I'm like, let's go.
She recorded it. I was like,
I did. I recorded at the
What
right
did you
time
record?
what was going on, and I.
You're welcome, Matthew. We plan on trying to stay also. Good, Charity. Glad you received them. Thank you for the $10 donation.
yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
We all love you too.
I did not make
Yeah,
that
ask him to see what's on his phone because you'll see his phone.
Dear Kitty
screen
Kitty
all up
is
in
not
your face.
fighting words.
Yeah, I never said fighting.
Is Alicia leaving? She did not tell me she was leaving.
She didn't say she was leaving.
Maybe that news thing. Maybe not.
All right, guys, my phone's dying.
Mine did die.
What, Mom?
I'll keep you posted.
I haven't heard back yet if she's done the protective order or not, or if they would even grant it. I've been on here most all day between watching that and then went straight to CJ. So I will do my best to try to find out.
Okay. Thank you all for your patience. I appreciate it. I know that took a little bit. So here is the video, and thank you, Yoli, and thank you, Allie, for hopping up. And thank you, Yoli, for being up here too, and thank you, Jonette, for holding everything down.
Of course.
Let me do some contribution call outs real quick. I want to say Kathy D, contribution call out, member for 3 months. So proud of the protesters in this community for sticking together so closely. Yeah. Thank you so much for the membership and the kind words. Rochelle Everson, I read your message in chat, and I would know from now on it's Rochelle. So thank you so much, and thank you for being a member. Also, Rochelle again with the $20 super chat. Thanks for your hard work and dedication to help DV victims and survivors. I'm one of them, and we need more men like you in the world. Much love and respect. Thank you so much for the kind words and the support too. Ever since you started showing up in the community, you've been very supportive, and it really does mean everything, not only to me, but everybody else in this community. Charity with the $10 super chat. CJ, I received my Micah Ducks. God bless you. God bless you, Charity, and everyone who works so hard to keep getting the word spread to stop this evilness. I love each and every one in this community. God bless you, and God bless you too. You are also a tremendous member of the community, and it really means everything, not just to me, but everybody here in our community. Thank you so much. All right, we are going to get into the video from outside the courthouse. We're going to check it out. I want to say shout out to Nikki too. Thank you for this. And here is Nikki. She actually took the video from what we just seen of everything going down after the assault. And oh, no, get back here, baby. And we're going to see, this is her again. Shout out, Nikki. Appreciate you so much. This is her again with the court, the video of after the court hearing.
Muscle law. Yes, for months now, the city of Myrtle Beach, City of Myrtle Beach Police Department has allowed this group to call themselves protesters. They've allowed them to stalk and harass John Paul Miller, pastor of Solomon Church. They're set up every Sunday and other days. The elderly ladies have their ladies' night. They show up in them as well. They show up to hold up signs and scream and speak in horns and gather the glass to the point where they basically killed the church. The church is done. The church is closed down. They've been in the process of emptying furniture and things and hauling things off. The church and the school are closed at this point. John Paul Miller and others that work for him, friends of his, were there yesterday to continue that move process. And apparently one of these stalkers, harassers, found out that he was there and notified others. They showed up and began harassing him. The video that I shared with each one of you arrest one of them. They claimed that his cell phone touched the bill of lading. They called the police and claimed that was assault. And shockingly, the city of Myrtle Beach police made an arrest on a claim that a cell phone touched the rim of a hat. The warrant itself says that there's no video evidence of him touching her, but because she made the claim, apparently they got the warrant anyway. Somebody's got to help John Paul Miller and members of this church stop these people from harassing and stalking them the way they do. He can't go anywhere. He can't go to lunch without someone following him there. What happens is a lot of these people take videos of him and then upload them and send them to these YouTubers and TikTokers and then spread the information all over the
Wow.
So it's become literally impossible for John Paul Miller and others around him to live in peace. And honestly, I have to blame the city of Myrtle Beach, the police department. We begged them for help. We begged them over and over to do something about the harassment, and they refused to do so. So here we are. Obviously, the judge granted John Paul bond here. Clearly, the judge denied the victim's request for a restraining order. That's awfully telling. I'm sorry, for a no contact order. That's awfully telling. You can read into that what you wish. But we will request a jury trial, which we do in every case. From a speeding ticket to a murder charge, I'll request a jury trial. That's my standard operating procedure. That's exactly what we'll do in this case. So the court date of December the 10th that was set by the court is his bench trial date. We will not have court on that day. It will be sometime in the future, probably months, 5-6 months from now, on the jury trial. The bigger story is not this assault charge. This is simple, easily handleable, and I'm willing to wager that it will be found not guilty or dismissed eventually. The bigger problem is that this group of people won't leave them alone. They will not. They're driving. They've driven the church to death, and they're trying to drive him to death. And it's they will not. They're driving. They've driven the church to death, and they're trying to drive him to death. And it's begging the city for help. They won't do anything for him. He has nowhere to turn.
But if you think those accusations of assaulting and harassment, what do you plan to do to help your client? What do you hope to do to address this?
We've been requesting restraining orders on multiple people that have harassed and stalked him. We've had some granted, some are waiting to be scheduled and served. Some new ones are getting ready to be filed and served. That's all we can do. It's crazy that that's all we can do. That is all we can do. There's nothing else that can be done. I can sue everybody and serve them with that. That's clearly not going to stop them from doing what they're doing. They're hell-bent on harassing and stalking John Paul Miller. Unfortunately, the only thing that he could probably do is to hide, which is a terrible thing for a lawyer to tell his client. Because the only thing you can do is hide from these people. But if the police aren't going to help you, the police wouldn't help you in this situation.
They didn't help
you
my
wouldn't
family,
have
though.
much of a choice but to hide. So it's very unfortunate. Again,
That is exactly what Micah dealt with for years.
For months to stop this, or at least to do something about it, and they've done nothing. They've only encouraged and emboldened these people to continue to harass them.
You mentioned in the court that he's never been arrested before, but there are charges in the back of the United
Anything that was back then has been expunged, so this will be his first arrest on that.
So have you learned anything more about the FBI search?
Can't comment on the FBI. I can tell you that that search was anticipated. It was reported by the stalkers and harassers as a raid. It was anticipated. We expected that search after cooperating with the FBI for quite a long time.
Do you know what's up with the Living Waters ministry that you filed for?
As the church shuts down, the rules require that you just can't shut down a charitable organization without having another organization to be the administrator of that. It's not the opening of a new church. They all think it is. And that's been the big thing among the stalkers and harassers. That if there's a new church and this is the name, that's not the case. Some name has to be given to the Secretary of State to actually do that, to shift the nonprofit to another holding, basically just a holding spot for now, because something has to be done. You can't just shut it down because it has assets, it has ongoing concerns, and that's where that is.
So I know this is probably a stupid question. So I know that the Market Common location of Solid Rock is shutting down, the school is shutting down. How about isn't there a soccer state location or? So moving forward, is your Megan and your friends too high? Is there anything left that needs to be taken out of the church? Is there any more?
Unfortunately, my advice is high. I don't know anything else you can do at this point. Again, if you feel like you're victimized and you call the police over and over and the police refuse to do anything for you, what can you do?
Anything else you'd like to address that you've seen? Obviously, the national attention that your client has gained. Anything you'd like to address or your message to the community regarding this entire situation?
Yeah, this is a Myrtle Beach resident, Myrtle Beach Church. These people that don't live in the city of Myrtle Beach come here every day to try and find him in class. It's a shame. I wish they would leave him alone. They won't. So I don't know what to do. Clearly, there are court processes. Y'all know we settled a long time ago. The family was deceased wife. That's y'all. That's almost all of that is finished and over. As soon as the FBI finishes what they're doing, it's all clear to go. I don't know when they're going to stop. I don't know if the church closing and him moving on with his life is going to have them move on with their lives or not. They don't seem like the kind of people that are just going to stop for some reason. They're relentless in their harassment and stalking.
Do you know what the future holds for the land that the church is on and the land that they bought last year?
Well, I know that based on what these people have done to JP in this church, it is impossible for him to operate a church on that corner. So I know that. I don't know what that means. Does that mean the church gets sold and torn out and an apartment complex goes there? I have no idea. But I know that church will no longer be held in that corner of the world. I know that the city of Myrtle Beach will be glad because they're tired of having to deal with this on a weekly basis. You go down there and police and barricades and all that. So I'm sure they will be glad once it's moved, closed down is complete and all things are moved out. And we'll no longer be there to protest, hopefully. Again, if they decide to show up every week and protest a brick building, I guess that's their first thing.
So when you say you blame the city of Myrtle Beach and Myrtle Beach Police Department, you don't consider them protesters or their right to protest?
Everybody has a right to protest. They don't have a right to protest the way they have. Honestly, it's been harassing. It's not been a peaceful, normal, peaceful First Amendment protest. Clearly, we've had situations where a man dressed as Jesus ran up on my client in the street as he was trying to go talk to a police officer. The city of Myrtle Beach refused to get a warrant for that man. Again, the city of Myrtle Beach Police Department has made a decision not to help John Paul Miller in any way. They have not helped him in any way, and they won't help him in any way. I don't file police reports. You call the police. My client has, and many church members have. Many church members have called the police and told that he was harassed, told them that they were harassed, and the police refused. Many times. I would say dozens.
Is there anything else you'd like to add?
No, I appreciate y'all being here.
Thank you so much.
And if anybody, y'all know, almost all of y'all, or many of you text me and ask things from time to time, and I say no comment a lot, because that's what I'm supposed to do. If the FBI's involved in something, I'm not supposed to comment. So it's not because I don't want to say something, it's because I'm not supposed to. So
this, I have to say something about this.
Can you send me that video again? For some reason it has not been that. So you're probably. Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
Shout out to Nikki.
Melissa,
Yes.
he's still worried about the city helping John Paul, but nobody helped Micah. The city didn't help Micah when she needed help.
We'd love to know you guys saw your
Ask Melissa if she wants to speak to them. They're asking if anyone wants to speak to them.
No, thank you, Dan.
Me too. Don't be volunteering.
Is there anything just beyond what we said in the phone that you'd like for us to include or like to say? Anything that you didn't say that you really want to stress?
I just, this is my community. This is my community, where I was raised. I went to school right over there. This is where, oh yeah, you can record. Yeah, for sure. You can record. Can I put a mic on you? A microphone? Oh yeah, yes. Sandra, he said that the city don't want to protect John Paul. They don't want to protect Micah.
They never protected Micah.
I think, yes.
Sandra, everybody says they're proud of you. I don't know. I can't hear anything over the traffic.
Would you like to take your sunglasses off? Oh, just because we get a reflection of it.
Did Google it?
Sorry, this is all the things that we have to do before.
My Facebook, my TikTok's private, so I can't share it.
I'm so out of my element. I used to have one of those director things with movies. I wish that'd be so much easier.
Would you mind moving a little bit this way because the lighting is all I'll make you look good.
Thank you. Hold on, I'm gonna turn this way. Someone come stand here.
We're not live, so don't worry, okay?
You messed up, you can start again.
Just for the record, please state and spell your name for us.
Okay. My name is Sandra Caron. It's SandраCaron. I am one of the protesters. I come out every Sunday. I've been coming out for a few weeks.
Okay, let them send them.
Is when I started. And
I am not scared of a cease and desist or a restraining order.
out there. I lived a Navy life for 15 years, and
That's a waste of paper.
living here for 20 years, but my family is still here, and so I came back often. Now that I moved back, just a few months after I moved back, this thing happens, and as a community member, I had seen something a couple weeks prior to them discovering Micah on one of the local dating groups, and so I knew a little bit about her, enough to recognize his name when I heard it on the news. And as soon as I heard it, I said, something's not right. Something's not right here. So I immediately started following from there. Came out after seeing a couple of the protests. I came out myself to protest, and I've been every Sunday since. I am a concerned community member because it's Micah Francis. Her life mattered. Her calls for help, they mattered. Her no mattered. Her walk away mattered.
And it doesn't seem like it did in her life. And so for me, as a mother to 4 daughters, I have had some dating things, and in my parenting, it's not okay. It's not okay. And when a woman sets a clear boundary and says you're in my personal space, the response isn't to threaten her further. That's not okay. You're not allowed to touch me. Period. Since all of this happened with Micah, other things have come out. Things that I didn't know about in my absence, things that happened with Miller and the college. And this is my community. My family is deep-seated in the churches in the state of South Carolina and in the country towns. This is my community. I'm mad and I'm protesting until we get justice, not just for Michael Francis. The FBI investigating is a knock on the door, and we appreciate it. But I'm here for justice for all of the victims, and this is not going to happen in my community. I'm not going to try to get my child into a summer camp at a church that has what inside? I begged them to take my child last summer, and they wouldn't make a place for them. They couldn't make a place for them. Thank God.
You mentioned at a point that you were scared of John Paul Miller. Can you elaborate on that, please?
As far as in that moment, when what you don't see in the video that he presented to the judge today is the beginning part where we are across the street and I turn around and see him behind what I thought was protesters' cars, and I later found out those are college employees' cars and not theirs who were there. There was not a group of us at that time. There were 3 of us. The group came after they witnessed the assault. So when I approached, I saw him. I said, "What are you doing? What are you doing?" As I'm coming across the street, he starts to jog away. I start jogging as well. I did say, "Here, kitty, kitty." And when he turned around, he laughed, and I saw the laugh leave his face, and it changed. And you see when I stop, and I put my hands behind my back as he gets up to me. He's this close to me, and he says, "You called me." And I said, "You're in, okay, but you're in." And he says, "What are you going to do about it? What are you going to do? What are you going to do?" Twice. I realized in that moment I had spoken with law enforcement officers and knew that I could have defended myself because I was afraid for my safety. But because of who John Paul is, I wasn't sure anybody was recording it that could see it, and I was afraid that I was going to get in trouble for defending myself because of who John Paul Miller is, because of history, because that's what history is. People who are victims of John Paul
Blush is not included.
for being victims of John Paul. There's no justice for the victims of John Paul. You don't get to touch me.
So for people that see the video and it shows him come up to you and you say you don't get to touch me, you assaulted me.
Yeah.
He starts walking away and you're going after him. So for people that see the video and then hear the claims of you saying that you were afraid of him, but then you're going after him, how can you kind of explain that?
I was angry, and I also was aware that at that very moment, when I was between the 2 cars, the car to my left was running, and there was someone inside of it. And so I felt emboldened by that between the 2 cars. I was not comforted by that. As I'm walking behind him, I observed the 2 men on the Tommy lift in the storage truck that are recording. And so I still
I don't know how to undo that.
You don't get, and he was telling me, she's crazy. Do you see she's crazy? And that's when you hear me say, "No, you know you touched me. You don't touch me." So they were recording, but later when asked for their videos, they, after speaking with John Paul for a couple minutes, we got our turn to talk to them, and they said we didn't need that footage. So we don't have that And the officers did not get a statement from the witness that was in the blue car because they told me, we don't need it. We have the video and a picture is worth 1,000 words, so we don't need her statement. And I let her go because I was trying to stop her. And then later they told me the video might not be enough.
So how do you feel about being granted that protection order today?
It's not right because he did approach me. And even though what Russell Long showed was a clip that he thought benefited his client, it showed enough. It showed enough. He came into my house, I stopped and waited. He ran on me. I did not let him. He approached me. He contacted me. There didn't need to be a contact, no contact order. That's Martina. I have 100 questions I could have asked that man if I had been given a chance to speak and not been just completely taken aback by the way he approached me at the church. But I didn't even get a chance. When you called me back, I did call you back. I have 100 questions, but I didn't get an opportunity to ask them. I didn't approach him to do anything. If I wanted to, I could have kept running and met him halfway. But that wasn't my intention. And when I realized what his intention was, my hands went immediately behind my back. He should have walked away.
What do you think his intention was in that moment?
Intimidation, fear. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? I said, you're in my space. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do about it, Catherine? And yeah, I think intimidation and fear and indignation and anger. You got a little bit of intimidation and fear. I mean that. And I know my rights, and you don't get to touch me. And I am proud of myself because what I was telling the people after that is in my life I haven't been an advocate for myself. Where I get out here and I fight, why can't I? In my life I have never been able to do that for me. And I did, and I tried it that day. And it didn't matter, but I stood up in a way that normally my reaction is freeze and just wait.
Thank you.
Wait for it to happen. But I stood right there.
What time did this happen? Yesterday afternoon.
So I was in the car right away. Yeah, we had only been there. I had only been there about 30 minutes, and he had left before I arrived. So he had already been gone. He did leave and come back. And when he came back, he didn't come to the church, which was his property, and like they said, his right to do so. I don't own his property. He came over to the college campus, which is public, and he stood there to record me. I was well within my right to approach him and ask him, what do you need? Do you need something? I called him. Yes, I did. Here, kitty, kitty. And he came back. And he said you called. But I didn't get an opportunity to tell him why. So.
What are you hoping happens at his next court date in December?
Maximum. Whatever the maximum sentence is for me is what I would happen. I hope he gives the maximum sentence. I hope the judge and the jury, if that's what the way that this goes, uses their discernment.
Protect the border.
It's real big.
Russell Long, he didn't care that Micah didn't have protection from the city.
Yeah, I'm not trying to harass him at all. I'm truly a protester, and I'm a local.
There was no protection from Micah when she was alive in the city. All the times that she called the police, there was no protection for her. But he expects from the man some protection for JB. It's not fair.
I don't want to be going in the back of
Thank you.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Oh, I'm taking it.
Thank you so much.
And my kid, just so you know, my kid
Like,
will
reaching your clothes.
a whole bunch of y'all standing all together. So if you're not there, we're gonna go with the majority. Y'all better. the
Everyone's
majority
saying
better
how
be
proud they
fair.
are.
Thank y'all.
But you did great.
Thank you.
Johnette says, Sandra, you are my hero.
Thank y'all. I'm so self-conscious about all this news stuff. I wish they would just do audio.
But you did great.
He's looking at us. Yeah, he made it a point of standing behind them.
No.
There's all 3 news stations here.
I guess there's other.
No, News Nation will show it. We got Local News, TF, and 50 out here, and Sunday. Yeah.
What's this other? He's coming out. JP's coming out. I guess Martina had to come get him.
Do what, honey?
I said, I guess Martina had to come get him.
Yep. Bet my balls and shake on it.
JP's coming out. Are you gonna record it?
Absolutely not. Nikki's got it going.
No. Huh? Do what?
I told her you were recording.
Am I recording him coming out?
I would.
Oh, okay.
I can't. I don't have TikTok live.
But be prepared, because remember Russell Long said that's all we do is stalk JP and record.
We're not stalking. We're not stalking. We're here.
I'm not stalking.
I'm supposed to bring them out this way.
I wish I could mute this so they could hear them but not hear me.
I don't know how that works. I don't even have that thing. And I couldn't share it with Misty because
No, I have it private. Yeah, Sandra did great.
whispering and say JP's coming out. JP's coming out.
What are you?
He's coming in here
Now?
to interview. That's what they said.
Oh.
All these ladies are standing right here.
No, it's not. Yeah, he's waiting on JP to come out. Oh, Sandra. Soaring Owl said you might have inspired other victims to come forward. You did amazing.
She sure did.
Please let them waste a piece of paper on me.
And make sure they spell it correctly.
Like I need Russell Long to take a grammar class, learn how to spell, and then waste a piece of paper on me.
I forgot what I was saying. I saw him and it made me lose my train of thought.
What?
I'm trying to think what I was going to say. I saw Russell Long and lost my words again. Why is he still talking to me? Yes, he's going to make me look like crap.
The fact that I even had to speak to law enforcement before this happened, and so that I've had to talk to law enforcement about what my legal rights are to defend myself when these people put their hands on me. I've already had that conversation because it's already happened before. You don't get to touch people. I shouldn't have even had to have that conversation, but I did. And so I had that thought in my head while I stood there and watched him charging at me and thought, you don't know. I didn't want to turn my head and look behind me. You don't know if anybody's recording. Just brace yourself.
Why in the hell is it so hot out here?
Because they said it's going to be so muggy all day today, and it is. But this shirt's got open shoulders, and I was going to court, so I didn't want them to see my shoulder. I don't have any dressy clothes like that.
You're welcome, guys. John, it said, Sandra, stop. Do not let them take space up in your head.
What's the baby about? I know you're still trying to tear people's faces off. I do not want faces. Oh, let's see. Look at get that round.
What time is it?
10:24.
What is it?
10:24.
Oh, I've got to go. I've got to go get the grandbaby. 11. All the way on the other side. It's going to take me a good 20 minutes with traffic. I'm about to go too. I've got to get the grandbaby.
Out here when he comes out.
All right, guys, I've got to shut it down. I've got to go get my grandbaby.
Tell him it's a friend request me, and then I could do it live. But I don't.
Jackie said to friend request her, and she can go live. You want to comment in there so that they can? You want to comment in there? Yes, one of the protesters. Did you comment? Oh, there she is, guys.
No, I don't have kitty biscuits. They're coming through one by one.
How many do you need?
I don't even know. I only have like 5. I don't know how much like.
Janet says she requested.
Yeah, I just accepted her.
Oh, you have a private account? Oh, you need to keep it private if you can. Or unless you just want to open it up to go live.
How do I do that on here? Edit profile.
Just go to settings up top. But make sure you go back private after you get off the live. Okay, you should be able to go. All right, see if you can go live now. You've got 544. You got it? All right, guys. She's
Everything says allowed. Why does it tell me to open my settings? For my microphone. Where would my microphone thing be?
Jackie's gonna go live. I've got to go, but she's trying to get her mic on. Can you help her?
To turn my mic on.
We're at the Myrtle Beach courthouse. She's trying to get it up, Johnette.
Okay. It should be working.
Is Alicia leaving too? I don't know. Okay, guys, she's got hers up. I've got to go. Thank y'all. All right, Jackie.
Wow. Wow. And it's crazy when you hear Rich on News Nation self-admittedly taunting.
Yeah, I don't. That's not. I don't know what to say about that. That's terrible.
Yeah, you hear her story. Where was taunting in that?
Yeah, and he was far away. He didn't have to come charging at her.
Well, you could hear Russell Long kind of getting loud there towards the end of the recording, talking to somebody.
Well, you know, I mean, it's frustrating. Very frustrating because the News Nation has, ever since the Kohlberger case, has been not credible, in my opinion.
Yeah, you're right. Ever since because before then, I only trusted. I better be careful how many times I say it. I only trusted NN. And that was it when it came to the mainstream media and court TV, obviously. But NN was a big one that I went to. And hold on one second. I don't even know who that is. And after the Kohlberger stuff, they had twisted and manipulated so much information where if you didn't do your own homework, you would think dude was stalking and creeping and all this other stuff, even though there's no evidence to back that up. And it's real disturbing because it's one thing if, not that it's right, but let's be honest. If somebody's behind bars, it's easy. You know, somebody's behind bars, we all don't really truly know. And so if you want to spin some kind of narrative, I guess you could expect that from MSM. But when they spin this narrative that they spinned earlier, and this person is a victim already, they just got victimized, right? They just got victimized, and we're going to twist somebody's conversation. It was like he was like when Melissa was talking to us earlier on the phone call. It's like he was trying to bait her to agree to using that word, and she didn't take the bait, and he just used it anyway. What a prick.
Well, yeah. I mean, you know, I think what people are going to say is that because she followed him, but it triggered her. I mean, having somebody run up to you like that, I mean, that was intimidation. No, it was intimidation, no doubt. I mean, if somebody I swear, if somebody ran up to me like that, I'd probably hit him. And she didn't. She didn't.
I know. That's why I was saying, I feel like he intentionally did that so that they would kick or hit, and then he could try and do whatever, you know, he was going to try and do from it. It was almost like,
and
he was trying to bait him, and it didn't work. We're too smart for that. You know?
She didn't hit him. Let me tell you, I would have, if he came charging at me like that,
Yeah, because I mean, even like seriously, think about it. With him tapping her on the hat, she
Yeah.
did have every right to retaliate, and she didn't even do it, even though she had the right to.
And
Because
that's where people need to put themselves in the situation of Sandra. Because think about it, if somebody came charging at you, what would you do?
Right.
right,
What
right.
would you do? I honestly would have punched him. I would have told him to get the F out of my face.
Well, I can guarantee you, if that was Rich's sister, he wouldn't have said that.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, and it was a trigger response. I mean, he was intentionally trying to trigger her so she could hit him, or she could do something to him, and then he's gonna say, "Oh my God, look what they're doing to me." Yeah, you charged right up at her, didn't you?
Oh, he ran.
I
Like,
mean, he charged. It was like maybe I would have ran. If I saw him charging toward me, I probably would have ran.
there's some people in chat that said that they would clam up and hide like a
Yeah,
show.
I mean,
Yeah, because it puts that fear in them.
yeah.
They're not healed enough, and even people that haven't been traumatized, like a lot of the victims have, still can't tolerate that.
Yeah,
They have a fear.
Trust me, Brooke, we have from the very beginning. I was getting snippiness and negative energy towards me because I was standing up for Sandra in live chats today. That people were saying that she was antagonizing
No.
JP and this and that, and I listen, I don't care about the BS negativity, that because I can take it. And it didn't matter. These people have a humongous, crazy ass, large community, and it didn't matter to me. You know why? And I knew I was in the right defending Sandra and
Yeah.
anybody else out there and I even said in the chat, I even brought up the Plastic Jesus situation and why he didn't get arrested then, and there's the difference. It wasn't a Plastic Jesus situation where Plastic Jesus ran at JP and initiated contact first. That wasn't the situation. The situation is that that JP initiated contact with Sandra and ran at Sandra. It's completely flip-flop around. That's why JP got arrested this time, and he didn't get arrested before, because when it happened right in front of the cop already knew that Plastic Jesus initiated the contact because he saw it right in front of his face. That's why nothing happened. Even though the crafty edit, from their little point of view, wanted to show you like he was some victim and martyr, when no, he's the one that initiated the contact. The cop in the vehicle saw it. That's why nothing happened. And for
Yep.
people to compare Sandra's situation to Plastic Jesus' situation, they are completely different. JP ran at Sandra. JP initiated the contact with Sandra. That's why JP got arrested. Sandra was already a victim when that situation took place. She's already another victim because she had to go to court to face it. Okay, that's traumatic already there. And then when she's walking out of the courtroom, there's other people, even before she comes out of there, saying that she's an antagonist. No, you're not going to do that.
No, he ran at her.
No, you're not going to.
No.
You're not going to make her another. She's already gone through enough.
Yeah.
Already. You don't need to pile on. And if you pile on, shame on you.
And it's this time that people like JP Miller will lose it, because they're losing control, and they're gonna unravel.
He has nothing to lose, Yola. He has
I
nothing.
know he's and that's what I'm saying. Just be careful. It might be wise to,
Like somebody said, stay in groups of 3.
be careful.
And always record and don't fall for the distractions, and don't put yourself in tight corners.
Right. Just be careful, because this is going to get ugly before it gets better.
I'll be back soon.
Yeah.
Trust me.
Oh yeah.
Trust me.
And I'll get in contact with somebody from South Carolina. I think I have a couple of leads.
Thank you.
If they could do it pro bono. But see, here's what's going to happen. And if JP is going to take it to trial, they're going to assign a prosecutor to the case. And that
December
prosecutor,
10th.
yeah, that prosecutor is going to be talking to Sandra. So the prosecutor should be on Sandra's side. But that's separate and apart from having an attorney to advise the protesters. You know?
Priscilla, like, no, this is not the same as what Jay did with JP.
No, this is completely
I'm
different.
I'm not trying to be rude to you, but no, it is not. Yes, they were across the street at the church because the barricades were not there. JP had left and came back and parked beside the college and snuck up over in that parking lot, recording them. With the things that he has been accused of doing, and the FBI just raided his house, that's a trigger warning. So they were within their rights to go back across the street to ask him what he was doing, and he took off running. So yes, Sandra and them went running. Sandra stopped in between the cars.
She didn't even run.
Yeah, you're right. She stopped in between the cars. He turned around and sprinted at her while she was standing still. No, this is not the same as Jay. JP did nothing wrong, bad as I hate to say it. JP was going out to an officer in the street, which he had every right to do. Jay crossed the street and went to JP.
He ran into JP.
Yes, he did.
He ran into JP. That's why JP didn't get arrested. And they didn't. Listen, I've known for a long time that plastic figure Jesus has been trying to get arrested to look like a martyr. Okay.
Oh yeah, I already heard.
It's already. Trust me.
I already heard one of them saying, "Y'all need to leave Jay alone. Y'all don't know what his goal is. He wants to prove a point to Myrtle Beach Police."
Please.
Okay. Well, don't use Micah's calls for that.
There is
Get your own calls to do it.
We're the ones making a point to Myrtle Beach Police. That's why they watch us. That's why we're on court TV. That's why people take us seriously. There's a difference. Okay.
Exactly.
There's a difference.
Yeah.
Go listen to all the stuff he claims about me, and please, it's nothing but lies and manipulations. I'm tired of hearing it. I really am. The antics are just, it's so immature. And it's not even godly like. You're walking around in clothes and you're not even doing what Jesus would do. It's a bad representation of the word of God.
Priscilla did say she hadn't seen the whole video. She was asking to explain and replay the video.
Oh, the video.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that, Priscilla.
Yeah, and then people are going to see this News Nation piece and they're going to run with it. That's the problem with mainstream media.
Right.
Is that they're going to run with it, and then you're going to have to be telling people, you know, they're going to be saying, "Oh, well, she admitted she was taunting him." Well, you know what? Even if she wasn't, but even if she was, that doesn't give the right for somebody to come charge it at you. You can't. I mean, look, I saw this piece on JLR. This is another woman that I've been covering, Nikki McCain. She's missing, and she went missing 2 weeks before she was to testify against her husband for domestic violence. She's missing. And so this is on Indian Native American land, and they're having trouble searching, whatever. But JLR was over there, and he got in front of the attorney's face, the attorney that was representing the husband, and he got in his face, and JLR was taunting him actually, because JLR got in the attorney's face and was saying all kinds of stuff, and the attorney didn't do anything. You don't, just because somebody is talking to you or saying things to you doesn't give you the right to run up against them. It's not lethal force. What she was saying is what she was saying is, "Here, kitty, kitty." That's not lethal force. Okay. Be a big man, JP. Be a big man. Don't go running and charging at women just because they call you a name. I mean, that's the issue here. And if you put yourself in Sandra's position, like I'm putting myself in Sandra's position right now, I swear to God, I either would have punched him if I didn't have time to run. I would have punched him. I would have done something. And she did nothing. She did nothing. And then when he
was so
walked, she
strong.
started following him because she was triggered. She was angry at that point.
She was so strong in so many ways. And it's
This is happening way too much with this domestic violence cases, that they're getting away with it. And it's time that, it shouldn't be that way. I mean, the protests and everybody, doing what they're doing has brought light to this. And that's what you need. You need to put light to this because this is a serious thing. I mean, these ladies are mothers. They have kids, I mean, it's and Micah, and they both, in this other case, this Nikki McCain case, they both had communities. Like one, Nikki McCain was in the Native American community, and Micah was in the church community. They had communities, and people need to keep their eyes open, because if they're just turning their eyes to this type of abuse and actually covering it up or encouraging it or denying it, that's one of the bigger problems with this whole issue.
Yeah, it is. It is. And, when it comes to everything that she went through already, and then like like you were saying too, when it comes to the huge platform, it just promotes that agenda even more.
It does.
And I want to say shout out to the team, because we've all been working together since I woke up to defend Sandra, and we will continue to defend Sandra.
Right.
Period.
Yeah. And so people who get triggered, they need to stay away. Like, that's why Jesus, or plastic Jesus, or whatever you call him.
Yeah, fake Jesus.
Yeah, that's why when he's pointing fingers and doing things like that, it triggers people. And I mean, it's so sad. And yes, there is a lot of domestic violence on tribal lands, and there is a law for the FBI to get involved in tribal lands under that civil rights statute, or civil domestic abuse federal statute.
Right.
But it's really, and people from the church, they don't want that kind of publicity. And people from the Native American tribes, well, they have their own land, their own community. Nothing really comes out of there. Hi, Kylie.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear
Hi,
you.
everybody. Hey, y'all.
Hi.
Is that Kylie?
Yes.
I'm just trying to figure out how to get this all set up here. This is Kylie. Hi.
Hey, just double check if you have headphones and microphones and stuff. Just go to your settings. It'll always be default when you don't join. You just have to change the settings for whatever. I'm still waiting for the close. Yeah, it's still not populated yet. It's a 40-minute video, so it's probably going to take a little bit. But I'm going to be doing a long show today. So, it was kind of crazy how he was saying. Even he was talking about me too, the media side over here on YouTube, and how we're like manipulating stuff.
You know what that reminded me of? Watching that footage yesterday. It was very reminiscent of Jay putting his finger in your face. How many weeks was that now? 2-3 weeks ago? When he had his finger pointing right at your face. And you put that up next to what JP was doing yesterday to Sandra. It's pretty dang similar. Eerily similar.
Yeah.
Well, I just want to say, Sandra, girl, we got you. And
Mm-hmm.
I think that people can say what they want to say, but when you're in that kind of situation, you have somebody up in your personal space like that, you don't know how you're going to react. You know, some of us are fight, some of us are flight. That's just how it is. That's human nature. She reacted either one of two ways, and she did what she felt she had to do to protect herself.
Right.
So, um, I'm really sad to hear that people are, once again,
I mean,
coming after the wrong person.
I think I don't know. Were you in the chat this morning when I was defending
In
them?
JLR.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I mean, you saw the. Excuse me. You saw, you saw what was kind of being promoted, and I'm like typing away. Like I was supposed to do my show, and I was putting it on the back burner just to try and support as much as I could.
Well, I think Magnolia was comparing the situation, and I don't think she really realized she was really talking about what happened with Jay and JP.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because,
And
like you were saying just a little bit ago, that's a different situation.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I think Jay was, shoulder to shoulder with him the entire time, wasn't he? I mean, they were
Yeah.
touching each other the entire time.
He ran up, and as soon as he ran up, he bumped into JP. JP kind of pushed him back, and then he kept staying there. And even when JP was walking away, Jay was in his face screaming at him. But
Yeah.
the cops, they're not trying to. He can. This is why he continues to push the boundaries and always has this whole time. Seriously.
Well, like I just said,
It's because he wants the picture of him in cuffs so he can use it.
he's the martyr.
For promotion. Yes.
He's the ultimate martyr.
That's why he
Come
continues to push
to
and push and
Jesus.
push. Yeah. And he
He's got to
continues
save everybody.
push, do everything that the cops are telling all the protesters not to do. Continues to push boundaries, jumps over them, and the cops are being totally like, shout out to law enforcement for real.
Yeah.
They're remaining calm and collective, even though people are trying to make a spectacle out of it. There's like an echo with your feed, Kylie.
Mine? Sorry, I'm trying to figure this out. Is it my mic?
Do you have headphones?
Well, I have this on my laptop, the actual stream, and I have a mic set up to it, but let me see if I can fix something here.
Yeah, see if you had some headphones. I think what it's doing is it's picking up your audio through your microphone.
Oh, I see. Oh, I got you. Hold on. I'm going to turn this down. And then I just put my headphones on to listen to you, right?
Yeah,
Cool.
yeah.
All right, here we go. I got this.
CJ, there's a lot of people in here talking about the churches, the abuse in the churches.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody that can go to Allie's TikTok. She has posted a video of a girl she went to school with. I think she lives in Florida now. She and her husband were in the ministry. She was in an abusive situation. She has had to leave him. She can't work like she did because she has 7 children. It is sad. And they're trying to start a GoFundMe for anybody that can help her to get back on her feet.
Speaking of, I do want to mention something too.
Is this now?
Yeah, that's good. Speaking of, I do want to mention something, and I think if we can all figure out a way to chip in together. If you guys were listening to the video that we just watched, and Sandra said that she just wore a certain clothing and she didn't have anything dressy to wear, can we all get together to get something nice and dressy and and classy for Sandra, so that way
Yes.
she does have to ever do this in the future. You know,
Yes.
you know what I'm
Nikki, if you're still on here, if you can get me her
Of
size,
course.
I might can guess it, but if you can get me her size, I'll be glad to bring something Sunday.
Yeah, for real. This something classy, and she deserves it.
Yes.
You know.
How is she feeling today? Is
I'm
she
not
feeling
sure.
better today after all of this is done?
I'm not sure. It could be one like I had a cave day yesterday morning. It could be one of these days where she's, I know that I think did you talk to her earlier, Jeanette?
I did.
Okay, and
I haven't in a while. I talked to her, well, we messaged just before, I came on the live with you. It's right after the court thing. She seemed to be holding up, but I mean, she's going to show a big front because she's just that kind of strong person.
Yeah.
But no matter how strong you are, you still break inside.
Yeah.
So she needs all the love and support she can get.
Yeah.
She was saying she wished they would have just done an audio because she was nervous about doing like a video, but she did it like a champ.
She did. She was amazing. It's an inspiration. It really is. JP was trying to initiate some kind of retaliatory contact. He didn't succeed, and what happened is she brought a hell of a lot of awareness and was an inspiration to victims out there.
Yes.
So it backfired on him in tenfold, because I guarantee you, maybe NN ain't gonna play the video. And if nobody else does, at least we did, and at
That's
least
right.
you can hear the true story from the person that it happened to. It's very important. Let me see if the closed captioning.
What's going on with News Nation? I'm sorry. What's going on with News Nation?
Okay, so we'll just go to it and I'll let you watch it. Now, we had a conversation with Melissa because we heard basically Rich, he was talking about how we talked to one of the protesters, which was Melissa. He said that they, as in her and Sandra, he said self-admittingly taunted JP.
Why couldn't he report the truth, which was she said, "Here, kitty, kitty"?
So we had Melissa. We had a phone call. Melissa was on the phone with us, and she said that he was basically trying to bait her into accepting the taunting word, and she said, "No, we just did this, and okay, thank you." And then he gets on News Nation and says self-admittingly taunting. So then it looks like it was their fault
Yeah.
to the whole nation, to the whole world, because people outside of this country watch NN2 and they do pay attention to this case. And so when that kind of message gets spread about
Yeah, that
somebody that's
sounds like
already been victimized, like, what are you doing, man?
Right. It makes them, and I don't like calling people a liar, but it makes them a liar because anybody that doesn't tell a full truth and lets someone purposely assume an untruth is a liar. And I mean, not showing the full coverage, not letting people see the real deal. That's exactly what they're doing.
Mm-hmm.
I see here where Crime and Theories did
Well,
a
how many
thing.
times do we just hear Russell say taunting?
Yeah. Crime and Theories put a YouTube at 3:08.
That's his new
and
favorite
says the
word.
confrontation that landed JP in jail.
That's the narrative.
So I don't know what it is.
Well, we haven't watched it. She always does great videos and shouts me out for all my stuff that I do. So, I could imagine. I haven't watched it, but I could imagine it's about the confrontation from JP.
Yeah.
Because she always does report with a journalistic approach. But I haven't watched it yet, and who knows? Maybe I don't think anybody's seen the video that we were playing a little bit ago.
No.
With because the thing with local news is they're going to clip stuff, okay? And this one was unedited. Shout out Nikki. This one was unedited, so you could hear the whole story without any spin. That's what we do over here. This is a no spin network over here.
And Miss Vivian said in the chat earlier, that for those of you that don't know, Miss Vivian is a local there and has been coming protesting, wearing her shirt and everything for Micah.
Her and
She
her
said
husband are
that,
amazing.
yes, she said that that Mr. Bryan had gotten the video, I think, from the young girl that was there talking with them in the beginning, and she was going to see if she could get it from Mr. Bryan to get it to us, because it would show the very, very beginning.
Oh, okay. And shout out to Brian too. He is amazing. If nobody knows, he's the guy that I put the bandana on last week at the protest. I helped him put his bandana on. That's Brian. He's amazing. He's always been there from the beginning. He's actually the one. He's actually the one that used to work at a newspaper, and he's also the one that questions a lot of the stuff that goes on there to the officials. So shout out to Brian for all the extra work he does in the background that nobody even knows about.
Yes, but yet we don't have the locals' support. Right. All them little haters been saying we don't have, the locals don't want us around there.
Oh,
Whose support don't you have?
Oh, it's the plastic figures and hot dog steaks putting the narrative out, but they just try and discredit in any way that they can, and it don't matter. People can come here and see the facts, see the raw facts, the raw footage.
Right.
And that's what this show is. It's raw facts and raw footage. Let me see if I can get this. Did Court TV drop anything? Let me know. Also, I'm still waiting for closed captioning to pop up. I did put it on members only for you guys. Let me know if closed captioning pops up. Let me see if there's anything else going on right now with any kind of updates here. And I'm just going to do like local news, national news. I'm not going to cover anything else in this show today. Let me see here. Let me just take a look real quick.
Did JP go back to his house?
Probably. Now, from what I was told in the background is that he was advised to stay away from that area where the protest is at. Not that he will, and not that that's 100% true. That's just what birdies are tweeting in the background and have been for the last few hours. Okay, I'm not seeing
You just have to assume he's always creeping and peeping.
Always. Here, let me play this part here. Here, let me play this again, and you guys can hear. You can hear exactly how it's said.
Into her death, which authorities say was a suicide. Her husband, Pastor John Paul Miller of Solid Rock Church in Myrtle Beach, spent the night in jail on an assault charge. Police say they took him into custody after a confrontation outside of his church over allegations he abused his wife, Micah, before her death. And the moment was caught on camera. Here's part of it.
Don't you touch me, psychopath! Don't you touch me! You touch me! Don't touch me!
All right, News Nation's Rich McHugh is with us now. Rich, you have spoken with the woman who filmed that video. What exactly is going on here? Who's involved?
Sure. So these are protesters who have been protesting at his church. I'm not sure that this actual incident was at his church, but it was at Horta County Technical College. I'm not sure why.
Because you should do your homework. Do your damn homework. That's where they stand and have been for months. Do your damn homework.
But they admittedly were protesting and taunting him.
See? But they were
I'm
admitting.
surprised he hasn't.
Doesn't that sound like a little snide right in the beginning? Right?
Mm-hmm.
It seems like an agenda, maybe.
You have spoken with the woman who filmed that video. What exactly is going on here? Who's involved?
Sure. So these are protesters who have been protesting at his church. I'm not sure that this actual incident was at his church, but it was at Horta County Technical College. I'm not sure why.
You're not sure why you're sure because you just said you're not sure, but then you were sure that it was at a technical college. But then I don't know why. It's almost like it's a lead up. Like maybe he's pissed off that she didn't agree to the bait. Why is he pushing this? What is the reason?
I'm very surprised because during the interview, he made it seem like he was very invested.
Yeah. Just a little bit ago when he was, like he was trying
In
to
this case.
dig in and find the facts and the truth.
He said it to JP. He said that he had studied her last day thoroughly.
That's right, he did. No, he didn't, because I did. I've done the most thorough, even the PI out there that was, I've done the most thorough investigation into this case. Nobody can top it. And I'm not being cocky. I'm just saying I got the footage, the time, the energy, and the information up here to back it up.
CJ, Nikki said that she texted you Chloe's video in case you didn't have it.
Hold on. Who?
Nikki said she texted you Chloe's video. I'm assuming Chloe was the young girl talking to him. The one Miss Vivian was talking about, I guess.
Yeah, I can't get it from my text. Can you send it to my email, Nikki? Can you send it to my email, please?
Yep, Miss Vivian said that is the footage. That is the video.
I was on a live with that. Yeah, I know Chloe. I met Chloe.
Mr. Rich, I'm not smiling.
I met Chloe when I was out there at JP's house the night of the raid after we went to the church and then came back. Let me see. Hold on 1 second. Yeah, can you email it to me? Let me see here. Let me check. See if we get closed captioning. I'm still waiting on it. What the hell? I've uploaded that like an hour ago. All right. So yeah, he basically is. I don't agree with it, man.
Rich McHugh is with us now. Rich, you have spoken with the woman who filmed that video. What exactly is going on here? Who's involved?
Sure. So these are protesters who have been protesting at his church. I'm not sure that this actual incident was at his church, but it was at Horta County Technical College. I'm not sure why. But they admittedly were protesting and taunting him.
Thank you.
At which point the woman who was filming says, John Paul Miller charged the woman and essentially she said, "You're in my personal space." And he flipped her hat twice. That's how it was described to me. And was charged with third-degree assault. Now, there's been a dark cloud of suspicion over John Paul Miller since this whole thing happened. He went in front of his congregation the day after it was known that Micah Miller was found dead, and he said, "My wife ultimately took her own life. And ever since that day, her family has raised questions. We sat down with him in July and talked to him exclusively. He denies all abuse allegations against him. But still, there's a lot of this story that doesn't add up. And there's some that I can't even report that I'm working on. We do know that the FBI last week raided his home, spent several hours there, taking out computers, taking out hard drives. So there is certainly a cloud around him right now, and people believe that the circle is tightening, if that's the way to put it, Marnie.
All right. Well, we know you're on the case. News Nation's Rich McHugh. Thank you for that. Thank you for watching. Go to News.
Yeah, he's on the case, ain't he?
Yeah. And like unapologetically, he said, he don't even know where it happened at. So you didn't pay attention to the info you got, apparently.
Hey, I just keep pushing. Let me see. No content remaining. Oh, what? I can't even read this Fitz News article.
That's from Ashley, but not Rich.
Right, exactly. Is that why you asked when you came in, like, what did Ashley do? She didn't do nothing. I was gonna read the Fitz News article for you guys, and I don't know why I have no
Yeah,
content.
you know I like to mess with you with that.
You know, to be honest, that guy Rich looked a little uncomfortable talking. He looked.
Oh no, he seemed pissed off.
Yeah, well, yeah, kind of
annoyed. Not pissed off, but annoyed.
What are they doing to you, Rich?
They probably wanted something juicy.
And he,
well,
yeah.
That's the difference. Like when I was on Court TV,
one of my favorite moments from the unedited version of the News Nation interview. Wait, what am I lagging? I'm sorry.
I think you're
trying
on
to
a delay.
navigate this because I'm listening to you in my headphones and that's lagging, but then I'm on the laptop. I'm on a little delay. So if I'm cutting you off, that's why.
Oh, okay. We're good. I'm
But
sorry.
during the News Nation unedited interview that JP releases, he says something to Rich about how he's not smiling. And Rich says, "I don't like to smile," or something along those lines.
Oh, yeah.
And he was like really a hard butt with him.
You can say ass.
Rich seemed like he was like really invested into this case. That's what I'm saying. Like he seemed like he cared. I'm just very surprised by all this. Okay, I can say ass. Good.
Yeah.
CJ Nikki said she was going to email it.
Okay. And I'll keep checking until then. And like I said, I'm going to be doing it's going to be a day show. I'm probably still going to be going another few hours. We're going to do an extended version because I feel like the protesters really, I want people to really understand and know what took place and what the difference is. And that's why I'm doing this long show today. Typically, I don't do these. I won't be back on tonight. I'm just going to do an extended show today and show you guys the truth with raw facts, raw footage, because that's what it's about. We're not spinning. We're not clipping. We're not creating. This is all nothing but the truth, because that's what we're all after. That's what we're all here for, is the truth.
Right.
And I think it's important, especially on a day like today, because Sandra kicked ass.
Yes, she did.
So I can't read the Fitz News article. I haven't read one for a while, but it says I have no content remaining. That's one thing that drives me nuts about that.
Yeah, the last time I tried to get on there, it told me that too.
And I'm not. Now
YouTube, I can watch it, but go to the site, I can't.
Go ahead, Kylie.
How much am I lagging on this, man?
You're
I gotta figure this out.
Tell me when you hear me
Hold
say
on.
one.
Let me try to set this up different. I just heard you say one.
Whoa, it's like 10 seconds, Kylie.
Oh my God. That used to happen to me a lot.
Maybe
But
if I do this on my phone instead.
I feel so bad.
if you're on Wi-Fi,
Yeah, I'm having a conversation with myself and I keep.
I kind of hate that.
All right.
That used to happen to me so much.
Is that why?
What?
Yeah, if you're on Wi-Fi.
This is so funny. 10 second delay. I'm cutting you off.
Yeah.
Hey, hot dog steak.
Right.
All right, hold on.
Still no CC, y'all. There is a Nancy Grace episode I did want to get into because she really she really did a good job on even though she was a little pushy sometimes, like she was a couple days ago, but she really wants the truth, and we're in the same lane. Me and Nancy are in the same lane when it comes to the thought process, what we think, what we're questioning, and I think it's important. So we'll check that one out too. If the closed captioning don't get populated here in a couple of minutes, then we'll go ahead and switch to that, watch that, and then hopefully oh, hold on. Here's Chloe's video. Hold on, we'll watch that 1 second. Hold on.
Yali, should I be on Wi-Fi or not be on Wi-Fi, you're saying?
I'm saying not be on Wi-Fi because Wi-Fi has that delay.
Especially if it's not very strong.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, when I become
I'll be right back.
when I have a studio like Joe Rogan, we won't have to worry about any of that. Okay, so here, let me play. This is the video from Chloe. I want to say shout out to Chloe. I wrote her handle. If anybody knows her handle, do me a favor, drop it in chat. I have it written down somewhere, but like literally my notebook of Micah notes is like so scattered from the trip. I have to organize it, and so I don't know which piece of paper it's on. So if you do have her handle for TikTok, drop it in chat, please. Here is this video.
So. I bet JP did sit there.
Yeah, it's like she's playing both sides of the fence. That's JP. That's JP. That's what he was wearing today. There's JP. Hi! There's JP. That's JP. That's JP. That's what he was wearing today. There's JP. Hi! There's JP. For Micah! That's JP. Look at him running.
So he's running back. Dang, look at that.
See?
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, y'all. What's going on? JP just touched that.
I'm going to rewind it some here.
That's what he was wearing today. There's
Yeah,
JP.
because you can see him running.
There's JP. For Micah! That's JP. Look at him running. Look at him running. Look at him running.
Holy hell.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, y'all. What's going on?
Damn, you know what? I need to you know what? I'm going to work on this. I'm going to work on a Zoom edit. So you guys can see the video playing way up close. And I'm gonna work on that during the show. I'm gonna show you guys here.
I
in a
zoom
little
mine
bit.
in now.
My Lord.
Yeah.
There's JP.
For Micah!
That's JP. Look at him running. Look at him running. Look at him running. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, y'all. What's going on?
Boy,
JP
she's a
just
trooper.
touched that. JP just touched that girl. Oh my God, y'all. What the fuck? Whoa. He just touched her. There's John Paul Miller. He's recording us. There he goes. Look at him. Look at him. Wow. Wow. He touched.
Wow.
Just look at him. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Everybody good? Okay, cool. Yes. All right. That's better. Thank you.
And they want to.
Yeah, this is intense.
And NN wants to put it out like they were
No.
the aggressor.
No, they were admittedly protesting. That's all. They weren't
Right.
admittedly protesting and taunting.
He had his finger in her face, just like Jay had his finger in your face, CJ. It's so similar. It's so similar.
Mm-hmm.
Very reminiscent. I mean, that's when I first saw this last night, immediately that image came into my head.
Yeah.
It was Jay pointing his finger right in your camera.
And what was JP doing in the parking lot?
I'm going to zoom in on it. I'm going to do a zoom, and then I'm going to make
says
an
I'm-
edit.
He says, I'm not a cat, I'm a dog. He didn't like it.
And hold on.
Can somebody explain to me the hair kitty? I mean, it's like sometimes when you step back and just like realize how something of this is so ridiculous. Like, what? Like this is what started that? Are you kidding me?
So that's what made you charge at her?
Yeah. Here, kitty.
I'm going to, I'm making that edit right now, and then I'm going to show you the zoomed in one.
Yes. Sandra, we got you, girl. That is rough. It's rough to be in court anyways. And then on top of it, she's got cameras and she knows all these people are watching, and Russell Long saying words like taunting and whatever else he was saying. Allie, what do you think about Russell Long?
Be careful, and please use initials right now.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Probably won't comment on that, but
Okay, I'm sorry. You're right. You are so right. You don't want that
No,
cease and desist. I can't. I mean,
I can't.
I forgot he hands those out like candy.
Yep.
Okay, that should be good enough. Let me get that edit going, and I'll share the zoomed in version for you guys, and you guys can see it up close.
Should do a side by side with the footage of Jay and that footage.
Now I can get it
Okay.
closer than this. But this is zoomed in crazy already. And like I'll work on it. Even I'm gonna do another version where it's zoomed in even more. Hold on, save to my computer. All right, let's see. All right, so let me load this up real quick. This is the zoomed in I just made. It'll be full screen too.
So. I bet JP did sit there. Yeah, it's like she's playing both sides of the fence. That's JP. That's JP. That's what he was wearing today. There's JP. Hi! There's JP.
Yeah, he was wearing that from Sunday.
That's JP. That's JP. That's what he was wearing today. There's JP. Hi! There's JP. Justice for Micah! That's JP. Look at him running. Look at him running. Look at him running.
Look at that.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, y'all. What's going on?
He looked like he was running sprints in gym class.
Mm-hmm.
Yikes.
JP just touched that. Yeah, it's like she's playing both sides of the fence.
Who's playing both sides of the
That's
fence?
JP. That's what he was wearing today.
I don't know.
There's JP.
I don't know who who they're talking about. Who's playing both sides of the fence?
Yeah.
Let me see here. Let me.
He's trying to get restraining orders. He's trying to get you all riled up.
Oh yeah. Let's see.
And, and Miss Jonette, how do you pronounce it? Jonette? I just want to make sure I say it.
Jonette.
Jonette, okay. I really liked what you said last night about him being a narcissist, and you can see the flashes of anger that come out of him. And I always go back to CJ's footage from the press conference from probate court.
Yep.
As soon as she starts talking about him as an abuser, gives him that label, you can just see the anger rise out of him.
Yeah, like he was going to attack her.
He has convinced himself so much. What is it? Cognitive dissonance, whatever it is. It's like he is not an abuser, So that is his biggest thing. It destroys him.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I know when I went to counseling and had my kids in counseling, the judge actually ordered my first husband that he needed to go because of the things the kids had told the judge in chambers. Not to go with us, but to go to the same one, to try to see if he could get healing. After one or two sessions, the counselor told me, he said, I haven't heard any more from him. I'm not reaching out to him. He said, but I will tell you this. He is an habitual liar, and he has lied about his actions for so long that in his mind, he actually believes that he's telling the truth.
Yep.
I said, that's
exactly
possible. He said, yeah, that happens.
Mm-hmm.
That is exactly what's happening here.
Yep.
It's JP's world, and he's just living in it. Nobody else is.
Yep. And I've said this before, and I'm going to say it again. I'm a firm believer in everybody's got a root. Yes, sometimes you have things that go on with your mind, but people like this have a root. Either it's learned behavior, either they were abused and chose not to overcome it, didn't have the strength to overcome it, whatever reason. Murderers, the R's, everybody's got there's a core. There's a seed that causes them to be the way they are. And there's help out there. But if they don't go for that help and admit that they have a problem when people try to tell them, then that's when they're going to be held accountable to God. I mean, there's help out there.
They won't be diagnosed because, you got to wonder how many people actually are officially diagnosed with narcissism, because the narcissist isn't going to get the help discover they're a narcissist.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
So here's a zoomed in.
I bet JP did sit there.
Yeah, it's like she's playing both sides of the fence. That's
being
JP.
nosy, I want to know.
That's JP. That's what he was wearing today. There's JP.
Hi.
There's JP. That's JP. That's JP. That's what he was wearing today. There's JP.
Hi.
There's JP.
I like that sound clip.
That's JP.
That's JP.
Look at him running. Look at him running. Look at him running.
Look at him! Oh my gosh!
He is going for it.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, y'all. What's going on?
Yeah, that's not good.
Right there.
That is not good. Please be careful, ladies.
JP.
Okay, that's. If I do any more editing, I'm gonna have to shrink it down just to be able to get everything to fit. That's the most zoom I can do without losing.
He wanted her to hit him.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
He was trying to provoke.
Yep.
And
He wanted her to hit
react.
him.
She didn't react, and he was expecting her to. Let me see here. This
People,
is
there's fight or flight. She was fight. That is a normal response. So anybody that says differently, hello.
Come say it to my face is all I can tell them.
Sandra's show. This is, I want to say thank you to Nikki. This is the Fitz News article. She did a recording for us so I can read it. So thank you. Let me see here. It says, let me see here. I got to do full screen for me too. All right. It says, where's my play button? It says, embattled South Carolina pastor J.P. Miller, founder of Myrtle Beach-based Solid Rock Ministries and the husband of late Micah Miller, was arrested by officers of the Myrtle Beach Police Department on Wednesday afternoon following an altercation near his church. Let me see here. Miller.
I just heard you say.
Miller was charged with third-degree assault and battery following a confrontation with a woman on Wednesday afternoon. The entire incident was captured on video as bystanders and protesters gathered outside the church on Howard Avenue, and then they show the mugshot. 1 second.
That hairline is looking rough.
It says
Can't help myself. I'm a hairstylist. He's not going to have much left in about a year.
Oh, he probably just
That's all
woke up.
stress. That is all stress.
It's bedhead. He probably just woke up. Witnesses described Miller and the woman as coming at each other as they argued between. Witnesses described Miller and the woman as coming at each other? Quote. That's a quote. Coming at each other.
Yeah, that's...
Who did they talk to?
Nobody.
As they argued between two cars in a parking lot, cell phone footage shows the beleaguered pastor appearing to take a photograph of the woman with his phone. The woman then began screaming at Miller, "You effing touched me." The woman yelled, "Don't you effing touch me, you psychopath. You're cracking JP." A woman filming the exchange said, "FBI's coming. We told you." One of the protesters then referred to Miller as a, quote, pussy. What?
Oh my God.
Yeah.
What?
I believe they meant kitty.
What? They said they, quote, pussy.
It wasn't pussy, it was kitty. Close.
Whoa. Fitz News. What's going on, Fitz News? What's going on, Fitz News?
Didn't somebody say pussycat though? That was in the background.
But that's not quote pussy. That's quote pussycat. There's a difference.
Oh my
This is how
God.
things get misconstrued.
Right, exactly.
And
Go ahead.
it does it. I mean, the video shows her. It shows him running away, and then after she said what she says, he turns around and starts charging at her. So she still wasn't a threat. I mean, he can't. I mean, what is he going to say? She was chasing him, and he was scared for his life, so that's why he charged at her.
You know what?
Making sense.
I'm glad we're here because it seems to me like we're one of the minority that's actually reporting the damn truth about this.
Yeah, I it can be spinned. I can see how people are going to spin it, but if you just look at it, put yourself. Look, she's walking or walking fast, and what is he going to say? Oh my God! He starts running away,
Yeah.
and then she calls him a name, and then he turns around and charges at her. That's still it's not right.
Do we remember the narrative that was being pushed when the whole situation with Jay happened? Was there any reporting on that other than just us commenting on it when Jay got the charges pressed on him by JP? Were people reporting on that? And what was the narrative? What was being reported?
Well, this is the thing that people were reporting that Plastic Jesus was assaulted.
That's what is going on? What is going on?
Right.
Ah.
So Plastic Jesus was assaulted, but Sandra was an antagonist. You know what I mean? I'm glad we're here.
Yeah.
I'm glad we're
But
here.
the footage is so evidently clear that that's not the case.
He was running.
That was the one time. Sorry, go ahead.
He was running, and it looks like he wants to think that he wants people to think he's being chased or something.
Yeah.
But then it doesn't, like he hears whatever he hears her call him, and then he charges at her.
That's that narcissist coming out. He doesn't want to be called names.
Yeah, like
CJ, the article you just had pulled up, when you scroll down before you switch back to this, that very first little paragraph in there is saying that something about he rode by the church, saw protesters or people or something, and prompted him to come back and confront them. I can't remember if the word was confront, but it was still meaning the same thing in that very first little paragraph there on that article. So, I mean, that's saying right there, he came back to them. So they need to make up their mind what they're going to say.
I just looked up what beleaguered means.
Yeah.
Suffering or being subjected to constant or repeated trouble or harassment. That's
belligerent.
How they are identified. I
think it's supposed to be belligerent.
Belligered.
Yeah.
Belligered. I got you. Yep, that makes sense.
I just don't understand.
So he's the victim.
Yep. But then the very next section, they say that. He drove by and it prompted him to come back and confront him.
But Fitz News has been reporting the truth about stuff, except for a couple of the things that, because listen, I'm going to be honest with you, this is why people go to TikTok, because if you want to do it the lazy way, based off of nothing, you just go on TikTok and you get so many views, it's ridiculous. YouTube, it's hard, but there's the reason that there's so much on TikTok is because there's just people putting out so much stuff. I mean, a gazillion people putting out so much stuff, and there's not even any fact checking on it. And when it comes to a lot of these media organizations, they rarely go on the YouTube socials. They're getting, because TikTok, it's like bam, 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 even if it's true or not. And that's where a lot of these are getting. There's yeah, not everyone's a bad apple. We got protesters that are TikTokers that do a great job. We're not talking about them. It's the majority. And how they spin it. That's why I don't even take part in TikTok, because it's just so toxic and full of misinformation and manipulation. I ain't got time for it.
It's the wild, wild west there.
It is.
There's no
Yeah.
rules.
So it's like, and I know that they get some of their information from there. I don't understand. I don't understand. I'm shocked by NN, and I'm shocked by Fitz today.
Well,
Somebody in
maybe
the chat said they didn't think Fitz News saw the whole video.
that's what I'm saying. It might
yeah.
be different. They might change what they're saying.
They might, and because, yeah, they might, but I don't know.
I don't know. Whatever happened with? I'm sorry. Whatever happened with Jay's his court date? I feel like that never really.
Well, I mean,
supposedly rescheduled.
Was JP there?
Well, this is what took place. All right. Him and JP met. Jay basically got rid of his representation, his legal representation. In fact, he was yelling at him in the courtroom. Them in the courtroom. And so he wanted to have a get together with JP and his lawyer, and they came to an agreement where he wouldn't be there for 2 weeks. He was telling people he was helping people in North Carolina from the hurricane. He was telling people he was in San Diego doing this.
Okay.
But yet he was at the raid and all these other things. But anyway, more than manipulation.
And he was on TikTok at home.
Back under his solid rock.
Yeah, he can do it remotely now, he says, when he got called out for that. But which, how can you do a remote grid from home when you're anyway?
Right, and he's calling his dog down and the kids down, and okay.
Hey, there's when you're a junk collector, there's a lot of stinky fumes, and you inhale them sometimes, and you never know. But supposedly the agreement, and it's true, he's a junk dealer. But anyway, supposedly they came up with an agreement, and that's why he wasn't there for the last couple weeks. Okay. Well, when Plastic Jesus showed up at the raid and was on camera, okay, because remember when we were out there, it was just us and a couple news organizations that was basically there, and that was it before we went to the church. And that right there, with everything that took place, basically we left, they were still there. Right before we left, though, Jay had showed up in regular street clothes, going around looking for iPhone glitch, looking around for iPhone glitch. iPhone glitch is live. Where's he at? And then he's looking around, and then he looks over because I'm wearing a hoodie at that. He's used to seeing me with the sleeveless tees and shit. I'm wearing a hoodie this time, so he probably didn't recognize me. I don't know. Maybe didn't have glasses on, something. I don't know. I was only like 10 feet from him, and he was kind of looking at me like I was guru. Sorry, bro, I'm fit. And I, you know what I mean? I am. I'm fit.
I've never seen him.
I'm fit. I'm fit.
I've never seen him.
According, the other dude sits on a bucket. You see me, I'm out there giving it 150, right? Like my metabolism's kicking. Okay.
Bucket boy.
but he was, and then he saw me, and then his face changed, and then he got on his phone. That's when they went over to Skinner's house and started to promote that the FBI was over there, and I think they were trying to bait me into going out there, but my team's too strong, and they called bullshit right away, and that's why we didn't even entertain it. And I think what they were trying to do is because TikTok, you don't save it, right? It doesn't get saved. YouTube does. I think they're trying to get me out there to discredit me for reporting misinformation, which I don't do.
They were at the pool too. I saw that.
We didn't fall for it. Well, because they were out there, not only Jay showed up in front of JP's house on tape, but also he showed up at the pool and they were doing the little shenanigans trying to get people to give them their hearts and teddy bears on TikTok. And that pissed off JP. And so the agreement between them was done. It was null. It was void. So who knows? Who knows what's going to happen? Now,
Yeah.
the court date, I believe it's for, I think it's, when is the court date, you guys? Because I know
Did
it
you say
got
November?
continued. I know it got continued. I thought I heard maybe it got sealed, and that's because
Got some
JP's.
benevolence bucks from him.
Well, no, I think JP, that was part of the agreement that,
Yep.
you know, if he did this, JP was going to do this and keep it sealed. I think that's what it was, but I could be mistaken. Let me know if anybody does know.
I'm looking at the chat right now, and unapologetically, me brought up Trish. When there's some footage of her from yesterday too, right? There was something where she comes up to one of them and somebody says something about the FBI. Are you afraid of the FBI? And she says, no, I'm not. Did anybody else see that?
No, say that again.
Oh, there was some footage. I believe it was from yesterday, and I really don't even know where I saw it this morning, but it's Trish walking up to a reporter maybe, and she tells them to get off the property.
Yeah.
And then when was that? Was that yesterday?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was. Yeah,
What time was that, before or after this?
that was before.
Before that, because she started videoing them through one of the windows.
Yeah, one of those windows right there that's in the camera or on our screen. She started
Yeah.
filming through one of those windows. That was earlier. Yeah.
Bunch of creeps.
I have
Bunch
those
of creeps.
I have those pictures too. I've been getting so much stuff sent to me. I've just been trying to dump it in a folder. But
It's wild. There's so much going on.
there
But this
is.
has been convoluted from the start, so it's to be expected.
Let me see. I got the photo. Let me see here. I mean, basically, it just shows her like being right outside. That's basically it.
Minus her combat boots.
Yeah, it was
As a hairstylist, I resent that she wears combat boots because that's my uniform, man. I wear
Oh,
those
yeah?
daily. Oh, yeah. How dare she?
I don't know. What,
Combat boots, Trish.
let's see here. Hold on. Let me see here. I'm really okay. He has someone who can clean.
New court date for J and JP is 11/12
Hey, Yoli.
11/12, so it's coming up.
at
Yoli.
9.
Next week.
Yeah.
Can I give your contact info to Sandra?
Yeah.
Hold on one second.
I feel like there needs to be an attorney for all the protesters. And we've been saying this for months now. But
Yeah,
they need some type of protection if this is going to continue.
Yes.
Because that would really make a difference. You know, all these rules that have come up, and I've said this so many times in chat, but I have followed the Karen Reed trial. And if you know what's going on in Massachusetts, it's another mess, but there's been protesting going on, a lot of protesting. And from my understanding, what happens is the people that are being protested against, they will have their lawyers call the cops there, and you know they'll find the laws that they want to be applied that the cops might not necessarily know about, you know, protesting laws.
Yeah.
And that's how they get them. And I really think that's happening here. You know, like how
It is.
things just keep getting more regulated and restrained for you guys there. That's,
Yeah, and
that's a lawyer.
When you look at the barricades.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Well, usually they're local laws, local ordinances.
Yes.
That even that, you know, you would have to look up, and South Carolina attorney would be somebody who could at least advise the protesters on you know, on their protesting and what what is considered harassment and what isn't, just so that they know,
Right.
so that they know and they stay within the confounds of what is protesting. Because when you get something like this, like what's happening here, this can be spinned. And that's what's happening. It's being spinned.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And so it's one of these things that an attorney would be good to advise. And I mean, I can talk to Sandra too. If she wants to contact me, I can talk to her.
Yeah.
And that's another reason too why I've said there's power in numbers. When we were doing the karaoke, we did not leave at night. We did not leave the bartenders in there at night counting down drawers or anything by themselves. Never, because there's power in numbers. And had there not been 6 or 7 of us in there back the first of this year when we were robbed, it probably would have ended a whole lot different. And you got witnesses. Always have your phones charged, have your phones or your cameras ready to record. The more evidence, the better off you are.
Yeah. And it is true. And when you have all these angles of videotape, it makes it harder to spin a situation because it does.
I forgot what I was going to say. I'll remember. But wait, no, I forgot. I'll remember again.
Yeah. It's really, it's one of these, it's an emotional issue, this whole thing. And you know what? People have a right to protest, and that should be allowed. But like you said, the local ordinances and local laws and even particular state laws when it comes to their own constitution, that requires a South Carolina attorney.
Yeah.
I do think so. I mean, but I'm happy to talk to Sandra at least for some.
No, I know that. Yeah. No, I know that. I'm just saying she's in a situation where even advice would
yes.
And I think it would give her a big sigh of relief.
Right.
Yeah, general advice, and it would be confidential between me and her, and it wouldn't be something that's public. I mean, we wouldn't, in other words, if I talk to her, it's going to be attorney-client privilege, not anything that's going to be discussed out here.
Yeah. Let me see.
I mean, I really feel for her, and I feel that she was triggered, and that it has to be, everybody needs to be careful at this point in time with JP.
Yeah.
He's unraveling.
And keep your vehicles checked for trackers.
Oh my God, what was he doing in that parking lot? That's why I was thinking, what the heck?
But from what I understand, they were not parked there yesterday because college was in. We parked there on Sundays when there's no school. They weren't parked there yesterday.
Interesting.
I don't know that he knows that from the way he was going with the camera, but school was in yesterday, so you can't take up those parking places. It's actually illegal.
Yeah. Huh. See, there's all kinds of,
But I mean, we don't know how he got them on Micah's car. You could leave and go to the grocery store and him follow you or have somebody to follow you. As soon as you go in, it's popped underneath the back. I don't know when my ex got one on mine, but I figured out that he did. My daughter had called me one day and was saying that he was saying that I was. I said, Dana, I've never been down that dirt road. I said, I went to, it was like a junkyard shop. I had to pick up a part. And she said, Mama, go check your car right now. Go check it for a tracker. I found it.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Wow.
Because it was picking up the dirt road that turned beside that shop. And he was going around saying I was meeting somebody down there. I'd never turned on that road in my life.
Yeah.
Yeah, let me do me a favor, Yoli. Email me because I have
did.
two.
I just emailed it to you.
I'm back.
Okay, thank you.
I just did that right now from my phone. I'm trying to do 2 things at once, and it takes me a bit. You should have gotten the email.
Let me see here. Hold on 1 second. Okay. Let's see. And I'm going to send her. Okay. Thank you. Let me message her real quick.
While you're doing that, Priscilla put in here, I'd forgotten about that. Y'all were talking about Trisha from yesterday a while ago. When they told her about the FBI watching her or whatever, she said she wasn't scared of the FBI. She was close to Micah. And they said, you were writing the $350 benevolence checks, Trisha. She said, I was only doing what I was told.
I don't know if she was doing what she was told and she knew it was wrong, that doesn't help her.
Nope.
Especially if she is a licensed accountant.
And especially she's got a record at that.
Oh my God.
She has a record.
Am I echoing again?
No.
No.
No? Okay, good.
Okay.
Jonah, what was that? What was that last part you just said?
When they were talking to Trisha yesterday, telling her about the FBI, and she said she wasn't scared of the FBI. And she said something about she was close to Micah, and she wasn't scared of the FBI. And they said, Trisha, you were writing $350 benevolence checks. She said, no, I was only doing what I was told.
A grown-ass woman. I was only doing what I was told.
Uh-huh.
All right, there we go.
Oh, Trish. Oh, Trish. I don't know. I don't know what to think about her. Sometimes I wonder if she is a mole of some type for the feds, but maybe it's just,
I don't think she is yet.
she's just blindly following him.
I don't think blindly. I think it's just like when the first couple weeks I was there at the protest, and I'm like, with all these people that know the truth here, why are they still continuing to have plausible deniability? And to me, it's because they're invested in the church, whether it's financial or secrets. And I guarantee you she's invested with both of them. And that's why she's doing whatever she can to hold on to her life and probably her freedom. Because, I mean, when you have something on your record already that is embezzlement, I mean, come on now. You're talking financial crimes. Hey, this is what I got in trouble for. This is how you go around it, JP. Stuff like that. So if anybody's, in my opinion, if anybody's an informant, it's Susie.
Yeah.
And if anybody's going to become one, it's gonna be Trisha, because Trisha she's gonna have so much information.
The financials, man. The financials.
Big time. She's the one that ran the church after Micah left. So everything that took place, and that's not, Micah was already gone from Solid Rock before she passed.
Yeah.
He already took that stuff away from Micah while she was still going to Solid Rock. He took he basically fired her from that position and hired Trisha for it. Okay. And you're talking multiple years that Trisha was running. And I mean, come on, all of a sudden, DeLorean and all these cool toys and throwing money around like nothing.
And Susie's vehicle is in the church's name.
What year did Trisha's husband pass?
I can't remember, but I do know she even made a statement about the church stepping in to help her pay her bills, pay his funeral, whatever, because she didn't have any money.
Oh my God.
There's emotional attachment through that, I think. There's something with that.
Yeah.
With the husband. Because she's brought that up multiple times.
Yeah.
How JP was visiting him in the hospital, but there's other conflicting reports on that he never came to visit him. And weren't they doing that superhero day or something in his honor? Was that the husband? Where they were dressing up like superheroes?
When they were
No,
what?
nobody remembers that.
When they were
They
what?
they would have theme days on certain days for
Yeah.
mass where they would dress as a superhero or wear
Football
superhero gear.
players,
Yeah.
like football teams, stuff like that. It was all theme based. Yeah.
Pizza with the pastor.
Yeah, pizza with the
A
pan.
man's breakfast.
Pizza and a Pepsi.
Yeah.
Get that man's breakfast. What else? Actually, I signed up for and their email link or chain because
Oh,
I wanted to
really?
see. Yeah,
Did you?
but I haven't gotten anything. I mean, that was like 2 or 3 months
Yeah.
ago, maybe. But I was reading on the website. I mean, the website. I don't know if it's up anymore. Is it? Do we know? Is Solid Rock? Is there a website? Because that
No, it's
website was crazy.
yeah. And one of the news stations reported yesterday or today that the site has been taken down and the phone number's been disconnected. I haven't went on there and looked, but I did see that either
Yeah.
last night or this morning.
Yeah. I had
Well,
to call Trisha's cell phone. Like the Solid Rock number didn't exist anymore.
Oh.
And I came across Trisha's cell phone, and that's when I contacted her.
It said on that website that you had to have pizza with the pastor in order for them to accept you into the church.
What?
Yeah.
Are
Yeah.
you serious?
Yes.
That sounds like pizza with Scott Green. Remember that?
And there was
Red
one of the
flag.
men that
Right.
testified early on in this, or spoke up early on in this, or one of the women that, I don't know if it was Angela or who, anyway, they left the church because he took the husband right in. He was talented or something, was using him for stuff and would never
Yes.
acknowledge the wife, would not
Yes.
let her participate in anything.
Yeah.
And when she said something to him, she was
Yeah.
going to have to write an apology letter.
Oh, Jonette, I was 2 weeks after I was there, I had ex-members coming up to me, telling me, and it's when you got different people coming up to you, telling you their story, and it's not on the same day, and it's not at the same time, and it's not even in the same area, and the same story exists, where every time a couple would come in there, they would instantly create division between the husband and the wife. They would promote the husband and make him, hey, we need you to lead this project and you're so valuable to the church. And then they would sit there and be like, your wife needs to be more godly. They would create religious quarrels between couples to then get them. I'm just being honest with you. This is stuff I've heard, and it ain't the first time I told you. They would literally do this to couples and get them to then do the church counseling, so then the church gets to got to know all the dirty secrets about the other spouse, and they
DJ,
use
that's
that.
called coercive control.
He
That's
used
what
that
that's called.
in his sermons. He used it in his sermons. I had multiple ex-members tell me that he would use the exact same story but make it a different name of somebody. So then they would sit there in the audience and they go, "Oh my gosh, he's talking about me."
Yep.
But then everybody else is like, "Oh, he's just talking about Susie Q." No.
Okay, that's really interesting. Go ahead.
His defamation of women. And I watched most all the sermons before they took them down, maybe with the exception of 2 or 3. His defamation of women, or his sermons of women.
Oh yeah.
Putting them down in his preaching made me sick to my stomach, and I wanted to reach through the phone.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's the jabs. It's the jabs where they're a jab if you know the person that's saying them isn't joking.
And sometimes I honestly don't think he even realizes that he's telling on his own self, because I think he's got the mindset, like the counselor said that my ex had, because he's in one sermon and he's talking about this friend of his that called him up. His wife had left him for another man. He was a big worker in the church. He was broken, blah, 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 blah. And that was when Micah had left him. Then he does another sermon and talking about, if you ever want to know what my life is like, I preach about it every Sunday. Isn't God so good to do that to me?
I remember
I mean,
that.
he tells you his sermons are about what's going on in
Well,
his life.
this is the
Yeah,
thing.
he does.
This is the thing, and this is why. Because it's you talk so much. You talk so much because you're used to having to talk so much to cover up so many lies. The only way you can cover up lies is to keep talking.
Mm-hmm.
That shame tactic that you were just talking about reminds me. So
Mhm.
I'm a true crime connoisseur. I follow many different cases, and I followed the Lori Vallow Daybell case. So
Mhm.
I learned a lot about the LDS Church, the Mormon Church, and a tactic that they use to shame people. Uh, if a way that they punish them is they're not allowed to get the sacrament for 2 weeks. 2 weeks, which is interesting that you said. What did there's something about 2 weeks? Oh wait, no, sorry, I'm mixing two things up. But the shame that people would feel from, because even
Yeah.
though like they're not saying you like outright to the congregation, okay, this person did this so they can't get the sacrament, just them having
Right.
to sit there while everybody else did, that was shameful enough for them. And so for
Right.
him to use people's stories in sermons, that's that same idea.
Think
it's
about
it's a
the
shame tactic.
exactly in front of a whole crowd. And think about and when when you're doing that, you're creating religious quarrels between couples.
Yeah.
What do you think that Sunday supper is like at home?
Yeah.
You need to be more
Awkward.
you need to be more holy, Susie. I don't even want to eat dinner with you anymore. Be more you know what I'm saying? Like
Yep.
it gets real. And then you got the wife sitting there going, "What am I doing wrong?" And then the wife is like, "Look, I think it's a mistake that we're here." And he's so being pumped up that he's like, "No, you need medication." This
Yep.
is the
Get
same
up those
story
godly wife
I've
meds.
heard from all of these ex-members that have came up to me over the last 5-6 months and told me their stories, and they're all the same. Every single one of them. It all ends with
Sad.
medication.
Well, I would like to speculate that I think that's where Randall comes into play, to be honest
Yeah,
with you.
because he works and he's got ties and he's a
He's
board
got
member
connections.
and yeah, hey, can you do us a favor? She's really having a hard time. She's a member of the church. She really needs a lot of help. Can we, yeah,
There's
yeah,
something there with that, especially what
fast
was the
track.
time where they coerced her to go to the parking lot, Randall did, and
The
that's when they
Walmart.
had her admitted.
Yeah, the Walmart because
Yeah.
Yeah.
she couldn't afford her medication because
Yeah.
she was already short on money. They said that they were going to pay for it to help her out, and then when she went to go pick it up, they ambushed her and had her involuntarily committed. And
Yeah, that's where he comes in. I
that's
know
when
it.
JP took the car, took the purse, took over the Facebook accounts, took over everything, was putting out photos. That's when everything took place because he basically hijacked everything.
Yeah.
And
Cops don't do anything.
well, I'm telling you that I have to say a special shout out to law enforcement today because man, they didn't
Yes.
even without video, uh, they really, let's be honest, with what has happened before, without video, I don't see him getting arrested today with what took place before. Shout out to them because
Yes.
they went off the witness statements and no video. Shout out to them.
Good.
Like for real. I know there's some of the Myrtle Beach police watch the show and they're the good ones. I talked to them. And I got to say shout out to you guys because I know it was your guys' energy that the energy even helps. And I just want to say to those law enforcement, shout out to you because I know you're the good ones.
Yeah.
This is their community too, you know. These are
There's some bad ones. There's some bad ones,
asshole
but
doesn't discriminate, as I say. They're everywhere. There's
mhm.
assholes everywhere. It doesn't matter where you are.
This is true.
You
Yeah.
know,
And
there's so many of us in this world. There's bound to be a few million.
And if the FBI is also investigating law enforcement, that might be another reason why, but I don't know that that's true, but they
may have the fear that they're going to be, so they had to step up.
Yeah.
But like CJ said, we have encountered some good ones, and there's been some buttholes.
Yeah.
Are they considered Horry County? Or is that what is their I don't know what the word is. Are they the Myrtle Beach Police? Like what is their official?
The
I can't even think
church
of the word.
is in the city, so the church is under Myrtle Beach Police Department jurisdiction. JP's house is under Horry County Sheriff's Department's jurisdiction.
Okay, that's where Horry County comes
Yep.
into play.
Yeah, that's why the girl from the city made that call and said her boss called the sheriff's department and said her boss wanted them to do a wellness check on JP because he had gotten into an altercation at a restaurant.
Oh.
Oh yeah, that 911 call's been released. That's not hearsay. We heard that.
Huh.
We heard the call.
Wow.
I would like to put in some FOIA requests for the son. I want to know more about that.
Yeah.
What happened with him last year, Logan?
In the first of this year.
Very interested to learn more about that.
He went to jail the first of this year. And she was leaving him like Micah. And then the last I heard,
too,
she
by the
went
way.
back. Yeah.
Yeah. Beautiful girl. It's a shame. He really is a mini me, JP. And I heard he's like a little shorty guy too.
Even JP's mama, the affidavit come out from the courts with Wayne when she was divorcing him, telling about the abuse that Wayne did to the children and said, especially JP. JP was the oldest.
This is generational trauma for sure.
Yes.
I know that I don't like to insinuate that, oh, if you're abused, then you will abuse, but that is a thing. I don't know the exact percentage of people that I believe it's like 20 something percent. I just heard this statistic, but I truly do believe that that's the case with JP.
And it also can be genetic. I found that out.
Well,
which he's,
I mean, just think,
it's a double whammy for him.
Just look at it like this, and just look at it like this. You saw the reports and what his father was getting accused of, not only in the United States but overseas. Can you imagine what happened in that household?
Yeah.
Well, I would like to say all this is speculation. I'm just going to put that out there. But when we talk about the potential of trafficking, that's what I think Reggie comes into play, especially with these exchange students. I mean, I'm thinking about, I don't remember when exactly that came out, when he was having the students come to his house and he was having them work for him for free.
Yeah. Yeah,
at
did
the
you see
school.
the photos of
Something with that.
Yeah, the photo of them, like, kids from overseas, and they're, he's got his hands on their shoulders, they're all excited, it's like, yo.
Pakistan don't want you, Reg. A whole
Yeah, he
country
brought
says,
them
"No, thanks."
supposedly to that school, and then they started reporting how they were underpaid and overworked, didn't get food half the time.
He's a bad man. He is a bad man.
Yeah.
He
Yeah,
is.
I remember some of the stories of him in Florence when he started out here, because I was a young girl at the time. We didn't live at like 20, 25 miles from there. And I remember the talk of that when I was growing up. There wasn't internet back then, but our church, because my granddaddy was a Pentecostal holiness preacher, and we were in church every time the doors opened. And I can remember our church having prayer for the people in that church.
Wow.
I remember that. Wow. And when this came out about Micah, I had no idea that's even who JP was until I started digging in it, and I'm like, oh my gosh. Because I remember seeing JP when he was a little boy. I'm like 8 or 10 years, 12 years older than him, something, maybe 12.
How old was he when he started preaching?
He claims, I think it was mid-20s, 26.
Yeah.
Is that what it was? And
Yeah.
he claims he only knew one Bible verse, and he did it at a library. That was his first sermon, was one Bible verse. Give me an effing break.
Yeah.
You
He didn't
grow
buy
up.
it at first, he said, and
You
then he
grow up.
decided to.
Yeah, you can learn piano in one day, but you can't remember more than one Bible verse when you grow up in a church household. Okay, makes absolutely no sense. Because he said that his friends were all rug dealers and gangsters and shit.
Sure.
When he did the first sermon at the library with one verse.
Hey, you guys, I have to hop off. Sorry.
Oh,
I
you're
have
good.
Thank you so
Oh,
much.
Yeah,
oh,
thank
no
you.
It's
problem.
good to talk to you.
I'm talking to you guys. I'll see you guys later. I'll probably be in chat in a little bit.
Okay, appreciate
Thank
it.
you so much.
Bye-bye.
Bye
Bye-bye.
bye. Yeah, I forgot about this. Rachel just said that Wayne had the TV show Good Morning Jesus. I think he had another one too at one time, and it was
Glory
like aired in
Hole.
5 states.
Where does Glory Land come into play?
Yeah.
Glory
Yep.
Hole Land, as I like to call
Right.
it.
Be careful.
Sorry, I can't help it. It's just too good. It's too perfect.
Let me see. I don't know why it's just like the other video with the dash cam, the closed caption. Is closed captioning hopping up for any members? Can you check to see if closed captions working for you? For some reason it's not so far. So it should work on the replay, I would imagine, whenever we're
Check it
done.
out.
Yeah. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna play this. Let me see if there's anything breaking here real quick. I'm gonna play. I'm gonna play
closed
that.
caption, Steve.
Huh?
No closed caption.
No.
No.
All right. Maybe it'll load up overnight or something. Well, whenever it does, we'll go
That's
through.
normally what happens because I always have my closed captions on.
Yeah.
That's how I watch everything. And a lot of times with these live streams, it doesn't come up until the next day.
The next day.
Yeah.
All right. So probably by tonight, if not, if you remember, you'll see it right away. If not, we'll be covering it tomorrow. Let me see here. I'm gonna see if there's anything breaking so far. I'm not really. Hold on.
I worry so much about Susie's kids, and I worry so much about her daughter because I always think, and I don't remember, it might have been Fitz News that reported on this. I mean, we've been following this for so long, it's all
Right.
blurring together.
Yeah.
But there was something that came out, and it was the daughter was writing a note or a letter to somebody, or maybe it was a journal, and she goes into this whole thing about how, she's praying to God, please help JP change his ways. Please help him understand that what he's doing is wrong. What is he doing?
Well, it's the stuff
I'm saying that.
Allison.
Why is she saying that? Why is he saying that?
The stuff Allison claimed.
Susie's daughter.
I know. It's because of
Yeah.
the stuff Allison claimed.
Oh.
It's the same stuff happening.
Yeah, because Allison would not let the daughter go stay overnight with JP after Micah left.
That affidavit that came out when that all happened, I still think that's some of the most telling evidence that we have in regards to his character and what he's about. I mean, that really gave us some huge insights in the beginning. And I believe every word that she said.
And also what was with Micah's law and the stuff that Micah had documented as well. It sounded just like, what Allison was saying, but not to that extent. I mean, Micah was only married to JP for a short time. Him and Allison were married for quite a while.
And I hope she's safe. I mean, I think about her too. I really do. She's another victim in this
That's
story.
that's why today I was even saying it in the chats. I was like, because people were saying like, Susie, I don't know. I used to think she was, but now she's just too blind. And I'm sitting there going, no, man. It's like what we had on the conversation last night. Like, say Micah went through 12 stages. Susie could probably be at stage 3. and
Yeah.
scared to hell because she saw what took place with Micah. And
Yeah.
if Micah was sitting there reaching out to her family saying, "Look, if something happened to me and it was with a gun and it happened up here, this is who had something to do with it." Well, guess what? That's how everything went. So
Yeah.
why wouldn't Susie be freaked out and go, "Oh my gosh, I got myself in too deep"?
You're right,
And
Sage. You're right
you
there.
want to survive. You don't know what to do. You know, if
Yeah.
you show any kind of uh um separation between she probably has to pretend to be closer to him so he doesn't think
Yeah.
that she's doing something, even though it would have been acting the same way as she did before. Like, she probably has to go overboard to try and convince him that she's not doing anything wrong. Can you imagine? Because listen, who gets questioned the most when it comes to the investigators? The people that are closest to you.
Yep.
You don't think this dude's running around saying, "You better not be talking to the FBI"? Are you talking to the FBI? I swear I better not be hearing that you're talking to the F. You know what I'm saying?
See, now I think that he could be love bombing her through all this to keep her close.
He's love
That,
bombing multiple people because he's got
yes.
That's
a. I just
that's
put
how
out
I
his
think
tween
he
last night.
that's how I think he won her over because um the way Chris was over her, he doted on her. He bragged on her, he showed her affection. And look at the video from just this past weekend where they're walking to McAllister's. He's walking 10 steps ahead of her in the parking
He's ahead
lot,
of her.
opening the
He's ahead of
door
her.
and
You're
don't
right.
even wait.
Right.
Yep.
A real
Yep.
That
man
Real
yeah.
opens the
gentleman.
door for the lady.
And she is accepting that after the loving husband that she had. She is scared.
Be a good little godly wife and do what you're told.
Yeah, she's scared.
Stand 10
She's
feet,
scared.
6 feet behind me. She
Yeah.
could definitely be scared. I mean, I could see that. I could, but again, I
We
really
don't
can
know.
see him love bombing her through all of this and trying to convince her that this is all, you know, whatever he's
Well,
trying to convince the rest of us.
I look at
That
it.
Micah was had mental health issues. This and that. I mean, Susie publicly said that.
Yeah.
She spewed
Well,
all that right back out to us.
but
Well,
Yeah.
look
he
at it
was
like the.
actually really sick. That's the narrative that's being told to Susie, and she's getting the best of the best version of JP. I truly believe that. I don't
Notice
think
how
that.
she's went quiet?
I believe that. Yes, I
You don't hear
really
anything
truly
from her now.
I would
no.
rather do this.
It-
I would rather, because none of us know what she is, okay? None of us do. And it's just like today. I would rather give her the benefit of the doubt, because if I accuse or put that out there and she really is a victim like Micah was, I would feel hella
Right.
bad, and I
Right.
can't do that. So listen, when it comes to this situation, I would rather tell people, look, she probably could be a victim here. Let's kind of slow down a little bit until the investigation's done.
Sure.
um,
Yep.
I feel like
because
she is.
I'd rather be wrong if she was part of it instead of being wrong if she truly was a victim and
Right.
As a mother of a daughter, I mean that is like my only criticism with her because again, I worry so much about her daughter in this situation and I think about
Yeah.
her all the time. And it bothers me that they are being put into this danger, but you're right. You know, she could also be a victim. Um and I really do hope that there aren't going to be any more casualties in this. And I have said that this man is a predator. And as long as he's on the streets, Micah will not be his last. And she probably wasn't his first. I'm not saying unalive, but he will have more victims as long as he's able to. That's just that.
Well, I'm afraid this is what I'm afraid. You already saw what he's willing to, the aggression that he's willing to do with people that he doesn't even have an emotional connection to. Imagine the people that have the emotional connection, and that's why I always keep going back to I gotta really think that she could be a victim, because when you see
I
the way
do.
that he acts with other females, um, listen, if you're acting that
The
way out in
Christian
public,
Mingler.
if you're acting that way out in public, I would hate to see what it's like at
Yeah.
home.
Especially after the way the marriage her and Chris had. I mean, he doted on her.
Right.
He had videos out there bragging on her. She's not getting the same with him.
What a
He's
shame.
got her scared.
No,
What a
they
shame, man.
just, it's like I told you guys before. They got husbands and wives that come there, and their MO was to create a religious quarrel.
The men were lifted up.
What happened to Susie and Chris, people?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
That whole situation weirds me out still.
I mean,
I can't
but
get over what he said to Allison.
it was the opposite, because he wanted Susie for whatever reason, and so the table flipped. Instead of him promoting the male, he was promoting her.
Yep.
And diminishing him.
There
The
was some
pe-
weird financial stuff going on with that too, I remember. There
Hey,
was some document that
maybe
Fitz
that's why he
News
chose her.
released.
You
I
know,
think so.
who knows why, maybe that's why he chose her, because
Yeah.
when you're dealing with those individuals, and they're going out with multiple love interests, usually they use each one for a particular purpose.
Yeah.
I don't know why I
It's
just
about
thought
what
of
they can
this,
get out of you.
but who was driving Micah's car recently? A woman was driving Micah's car. I heard that somewhere today.
Yeah. It was
It
on one of
wasn't
the.
Susie. It wasn't
No.
Susie. It was somebody else from the church.
Dude, what
Um,
Oh
the?
gosh, who was it?
because it was there's been a few people that have driven it since
Is he
she
staying
passed.
over the night at his house, I wonder? Is she staying there with him?
Oh, I'm sure he is.
Where's my girl Lacey? That's another one on my list.
Yeah, I'm sure he's
See,
staying. I mean,
Lacey. I really do think that this is a family affair. If something did happen where they are involved with what happened to Micah, and I really do believe that she helped out a significant amount to help JP.
listen, I've had friends. I've had friends of hers basically tell me, if you think that dude's loony, try 10 times more of that with her. And they also admitted to me, look, I'm just, I went to school with her. The only reason I've been friends with her this whole time is because I'm afraid of what she would do to me.
Okay, that is really good
Seriously, this is,
information. That is key. That and Micah also in one of the 911 calls, she tells the cops, I do not. She's staying over at our house, and I do not trust her.
Yeah.
And I believe that, and I have made this speculation before, but I really that whole thing with RH, I really think that Lacey was Miss Becky. And I think that because of the way she was talking about Micah in the beginning of the phone call, there's so much hatred and vitriol like behind her words. When she, I have to hear about her every damn day of my life or something along those lines. The B was she offed herself or whatever it was that she said. I mean, this woman sounded so angry to me. There was something personal there, and I just thought to myself, if he's going to convince anybody to do this, who is it going to be? It's going to
Yeah.
be his sibling, his family. Who can he really trust? And if she's staying there with him, she's got her own stuff going on. She's going through her own contentious divorce. She has her kid, her baby taken away from her.
Yep. Micah said that.
Yeah, she sure did. This is a family affair, I'm telling you.
Yeah.
And then Reggie's staying there too on top of it.
yeah, they all got to
Who's
protect
got
each
eyes on
other.
Reg? That's what I need to know. Where's
It's,
Reggie right now?
it's the
Yeah.
heritage they're trying to protect. Go ahead, sorry.
The when Reggie and Mark came back from overseas, that couple they brought back with them, brother
The
and sister.
siblings? Yes, yes, yes.
Yes.
There's something weird with that. There's
Yes, because
something
they
weird with
said
that.
it was said that Mark married the girl or was going to marry the girl or something so they could bring them over here because the guy was Reggie's was Wayne's boyfriend.
Yes, yes, yes. I heard that. I did hear that.
Reggie's wife said in her affidavit that she came home and caught him in bed with the man for their divorce.
Yeah. Yep.
Hey, whatever happened to the Dudleys or whatever their names were?
Oh, the
We haven't
Goppels?
heard from them in a while. I'm bringing back all the classics here, all the hits of this story. They've been kind of silent. They kind of just fell under, I guess. I don't know. There's just so many interesting
Yeah.
players in this whole story. It's just wild, man. It is wild.
And the guy, I got it in my notes somewhere now. Partially how he's connected. That I think it's Nabel, the one Michael was going to get her a free bracelet or necklace or something from. He's tied in with this somewhere because he either spoke or preached at one of the churches, either Randall's or JP's. I can't remember. That
Yeah.
owned the jewelry store.
Oh, that guy. Yeah, they got. There's close ties to JP.
Yes.
A lot of photos together, and that's why, in the very beginning, it's why I put out the article where jewelers actually create diamonds that have GPS locators in them, so
Yeah.
you can track them if they're lost or stolen.
Exactly.
And that's how I feel Micah was being followed, because I feel like when she took her jewelry to the jewelry store to have dude put the diamond in a necklace, that's why JP wanted the necklace back.
I thought that too.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh,
This
you're
was
right.
like the first 3 weeks I started covering this case.
He
I'm
didn't
like,
want his naked picture to be
he
shown.
tracked her with jewelry, and
Yeah.
people are like, "You're making shit up," and I'm like, "No, I'm not."
No.
And
And then
I
the
read-
nurse gives him the necklace at the hospital. No, that's not even legal.
No, it's true. And who, you know, you got the connections. You listen. She was finding trackers on her cars left and right.
Poor girl.
Left and right, she was finding trackers on her cars. That's, you know, and that's why I brought it up back then. I'm like, look, people, you don't think that, like, seriously, they have little teeny ass chips that they put in the diamonds. You can't even see them, and they put it in with the jewelry where it fastens. Okay,
Yep.
right where it fastens. And they put it in a spot where you can't see it. It's meant for people not to see it.
Yeah.
And it's meant for like really rich people that'll pay that extra amount to have that, because it's better than a serial number. You can, if somebody comes in and steals, you know, your diamond necklaces, you know where they're at. You don't have to file a report. There's a serial number, and then you got to wait to see if it shows up at a pawn shop or it comes up from somebody's pocket. You already know where it's at. You can go get it. The cops can go get it. You know what I'm saying?
It's like a microchip in your pet. That's what it reminds me of.
Exactly. And
That's exactly what it is.
that's what I think it was. I think, you know, and that's why he needed that necklace back and wore it, because he didn't want to let that thing go.
As far as the
Guarantee you.
gang stalking, I have made speculations based on the footage from the pawn shop, because there's a lot of people that say that one of the guys that looked suspicious in that footage was a coastal painting LLC worker. And I have really wondered, because as far as the gang stalking is concerned, I really think it's just amateur people. And where is he going to get a pool of guys that are doing contract work that, you know, oh, hey, you want to make a few extra bucks, you know, like just follow Micah for an hour or this, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like, I really do think that that was a way that he was able to stalk her.
Or even do stuff as a favor because he can blackmail you.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Well, if these guys though too, they just make some extra cash.
I mean, come
You
on.
know,
We're
like
like- we're seeing Epstein and we're seeing Diddy. You don't think the same crap has gone down with, why do you think he gets away with shit? Because I guarantee there's people in high places that were at the same damn parties and he was the host. Let's be real.
yeah, yep,
Yeah.
yep, yep. Oh man.
I mean, think about it. You
Yeah.
hear even the 911 caller from down the street talking about the mail lady and the neighbors and everybody. This is
The
something that's
bed
been
sheet
going on.
curtains.
Girls and young kids going in and out and this and that. And then weird stuff. Look, mail lady opens up the door. I got to go tell these other neighbors about this other stuff. I mean, and then it's just like, you know why? Because those dudes are in the parties too.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, definitely. Definitely. I'm sure he was having quite a few underground parties with his bed sheet curtains up. Curtains. I can't say that.
Yeah, with the gummies and the
Oh yeah.
gummies and baby powder.
Yeah.
Some of that nose candy.
Yeah. And other, because
It's a
he
tick.
did.
It's a tick. It's
Well,
not
I
it's
mean,
not that.
listen to what he was being accused from Allie. He was getting paid workers on a regular too. You think about
And asking
the
them to join.
you think about the trafficking that goes on in Myrtle Beach. You think about that kind of trade that takes place in Myrtle Beach, and then you mix. I mean, come on, it's all right there. They don't even have to go nowhere. It's all right there. It's all
I
right there.
cannot wait for that PCA. I cannot wait for
Oh
that
yeah.
FBI PCA. It's going to be so good. I mean,
Yeah.
if we're figuring all this out, just imagine all the stuff they have found.
I mean, and I'm giving you guys conversations that I've held in this whole time. Some stuff I've said it already months ago, and some stuff I'm just like, you know what? It's already to that point. I'm just
I'm
gonna
already
let you know.
forgetting. You said something that just blew my mind. Oh, the
You're-
Lacey thing. That really, that's a big one for me.
that was told to me in the first month.
That's a big one for me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
She's I've tried to find her on the internet. I really want to hear her voice because I also too have, I mean, as far as the 911 call is concerned, and I know that um, we've been able to prove that it could have been AI, but I still am not quite sure on that. I've still wondered if it is her, but she's being told to say it under the guise of. So, I mean, and I've talked to you about this, CJ, but I truly believe that she was lured there to meet him so he would sign the divorce papers. She got the cash because he probably said to her, sure, I'll sign the papers, but you got to pay me for them. Because there's still we still have not figured out. She paid with a debit card at the pawn shop. So why did she take out all that cash? What was all that cash for? What was like $600? He was telling her that she would have to pay him. Wait, there was somewhere else I was going with that, but oh man, I forgot what I was gonna say now. I'll remember.
You were talking about how she was basically using the card for the
Oh yeah,
weapon and getting
yeah.
cash out because it was a lure. Hey, give me this much
Yeah.
money and meet me here and I'll sign the papers.
And you have to call 911 and you have to say that, you're going to do this and, and that would, and I, as somebody that's been abused, like I could see the manipulation that way. Like, fine, I'll do it for you, but I want you humiliated too. So you have to call and say that you're going to do this just so people know that,
Yeah.
you are suicidal. You know what I'm saying? Like that's where I think that it could have been her on the call because it could have been her just bluntly saying what she had to say. She was under duress of some type. She's that the caller doesn't sound mad, but there is this like bitterness behind. I don't. You know what I'm saying? Like I can't explain
Well,
it, but
this is kind of how. Hold on one second. This is kind of how I look at it. Okay, and I totally listen. It could be right, but when I first came
speculating with
across
buddies.
it, right, when I first came across it, to me it wasn't. Number one, it's odd that if you're trying to give your location for your family to find you, but you're not giving 911 your name. That's a very odd situation right there. That speaks to me it wasn't meant to be given. Okay.
Yeah.
Uh, when I'm listening to the voice and I compare the voices, to me, I've already shown that, in my opinion, the vocal emphasis on certain syllables
The
and
cadence of it,
the
yeah.
voice that goes with it doesn't match. And then when I'm listening to the friend, her best friend, from back then, and she says, uh, "I don't feel like it's her." Those are the ones that are on the phone for hours talking, and they know all the little twerks, and it's like the more you spend with somebody, you know how much you don't like about somebody too, right?
Yeah.
Like, like the people that just get married that never spent time together under the same roof. Next thing you know, I don't like how has the toilet paper going underneath instead of over the top. It's one of them things where it's
Over
like,
for life.
right, you're like, damn, I didn't know this about this person. Oh,
Yeah.
but everybody has tendencies, and that's why, number one, if because if I was in that position, and to me, if somebody was like, if I'm like, hey, I'm gonna do this, I want my family to find me, I'm not only giving you my location, but I want to give my name, because I don't want you to have, if I really want my family to find me, why am I making it hard for investigators to possibly determine who I am
Right.
before my family can even get notified?
Right. That
Yeah.
was my big thing.
And that's just, it could be her. It could be. But the biggest thing to me was, you you didn't, you want your family to be found, but or you want your family to find you and your location, but you're not going to give uh law enforcement or 911 who you are, so they know who they're even looking for. Because just who, what if, like, think about it. I'm gonna call, and then I change my mind. All right, I call and
Right.
tell you I'm gonna do this. I change my mind. I end up leaving, and there's no reason to call you back because I'm not doing it. But then all of a sudden, law enforcement comes out there and finds somebody else. Like it doesn't wash with me. If you really want to go out of your way, then you go out of your way all the way. You don't just go out a little bit and
He
then be.
definitely got her out there with divorce papers, though. That to me seems like the most plausible reason why she would meet him in the first place.
Well, he had already sent a text one time saying, "Let's go ahead and get this over with. So I can move on with my life and find a wife that really loves me and loves God and loves church."
Well, there's so much evidence of financial abuse, and there's some things that really reminded me of my past relationship as far as being owed. You know, I guarantee you, Micah always owed JP somehow, owed him cash, money. And that's how I tie in that $600 as far as that day. And there's always been another story that has stuck out to me, because with JP, you just have to, anything he says, you flip it. You flip the narrative, and that's the truth most of the time. He's
Yeah.
projecting, he's flipping the narrative. So, do you remember when he tells the story about the letter and how he says something about how he wrote the letter because Micah told him, you have to write this letter, and then I also want 10 grand.
Yep.
Mhm.
I
Yep.
I guarantee you, he said to her, because she, and I know other people speculate on this, she really was trying to get, a paper trail on him. She was trying to compile evidence for this divorce.
Yep.
And he knew that. So I truly could see him saying, okay, I'll write you an apology letter, but you have to pay me for it. And he probably started with 10 grand. And then I remember he says, but then, she settled for 1,000. And that was him. He probably said to her, I'll write you this letter, but you're going to have to pay me for it. That
Yeah.
was happening all the time with him. I guarantee it. With mine, even if everything was contractual, I used to have to sign my name just for money spent on groceries. I mean, we lived together for 6 years. Everything was, you owe me this, you owe me that. And I've seen it time and time again with JP. He was financially abusing her. The whole thing with taking her car away, I'm going to shut off your phones, I'm going to shut off your credit card. That is such a classic tactic. Like
Yeah.
he was doing that. And he was taking money from her. I know it. As far as that day, I mean, do you guys have any other theories as far as how they would actually get her to meet whoever it was that she met?
This I already know. I just haven't said anything.
Ooh.
I've known for 3 weeks.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Say that. No.
Yeah, he's been holding out on us, girl. He keeps teasing us with that.
It's all
No,
right. It's worth it. It'll be worth the wait.
No,
I
I just have.
respect that. I respect that you do that, CJ. Honest to God, I really appreciate that you keep that stuff close to you. This is people feel safe enough to speak to you on things. They should know that they can trust you, and they can.
Well, with me, I feel I've said the whole time she didn't do it. Not in a state of depression to, okay, I'm going to kill myself today. I know people get to that point. My brother-in-law did it, but Micah was out. She was seeing a light. If she did do it, I feel that she maybe had been forced into it by her family being threatened somehow. But then when you look at it on the flip side of that, well, if she does it, she's not going to be here to see that they keep their word, that they're not going to harm her family. So I really don't feel like she did it.
Yeah.
I really don't.
Jana, I mean, as a survivor, victim, I'm sure you felt maybe the same way, but as soon I remember seeing, I don't know what I saw first. If I saw the family's interview, that first interview when they flat out say she did not do this.
Yeah.
And then his service came out, him, announcing it to the church. And as soon as I saw those two things, I knew exactly what this was. I was like, this is not good. This is not
Yeah.
good at all. Especially with what the family was saying,
Yeah.
because we know that family is public enemy number one for an abuser. And just how they were portraying it right off the bat, you knew that she didn't do it. I agree.
Well, it was kind of crazy because when I had came across it first, when it happened, I had already planned on a trip out to Myrtle Beach to work on something else, and I ended up being out there already, and I'm like, none of this makes sense. I'm out here. I need to dig answers. And it was only meant to be a trip, maybe two during the summer, and it ended up being all the time, just because of how much it doesn't make sense and how much I want the truth.
You're a
in
Myrtle
general.
man now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Really,
Oh, yeah. We
really.
were talking about you earlier too, CJ, when you were dealing with the court TV thing.
Yeah.
Busby called us. We were going to kidnap you. I said, yes, I said it on a live. I'm kidnapping CJ. And Miss Norma said she had a little tiny house you could stay in. And
It's too
yeah.
expensive there, y'all. It is. Like, trust me, a couple months after I was already out there, I'm sitting there and I'm like, why don't I just have a base here and then go out and do my other cases and just have this as the base? And that's when I started looking into the economy of South Carolina, and that's when it's like, yeah, this is not.
Yeah.
It's already tough enough doing what I'm doing. I I can't take on any more obstacles. I'll say, I can't
Well,
take on.
we are going to try to come up with somewhere safer
Oh,
and more
it's good.
comfortable for you to stay when you do come.
Oh, I'm safe. Trust
Evil
me.
CRV.
Well,
It's
hey,
happening. Put it out there.
there's a little bit more good energy from from that earlier. Like I said, it's not the flashiest thing, but it's something that I need, and hopefully it'll work out. So if you all can just send me your energy, that it can be. Listen, it doesn't have to be pretty. It just needs to be dependable, and so if you guys can send some energy, that it is that it is dependable and would be a blessing for everything that we're doing, please. I would appreciate it because I really need it.
Gonna
I
happen,
Yeah,
man.
you do.
It's gonna happen.
I
I
really
know it.
do. Um,
The good that you put out, God's going to bless you back with tenfold.
I
He
hope.
Yes,
promises
ma'am.
that.
Yes, ma'am. Say that.
Fingers crossed. And everyone has been for day to pay off. I know, and that's the thing. Like after all this time, Shannon, because we were out there from the beginning, and it's amazing to see the justice for Micah energy, and that is just out there this last week, especially.
Because
And
yes, JP, she was that and is that special.
right.
Yeah.
That's you were right, JP, because he was jealous of her. He was definitely jealous of her, and I said that last night. But
Yeah.
even the family said that that video of her talking about all of her plans and ideas. I mean, she was such a smart cookie.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
Those
big
videos
time.
trigger me so much for a number of reasons. Number one, I mean, she was so young. You could hear it in her voice. She was so young.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Even one of the pictures that I don't know if it's Nancy Grace. You can see one of the photos from her, and you see it, and you look at it, and you're like, "Oh my gosh, that's when she was a babysitter."
Yeah.
She's wearing a cowboy hat, a blue cowboy hat, and you'll
Yeah, she
so
had a lot of new photos.
if any of you guys see the photo with a blue cowboy hat, you're like, "Oh
That's
my
one of my
She
gosh,
was a baby.
favorites.
She was a
that's when
One of my
baby.
favorites.
that's when I bet she was the babysitter, and that's you
But
know."
she's talking about her app and she's talking about, speaking all their languages. She's talking about um, being a musician, which and he was reeling from that. He was jealous. So what does he do? And she probably had no idea that he was recording her. And let me tell you from experience, you have to always assume when you're in a relationship with somebody like that you're constantly being recorded because I
Yeah.
was
Well, at
constantly.
the end of one of them, she says, "Go ahead and record me."
They
She's
keep it in
standing
their
over
back
the mirror
pocket.
or something.
Mhm.
They
Yeah,
use it for later.
she is.
Anything will be used against you.
She's actually asking about who is who in the Bible.
Yeah,
She's trying
she's
to
asking her
learn.
pastor
Yeah,
about the Bible.
yeah, and says, you the smartest man I know when it comes to that. And he turned the narrative again and made it out like she was crazy. Just like the video with him hollering, Micah, stop, saying she was trying to bust the door down. And she's saying, JP, let me in to get my purse. He had her locked out. She was trying to get in to get her pocketbook, apparently so she could leave or whatever. She's got some book or something in her hand, and he's acting like she's trying to bust the door down on him.
So I have a very
That
similar
was a
story to
setup.
that,
Yeah,
and
to make her
I'll
look bad.
share that. And then I actually have to go pick up my little one, but um, it was. I want to say it was like it was after we separated, and my daughter was at his house, and I went to go pick her up, and he would not open the door for me. And I could hear my daughter crying on the other side, like,
Oh
and
gosh.
I was panicked. I mean, literally the same exact situation of what JP was doing. So I was being recorded. Now this wasn't my purse. This was my daughter. So I
Right.
mean, I was getting. They work you up. I was worked up. I was panicked. I was freaking out. And what does he do? He calls the cops. Immediately. Even though I was calling the cops at the same time because he wouldn't let me get my daughter back. But again, very classic tactic to get you worked up, and then they'll either call the police or they'll record you.
Yeah.
And what was
Yeah.
JP doing in that? He was recording her. Micah
Mhm.
said he had her purse. I'm
Yeah.
sure her phone was in there, her wallet. That was her life at that moment. Like
Yeah,
yeah, I
they
forgot
start
about that one.
recording at a certain time to make it look like it's a certain way.
Oh yeah.
So that way and it's just like, and that's the crazy thing with the people, the plastic figures and the hot dog steaks, manipulating footage to put out a certain narrative. It's the same kind of tactic that JP uses. I mean,
Yeah.
it's all of these narcissistic, dominant, think about themselves tactics with all of these people, and they're wolves in sheep's clothing.
I always think like if I were in the
What's
same
up, Casey?
situation, I would have a people would have a multitude of police reports, from my whole situation,
Yeah.
because that whole, him calling the cops on the drop of a dime. Same with my ex. He was calling the cops on me all the time, and they literally just make things up. Like it will be completely untrue, and it's a tactic for them. I guarantee you there's probably so much more too, as
Mm-hmm.
far
Yeah.
as
Oh yeah.
police reports.
That's even when the family, like I said, when I was reading Micah's Law, and I had to pause a couple times because when even when I got, because I'm reading through it and I'm like, oh my gosh, and then I get to the end of that part, and you see the family say, and out of respect for Micah, in her memory, we can't mention other stuff that are even more extreme, and it's just like, oh my gosh, I can't imagine
Yeah.
what he put her through.
I believe it. And
Can't
when
imagine.
Sandra was talking about the look in JP's eyes yesterday, I know that look. I
Mm-hmm.
know what that look is. Jana, you know that look.
All too well.
It's
The over
I mean,
dilated
there have been
pupils.
nights where I thought I was going to be dead from that look.
I will say this. I've said it 1,000 times. The one I was married to that had to look, I feared for my life.
Same.
I'm only alive because of God.
Yep.
But when I got away, I promised I would never let nobody have that kind of power of fear over me again. And they haven't.
Yep.
I won't say it hasn't been scary situations, but I've stood up and fought back.
Yep.
But that one man, I was scared. When I left, I was even scared to pass him on the road somewhere. That's how bad it was.
Yeah. My house is like Fort Knox. I've got cameras
Yeah.
everywhere. I mean, I was stalked. I had a situation with the pictures, and there is no protection for that, everybody. I just want to let you know that whole thing with her, the picture being posted of her and this and that. I had a very similar situation, and there's literally nothing that they can do about it. And actually, with my whole situation, he was using, there's these companies that give you like ghost phone numbers. You know what I'm saying? Like it's like you can make phone calls and send pictures or whatever else under a different phone number. And according to the cops through by me, basically what was happening was I was getting pictures of myself sent to me from like these random numbers. Okay, like
Yeah.
pictures that only should have been between myself and that person. And I don't know the name of the company that was being used, but the police here couldn't subpoena that company. They said that they couldn't get the information that they needed. Like I actually there was an investigation, and then I get a phone call one day, and I've been
Huh.
waiting weeks, and they said, "Oh, sorry, that company won't give us, they can't give us the name or whatever else. So sorry, case closed." You
Unless
see what I'm
there's
saying?
a more involved investigation, which then they can basically override that or something. Yeah. I
Yeah, but
mean,
that just surprised me. There was enough evidence too, I believed, but
yeah.
I understand that frustration. I'm sure that Micah felt because you really do feel helpless, and the people that are important, the people that need to hear you, they don't. And it's not like they. And I'm not. And I've had experiences with really amazing officers that have I've had officers pull me aside and say to me, if you ever need something, here's my card, kind of thing, or whatever it is. And but a lot of times it just seems like, well, what's the point of all that? This is why Micah's Law is so important, and it's so important on a federal level. It really is. It's so necessary. Every state should have Micah's Law, and
Everyone,
I don't know
and they
how that could
most
happen.
do. Most
Yeah.
do have a law like that.
Not mine.
It's just a couple states that don't.
Yeah.
Is it just me, or is anybody else hearing the echo and dragon?
The what?
Is that me?
I,
It could be me.
I could barely hear what you were saying there for a while, Kylie.
Oh, I don't have an echo.
Let me I'm gonna get in my car. Let me get on my headphones. 1 second.
Oh,
I'll
you're
be
good.
back.
I didn't hear an echo. Let me see. Yeah, Micah's Law. It's gonna be passed. I already after today and seeing law enforcement, and that's telling me already that it's become a topic at a dinner table conversation. It's when it comes there's community, even if it's their own child, a friend, somebody that they know, or even just the awareness. It's being heard big time, and it's important. These are
No, I don't hear
any
you.
woman out there could be our potential, could be a potential mom. Would you want this stuff to happen to your mom or your aunt or your sister? I don't think so.
There's no getting through to people like that. They're living in their own little ignorance is bliss bubble.
Uh-oh.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Something
Uh-oh. Oh,
happened.
Janet.
Yeah, something happened with her end. Well, thank you for sharing your story. I know it's tough to kind of, whenever you're talking about it, you almost relive it,
I mean, yeah. But I really, truly felt inspired by Micah, especially the videos that she was putting out in the end. That takes a lot of courage. And speaking of that, her giving those messages to her friends and family on social media, talking about, how she was feeling, what she was going through, talking about abuse. You mean to tell me that she's going to care enough about other people's feelings to do something like that, but she's not going to leave a letter?
Right.
She's not going to leave a letter to her friends and family if she did this? Micah fits the demographic for leaving a goodbye letter. And I think I've shared in the chat that I did look into a study that was done in regards to people that take their life and whether or not they leave a note behind. And I was surprised to find out that it's not the majority because it's so synonymous, in culture or, how we learn about it. It's when you see it in the movies or whatever else, there's always a letter left behind, and that's not the case.
Mm-hmm.
But basically, they broke down the different demographics, and long story short, Micah fits perfectly into the demographic of somebody that would leave a letter. But that always convinced me, like, she didn't do it because why would she be telling her family, if something happens to me, he did it? but then she would do it and not,
Right.
give them an explanation as to why.
Right.
Like, oh, just so you guys know, I'm doing this, and I know I told you that he would, but it's not him.
That's a
Nothing
perfect
like
point.
that.
No, it is. That's a perfect point. Like, you would think that there would be some kind of reason. If you,
I'm going to tell you something that, that is something that I've had to say to my family, and my family knows that. I've had family members that are afraid for their own lives, and I'm sure Micah's family feels the same way. And also him favoring other siblings over the other, another very common tactic. One of my siblings was treated nicely, the other was, public enemy number one.
Yeah.
My best friend, couldn't speak to her for months.
Well, I know what
but
you
yeah.
mean. My sister got treated like a regular loving child, and I got treated completely different.
Exactly. It's and that's actually, to kind of go full circle. That was the whole idea I was trying to talk about with Susie. Like, I could see that because it's another manipulation, and she's still being abused, but he's love bombing one and not the other, just like the husbands.
The abuse don't take long with these individuals either.
Hell no.
It don't.
And the love bombing is a big part of it. I moved in with mine a month after meeting him. We moved in together. He said he loved me 2 weeks into the relationship. That's how it happens. And then once they got you, you're not escaping.
Nope.
And the whole idea of he would get mad. What was that whole story about how he was saying he's coming there with the firearm and he's going
locked
to
and loaded.
Oh yeah, that's another one. You cannot have a social life outside of them.
No,
that's a big no-no. That is a big no-no.
You're not.
All right, hold on one second. I got to get in my car.
Oh, no problem. No problem. Yeah, it's unfortunate, but justice for Micah. That energy is strong. Protesters need all the support and love.
Protesters, thank you. I from the bottom of my heart, thank you, because you really are truly being a voice for all victims, survivors.
Mm-hmm.
It means a lot to me, and I'm sure it means a lot to others too.
It does.
And I wish I could be there with. I've said I would love to drive down there. If I was there, I would be there with you every Sunday. I promise you that. I'm a fighter.
You guys are though. That's why when you're hanging out, I know that you all can't be there, and it's one of the reasons why. Because I could be a half-assed dude and just do whatever I wanted to do, but a lot of the stuff that I do is for all of you, and that's why I got 3 devices hooked up to one tripod, and I got 3 battery bricks velcroed to my stand, and I'm carrying around a backpack, and I have all this stuff with me, and it's because I really want you guys to be able to be there, and because your energy makes a difference. It really does. And so when you guys are in chat and you're there, that energy comes through the community out to that community, out to Myrtle Beach, and then their community, the audio from the Myrtle Beach community comes through to you guys, and you guys get the energy as well. It's almost like a wonderful mixture of energy that becomes so strong, and that's why you're seeing what you're seeing right now, because that energy, it's when I compare, like when I compare a satellite looking down at the ocean, if one person's smacking the water, you don't see it, but if you have a whole community of smacking the water at the same time, you can see that take place from outer space, and that's how powerful it is.
Yeah.
And so I know y'all want to be there, and that's why I do everything and I work my tail off to try and bring you there as close as I can with the footage, with the knowledge of the atmosphere, with any of that, because I know how much it means to you too, and it's important to me. You are there. You are there with us every weekend.
You know, we like to keep that chat lit. I'm there. I love the roast of it all, really. But I mean, I really I try to make it there every Sunday morning. You know, with you guys, and I do see it as an extension of the protest for sure.
You are.
Oh, there is like a bunch of cops at my neighbor's house. What is going on? Sorry.
You are. Each one of you are a very key part of it. That's why I tell people I'm only 1/14,000 of this, and everybody else has an equal part in it, and you really do. Um, whatever it is, you're bringing something to the table. Everybody brings something to the table, no matter what it is. If it's somebody in chat, just helping with the energy, we got somebody on panel, information. It everybody has a special part in doing what we're doing.
And CJ, I can tell you this from my standpoint of watching you before we were able to go, because I don't watch the lives now. I'm there trying to watch the surroundings. But before I was able to go, it not only helped me to be there in spirit and be able to see it, it brings people together in the chats. Because we know a lot of times you're busy. You're not able to read the chats for the son or talking to people or whatever, but people within the chats are communicating just like they did last night, just like tonight. And that's powerful within itself.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because a lot of you guys share your stories in the chat too.
Yes.
And then it helps other victims become comfortable enough to share their stories, and that's part of healing.
Yep.
That's why I appreciate your guys' patience so much when I am out on location. Because if it's I don't have the device that I use for the HD version to give you guys the clarity. That used to be my YouTube chat feed. I used to be able to watch you guys chat on my YouTube chat feed and be able to have communication and all this other stuff. But then I'm like, why am I doing this when I can bring them even closer with HD footage too? And so that's when I'm like, okay, I'll give up being able to see the chat in order to bring you guys closer with the absolute clarity. And that's why I always tell you I appreciate your patience, because I really do. I really do, because someday when I have all the gear that would be ideal, I won't ever miss a thing. Trust me, I won't. But until then, nothing but tremendous amount of appreciation to the community for your patience when I am out there, boots on the ground. It means everything to me, because people could come in here and be like, "Oh, he's not talking to me. Ugh, I can't stand." Nobody's that way. And it means everything to me. It really does. And that's why sometimes I'll sit here and do these long studio shows, or do a studio show when I don't have the energy, or this or that. And it's because, man, I need to give you guys even more because of how much you're giving me when I'm out there. And that's why I do these things, just like today. I'm doing this 7-hour, 7.5-hour stream today because it's important for me for people to know the truth about what took place out there when it comes to this assault, and they really hear the true version of Sandra's events that took place, and also to continue the conversation and the awareness of this. And I just want to say an extra special shout out to you all that share your stories, whether you're up here on panel or in chat. It takes a lot of courage to do that, especially up here in front of a whole bunch of people on panel. And and sharing your stories. It takes a lot of courage. And for that courage, for you to offer me that courage, I can't thank you enough.
Yeah, it
CJ,
takes a
thank you
lot of,
for sharing your
yeah,
story yesterday. I mean, that
yes.
was very powerful. You got me crying. That really meant a lot to me. For you to feel comfortable to share, and it, I know, honey. Hold on. Sorry, hold on 1 second. Be right back.
No problem.
No,
Please continue.
CJ, you have meant so much to so many people. To me. And like Kylie said, you sharing your story. You're right. It takes a lot of courage to get up here, not knowing who all's seeing it, but to open up, especially after seeing negativity like we've all seen towards different people. Then you get afraid, you know, they're gonna jump all over me. So when y'all do open up, you have no idea how much it touches us to know you trust this channel to open that up on. Can't promise you somebody won't ever come in and sneak in there and say some harmful words, but they'll be handled.
You got the best mods in town.
That's right. They'll be handled.
You've got Tib and Caddy
That's
coming
why.
for him.
That's why there's a lot of negative talk about me, is because I don't play. I don't put up with it, and the reason that I don't is because I'm here to protect you all in chat. And the more that you have to exist, there's a lot of people out there that'll take the Cash Apps and the Venmos and the Super Chats and deal with shit attitudes in their community. And I don't do it because listen, you guys are the reason why I'm doing what I'm doing. Why would I want yuck, mucky water why would I even want you to like see a cup of mucky water? That's why we get rid of it so quick. And I take a lot of hate for it. I do. I take a lot of hate from people because I don't play. I don't play when it comes to the community. But I don't care. I really don't.
Me
To
either.
me,
And I
you
got you.
guys are more important.
We got you, C. We got you.
They are. They're dragon slayers. That's why I'm like, don't mess with the pit bulls. Like, they're sweet as hell, and you all see them. They're sweet as hell. But man, you come after me. You come after the community. It's like throwing raw steaks to pit bulls. And I mean that.
That's that lockjaw.
Yeah. They don't mess. They don't mess around because we are a family within ourselves, and we've been together for a really long time, and we've gone through a lot of ups and downs together. We have history together.
Yes.
And they know the reason that I have the ones, because I used to have a whole bunch before, and like in life you got to weed some out sometimes, and when you get it all weeded out and you get it down to the people that really believe in you and know what you're about and trust you, that right there, that's worth more than anything in this world, to have that kind of support. And they know that I'm out there trying to do the right thing, be about the right thing, getting the hate. They hurt just as much as I do when it comes to the negativity out there, because they see me have to go through it. They see me struggle on days sometimes. They know all the stuff, not everything that's going on in my life, but I let them know about some stuff too that nobody else knows about,
Yeah.
And they're the sweetest, most beautiful people, and they'll always have the most special place in my heart. And when I go, they'll be a lot of the people that I think about before I take my last breath. They mean that much.
Wow.
We are a family.
Dude, you got me with that one. You got me good with that one.
Yeah.
That was deep. You got me good with that one. That one got me good. What you just said. Thank you.
I couldn't.
You guys are gonna make me cry for a second time tonight.
I cried after we got off of here last night. Right on.
It's
Janet, I felt so, I truly felt so connected to the stories that you were sharing yesterday. And that's kind of the thing, like what I say about JP is he's transparent to any victim or survivor of coercive control.
Yeah.
You know, we see right through him. And we have since the start.
Yep.
Hi, honey. Hold on.
Thank you, Casey. And thank you for all the support in the comment section, too. It means a lot.
Yeah, a lot of beautiful comments in there tonight and last night.
Mm-hmm.
I can't see it right now, but I love my live chat fam. Always enjoy being in there with you guys. Here, honey. Okay.
I appreciate it, too.
That's the one thing I do miss on Sundays, being there, is getting to be in the chat with y'all, but we can make up for it during the week.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, of course. Always.
I had something I wanted to ask him now. I'll remember in a second.
I'm going to see if this video has... I'm trying to upload a different version. Let me see if this one has it. If not, I want to...
CJ, you should play the video of Jay, and then after play the one of JP, just to show how similar it is.
What do you mean? Oh, the assault?
The actions that were being taken, yes. Yes. Oh, thank you, honey.
If somebody wants to send it to me, it's lost in my files.
Oh, no way.
It would take me a while.
I forgot we were trying to find that one video the other day.
I'm literally like rushing every minute of the day, and so like right now,
We got you, man.
stuff is like in one folder, and it could literally take a while. I need to like take some time, like a couple days, and just reorganize everything and kind of clean it up.
You've got to have loads of stuff from this case.
How
long has it been since the protest footage? It's been since.
Yeah,
that's how I found you.
Yeah.
When I first started this case, because I follow certain cases, and then I hang on to certain true crime communities, and it's like once I started following this case, which was it was in the beginning, I would say in the first couple of weeks, and then I remember hearing, I think it was through JLR, that you were at the protest, so I just hopped right on in, and I'm like, yep, this is where I'm going to be talking about this case. This is where I'm going to get the information I need.
And I appreciate that.
I did the same. I started Googling. And like I said, I saw the things on Facebook, and a lot of them were TikTok posts. It would take you to TikTok, and that's when I activated my TikTok to use. And then I'd get on Google, and CJ kept coming up for YouTube. It didn't take me but a couple times to watch it, and I knew that was the one.
And I appreciate that.
What video are you trying to get up now?
Huh?
What video are you trying to load now? You were just saying.
I was trying to see if I could. It might end up being overnight when the closed caption. The video, the one that you were talking about. I know we've covered it in a prior live. But I know I have the video somewhere in my folder. I just have a lot of stuff. And it would take a while. I don't want to.
You got to get you organized for Nancy.
I can be organized for that. Because she ain't gonna be asking me for that footage. But I will. I'll make a note of it, and then on the next show, I'll find it before we do the next show, and on the next show, I'll show the difference, because I'm pretty sure this is still going to be a topic after today with everything, and who knows what's going to happen tomorrow, because it's like the last couple days, all of a sudden stuff is just happening.
It's
like
the final countdown.
right,
Yeah.
and he's just started. I do want to watch this Nancy Grace episode.
Oh yeah.
We'll probably have to break that other one down with the closed captioning
That's fine.
on the next show, and then we'll show that video as well with that other altercation. And double check after this show's done. It's going to take a while for live chat to load up in closed caption because of how long the episode is. But there might be closed captioning for that part, and if that's the case, we could always reuse this live with the closed captioning.
Oh yeah.
I basically let the whole thing play through and didn't really interrupt it, so
Yeah.
we could always do that. If not,
Well, I have to say I didn't watch all of it, but I did catch a little bit of the Nancy last night, and I loved the way she opened it up, man. Like she just goes right into him. She starts laying into him about trying to raise her from the dead, and Nancy goes, "I've only known 2 people in history that have been able to do that: Jesus and like Lazarus, something else." And it was hilarious. I love her. She's a national treasure. I don't care what anybody says.
I
love her. I love her.
I'm the same way. I'm like, let's just cut the fat off the steak and let's get to it. And that's how I am. Because I work on too many different things, and there's too many people that are out there to help. And let's come on, let's help everybody. Let's get to business. We can do fun later if there's time. Let's do the business now, because we ain't got that much time. We're only here for a certain period of time, and it ain't that long if you really think about it. It's really not. And the life expectancy is going down and down and down. It's down to 75 for a man now, down from 78. All right. So this is
Dude, don't do that to us.
Well, it's the truth.
I thought life expectancy was going up.
No, it's not. It's actually going down. For the females, it's, you guys are, 80s, life expectancy in your 80s. The dudes are just hitting 75 now.
Yeah, you know what? Actually, both of my grandmothers lived until their 80s, and I had a great grandmother that lived until 89. I mean, I was in my 20s when she passed. So I got something going for me here with that, but we'll see. The 30s are flying. That's all I have to say.
It's how it's just reality, and you never know. Like, I could be gone tomorrow, So I want the last efforts of me to be something like this, and if I do go, there's plenty of these lives that'll always be up there. Y'all can, see where I was really coming from, and that's what makes a difference. It's about helping people.
Yes.
It's about helping people.
I've said that 1,000 times. I don't do anything for recognition here. I just want to try to make a difference in people's lives in any way I can, so that when my time comes, people will come up to my family, to my children, my grandchildren, and say, one thing I can say about her is she tried to love on everybody. That's all I want that to be my legacy, to pass on to my children and my grands. Show compassion.
Amen. I want to give this disclaimer too, because I actually have had JP troll me for a while on certain platforms, and I don't remember which one it was, but I was sharing it through a comment about something, and I want people to know, like, I don't ever want anybody to think I'm sharing these stories because I'm trying to make it about me. And the only reason I'm saying that is because JP literally trolled me about that and said to me, this isn't about you. This is about Micah and blah, 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 blah. Yeah. The reason I'm sharing my stories is because I want people to understand that what Micah went through is real. It wasn't a one-off. She wasn't lying about these things. The family's not lying about what's happening. It's a common issue for many people. Okay, honey, hold on 1 second. Hold on, I'll be right back. Sorry.
No problem. No problem. It's okay.
And so,
We appreciate it.
you know, I don't want people to think that that's the case. And you know, I'm coming out now like some years from when I officially left, and that's like a whole other story in itself, because really it's one of the most dangerous times for anybody that's in an abusive relationship is when you leave them. You know, Micah is a prime example of that.
Yeah.
And you know, Jenna, like, I think about this too, and I just started to get to know you yesterday, but I can tell like you're a fighter, you know, and I'm a fighter, and
Yeah.
and by fighter I mean, you know, like I stand up for myself, I stand up for the people I love. I'm not afraid to, you know, like
Same.
yeah, you know, like on TikTok, I've got the hot dog steaks just coming at me. I mean, I look at my TikTok right now every day, and
Right.
I've got like 99 more people and this or that, like say, because
Yep.
I've stood up for, you know, us and what's
Right.
happening, and
Right. And I don't know if
I,
people really know that, you know, Kylie. Like, if the community, if y'all don't know, Kylie's been out there, like, trying to, you know, over there on TikTok. I'm not over there on TikTok. Kylie's over there on TikTok, like, trying to
I'm calling people out.
stop the muck. You're trying to
I
stop the
mean,
muck, and it means everything to us. It really does, because
I
you're
came
doing
out
it
with
for
a
the community.
video, Jay, in July. Sorry. I came out with, I started coming after, I mean, I started calling him out back then. And I remember, I mean, you and I were talking about it behind the
Oh yeah.
scenes.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
And
Oh,
that was really like, that was kind of, and there were so many red flags with him. And it was like the one time that you had him on the live stream, and he was he has been an apologist for abusers from day one, and I don't know if anybody else has noticed that, but the man, he has
Fedora
no
guy
understanding.
even.
Yes.
Fedora guy.
Who was that other guy? I don't know, Fedora guy, and then there was like a different one that he called him something guy.
Oh,
Reminds me
pastel,
of,
orange pastel
yes.
shirt guy. Yeah.
Yes. But you know, like, I'm not afraid to stand up for the people, you know, that I care about, what I believe in. And on TikTok recently, it was after that, it was actually on one of the videos that was posted about you. And I commented on it, and I wasn't rude, and I was just asking questions. I immediately get blocked. Then I privately messaged Guru, and I said, hey man, like, you don't know me, I don't know you, like, what's the deal? Get blocked.
Glitch.
Sorry. Glitch. Glitch. So,
Glitch.
and ever since then, I mean, the person that is in a relationship with him immediately came onto my page, like immediately just started blowing up my comments. You know what? I've kept every single one, and I haven't blocked them, because to me, I want to be transparent that way as well. It's like, I'm not afraid of you. I'm not scared to say what I need to say. I'm not going to make this space something that's one-sided, you know. That's an echo chamber that they're creating over there. Because let me tell you, the things that people have said to me in regards to Jay, you know, how dare you?
Oh, yeah.
What, the GoFundMe has nothing to do with this. What's wrong with you people? Kept saying it was disrespectful that I called him a wiener on the robe, as if he's actually Jesus. The blatant disrespect of the man dressing up like Jesus from day one, it's there. It's so disrespectful. And I've said that, you know, like I was kind of kicking myself for obliging him in that manner in the beginning, you know, like, hey, I get it.
We even had him on the show. You know what I'm saying? We had him on the show. It got to a point where the community was like, CJ, why do you even have this dude on? You can't even talk.
Yeah, he was so crazy too.
I
CJ,
couldn't
you
even
should be a
finish a
body
sentence.
language expert. CJ, everybody thinks everything you say is so right. I mean, he's a smoozer. I can't say it, but he likes to, he's a people pleaser in his own right. But that's another manipulation tactic. It's such weird behavior. I don't know, man. I mean, I've seen
It's
some
the same
incredible
MO.
folks
It's the same MO. You build them up to break them down, but
to
you
break them
can't.
down.
But you can't break me down because I've already been broke down to points where you can't break no more, and I built myself back up. You can't
Say
break me
that.
down. You can't break me
Say
down.
that.
It's the
That's
truth.
what I'm saying, man. It's like they can say whatever they want to me. They have no idea what I've been through.
Yeah, you don't know
And
what life I've lived.
and for him to call himself a victim, I can't tell you how upsetting that is for me.
Well, to compare himself to Micah, not just
To
to say
Micah,
he's
what
victim,
Micah's been through.
but he said this is what they were doing to Micah, and this is what's happening to me, the same as Micah, and it's like, dude,
That
So
is
effed up.
what
That is
triggered me big time.
That triggers me.
That triggered
Sandra,
me
does
big
that not
time.
trigger you? Yes,
Big
it
time.
does. It's
Oh my gosh.
so triggering. And then he's got victims calling him, and he's telling them, "I don't believe you."
right? I know. I
That
was
is,
sitting there. I felt so bad, and then you watch the chat that's in that stream, and the chat is even like, "Who are you to determine who's a victim or not?" And you haven't even talked to her. I felt so bad.
Yeah.
I felt so bad for the ladies that were trusting because of the clothing. They were trusting to be that they were safe, and then they're told that they don't believe them.
Yeah.
That's almost as bad as the abuser.
That
I
is as
mean,
bad as the abuser.
it really is. And honestly, I sometimes think like stuff like that triggers me even more than JP does sometimes. Like that is
Yes.
so upsetting. I don't know. I get speechless on it because and that was the other thing that I'm just remembering now. And on my TikTok, I have women commenting on my videos about Jay, saying, "You know what? Just because of this, now I'm going to go donate to him." And it's like so they do, and it's exactly what he wants. And you know what? Like I'm not gonna. I get it. Like I'm not trying to look down on anybody for their their finances, or I get it. We all got our struggles, but just like that woman said, it's like I got house problems too, man. We all got to
Right.
take
It's
those.
true. Yeah. Yeah, it's true.
Yeah, and it's like and what? Why are you hiding it? And why are you? Oh, the other thing that got me was I was being told that, and I actually, so I have his GoFundMe on my page, but I blacked out the kids' faces, okay, because they're minors. He's got them plastered all over that page, but then he's coming after me and other people saying that we're exposing his family. Dude, you have them all over a public page, a GoFundMe
Right.
page. That is
And
public.
And you use them for a spy.
Right.
Yeah.
He's
That got me.
Yeah.
And
No,
I
have
really
their
feel bad
faces.
for Rose.
I have their faces. I edited it. They're not on my page. I'm like, that's what it means to give your kids some privacy. I'm adjusting what you
Photos
put
of
out
just
there.
you. Listen, if it's for a fairy tale ending, and don't put the photos on there. Put photos of you on there. Put photos of you and your wife. Put photos of your house. Why are you putting photos of kids all over public shit? You know
I
what I'm
wonder
saying?
why. It's
If you
almost
were
like he's
really,
using them.
yeah, he was. Because if you're really worried about your children, you don't put them in that kind of.
He's got
spot in
beautiful
the first place.
kids. They're
And if
adorable.
you're worried about their safety at the protest, you don't bring them out there and then use them.
Wait, they're out there?
They were.
Oh, they were, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
And they even brought and they even brought a friend with too.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Not just the children, but friends of the children too.
Oh man, as you Southerners like to say, bless their hearts. bless these people's hearts, man. Oh my gosh, I am like,
he plays it up. He plays it
Yeah.
up to the max. He really does. He came because when he came that weekend, he came walking with children around him like he was Jesus holding the lamb with children
Yeah.
around him. People,
come to
yeah,
Jesus.
seriously, and
Myrtle, be smarter.
people are sitting there going, I can't believe you're being like, no, it's called, this is justice for Micah because this person is using victims' names for their own personal gain, and they're creating things within the protest that are affecting the protest. The
I remember
barriers, man.
I had to mute him that first time that he was speaking to the camera, and he starts going into how he was in New York and this, and he was one of the top recruiters and this and that. I had to mute him. I was so secondhand embarrassed, and I just not the first time I've ever heard that man say justice for Micah was in that footage of when the woman asked him about the GoFundMe. That's the first time I've ever heard that man say justice for Micah. And because that's their new thing. This has nothing to do with justice for Micah. That's their new line.
Think about it. Look, think about it like this. He's been a mod for RH this whole time ever since he did his first live. What? Hello, fake phone call. Hello, fake phone call because I'm calling out hot dog steaks and my name don't get redacted, mother effer. And then also, when when it comes to streaming the protest, all of a sudden I'm getting the attention again because I'm back and I'm calling out even more hot dog steak. And then guess what happens? Somebody goes live the same exact time. I had a show that was scheduled for tonight at a certain time period. Guess who's going live at that same time period? You know who. And you know what? It's probably it's probably a blessing. Yeah, because they use these huge platforms to try and drown out the truth. The people that aren't using church music and cool graphics and all this in order to manipulate your minds. I'm sorry. I use my money for the community. I don't have time to buy cool graphic boards and soundboards and all this cool stuff and get to sit at my desk 24/7 to have the time to do the graphic design and all this other shit. My shit is bare minimum. This right here, I still get compliments of what I'm, with all the stuff that I do with the shows, and that's just the bare minimum. And that's what they're doing. Where do you think
Dude's boots are not made for walking. Let's just say that.
I mean,
He's not good.
Where do you think RH gets his information? From the same people that attack us. Seriously.
That's so odd, man.
I've known who's given him information for months because I saw what happened. Guess when that call came out? You know why that call came out?
Oh yeah, I forgot the timing of that.
Because I was putting shit out there about his predator ass, and then all of the people that were giving him information started to give it to me because I ain't a predator. And then all of a sudden, phone call comes out with my name all over it, saying some crazy ass shit that I had to turn it into the FBI and the Department of Justice and the Attorney General.
Yeah,
I'll never forget that night. I'll never forget that because you had a live that night, and then there was people coming in the live saying stuff. There's this girl missing and this and that. I just remember as soon as I heard your name, I went right to my email. I'm like, holy crap. This is not good.
And you know what and you know how I knew it was fake? Because number one, when has the dude ever done a video like that about him and his own bullshit? Never. Anything that's ever happened to him in the background, he doesn't play it and he doesn't show it to you. It's all in the background. This is the first time, just like the first time he streams a protest at Solid Rock last weekend to try and take attention away from me. Right?
Oh, did he really? I didn't know that.
Yeah, I had somebody to tell me that, and I pulled up my phone and looked, and I'm like, okay, well, he's not here.
Yeah.
Yep.
Was
Go
it
figure.
glitch? Was it glitch?
Yeah.
It's crappy.
Listen,
Crappy footage anyway.
and then also, when it comes to the phone call, yeah, they're starting to hand me information because they're like, damn, CJ, I didn't even realize about him, because all I told people in the beginning was all you have to do is Google RH victims and you'll see them all pop up in the tactics, in the music, in the manipulation, and sources reach out to me. Victims reach out to me. The same shit that Plastic J does.
Yeah.
And
I definitely made that connection too, man. I made that connection and it hurts my soul. It hurts so bad. If anybody's going to call anybody them, you're going to call them. I am more than I have said this before. If anybody ever wants to talk to me, they could reach out to me just to talk. I just want to know what these guys, how they're responding to this stuff. How are they responding to this? What makes Jay the arbiter of truth when it comes to abuse? Like, does he have like a checklist?
Right.
Like, I believe you, I don't believe you. Like, what?
that's for it just goes back to the conversation, like when I was talking about Susie. I would rather be wrong that
You're
she
right,
was
CJ.
part of it than be wrong that she was a potential victim.
You're
Listen,
right.
I didn't go to school for that. I can't
Yeah.
sit there and spot out who's lying and who's not, but what I can do is make sure that that person gets to the right destination for the help.
You have
And
empathy.
I will let them figure out if somebody's not telling the truth. It is not up to me to decide who's a victim and who's not.
You're right. You're right. You're right. And like I said before, it's as a mother, it's so hard for me to see it. But I also too, I get it. I do get it. And man, I really hope that I know that we keep hearing there's more and more victims, more victims, more victims. I just hope that they're all okay and they all feel safe now because he's still out there. He's still out there.
But when you're going into a show and he was just directing it at Donna Taylor, who says Susie Q wasn't in there seeing that and going, oh my gosh, look at how he's treating this victim and I'm a victim too.
Yeah. Yep. Well, Suze, we hope you're okay. Hope she's safe. It's
I
heavy
just hope,
stuff.
whether she's a victim or a co-conspirator, I hope you get the justice that you deserve.
Yeah.
Was there any validity behind the whole? I mean, I know there wasn't any about them being at the Skinner's house, but were there cops at that pool?
There was a cop car there that lives there. Neighbors came out and said that. It was even on one of the news stations or one of the creators or something. I saw it the other night. Said that somebody had started that as a joke or for whatever their agenda was, or I can't remember exactly how they worded it.
A joke?
Yeah, but
what's so funny?
I called it what I called right off the bat was, because I have my friends around here that knows how big I am on this, and they send me stuff. It's like I'm in there trying to prepare for our karaoke Halloween party Friday night, and I've been cooking all day, and my phone's blowing up with people telling me about the raid, that haven't even been there. So I go on there and I look and I'm like, really? Okay, well, you can be behind us on the opposite side of the road at the church, and you're zoomed all the way in over there at the vehicles and people walking out of the church. Why aren't you zoomed in here at the pool? Something's fishy. Mm-hmm. So I watched. Jay, the Jay leaves and walks off. One of the other ones says, I'm not going over there. I'm not going to ask them any questions. They don't never zoom in. Never zoom in. It's nighttime. The pool's lit up. Yeah, you can see one car. It appears maybe a cop car over there. And then he's talking about, when I got here, there was 7. There was one there and started pointing them out and naming them off. But you didn't see them. They were already gone because they weren't there.
Use Skinner's name.
Yes.
part of it too. Not only Micah, but Chris's name too.
Yes. Now you tell
There
me
was,
they don't project. They don't project. They are abusers just like anybody that's
Yeah.
ever abused anybody. Because let me tell you something. I've had the physical, the mental, and emotional. I look in the
Yes,
mirror
ma'am.
every day and there's scars on my face from stitches
Yes,
from
ma'am.
my physical abuse. That heals.
Yes, ma'am.
That mental abuse, that projection don't heal so easy. And
It
that's
sure
what
doesn't.
infuriates me with them.
Yep, I'm right there with you. I am right there with you.
I'm sorry, y'all.
Yep, the
That
physical,
gets under
No,
my
you're
physical
skin.
fine.
abuse.
No, you're fine.
But
It's
you're
gone on
right.
long enough. It's gone on long enough. It really has.
One of their, well, there was a clip that came up on my YouTube feed the other day whenever it happened. And just a little clip that I watched, they were like acting like teenagers, like, you know, like they're laughing and, oh, is there cops over there? And, you know, like they're
Yeah.
goofing off. It's like, it's funny to them. Can we speculate on something? Can I get your opinions? What do you guys think about, do you think that his passing is suspicious?
His
Can we
what?
can we speculate?
Definitely.
Oh yeah, for sure. That listen, when I
Before this ever happened and I even knew anything about Micah and JP, me and my husband both said that don't sound right. I started looking up his story. No, that did not sound right from the get-go to me.
it
Yeah.
doesn't. I have a member of my team that is, you know, is in a wheelchair, and he's the one that shot out Busby. As soon as we came across that, he's like he was dropping up in the background like, this is all they have to do in order for that thing to just roll, you know. And I'm like, damn, I didn't even know it was that easy. And
Oh
and when I'm there, ever since I've been there, you know, when people a few weeks after I started joining the, you know, out there, there was communities, they started recognizing what I was doing, and there was people from neighbors, multiple neighbors, that reached out to me and were like, "Can you look at this too? Because this doesn't make sense."
Yeah.
And it's like it's
yeah.
connected. Those are neighbors, multiple.
If we can find out, and I've already mentioned this tonight, but I just don't remember where this information came from. It could have come from Agatha May, because she always digs so deep. But she found some documents from after his passing, and there was some suspicious financial stuff going on with their house, with the Skinner's house. She listed it under something that was not, and I don't know anything about that. So as far as like the logistics of it, but there was the way she had listed the marital home, it was odd. Like it seemed suspicious.
Wow.
And so I guess that's my next question is if we do think that it was suspicious, do you think she was a part of it? Just as speculation. Do you think that she had a hand in it? Do you think she knew about it? Or do you think that it was JP acting on his own agenda?
I think if she did not have a hand in it, I think she knew about it, whether she wanted it to happen or not. She knew about it, and that could be his stronghold on her. I don't know.
I don't know. I feel like he would have done something in the background and
You think so?
made it look to her like he didn't have anything to do with it. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
Do you think that the feds are investigating that as well?
I heard it was being opened back up.
Everything connected. Everything
Yeah.
connected. This is when I was on Court TV with the chief and he was talking about the parallel investigations. It's like everything that I've been saying about the layers and the spider webs and the tentacles and the lasagna and, you know,
Some convoluted stuff.
there's different layers and each one cooks at a different pace, you know, like it's going to be it's going to be one of the biggest things that's going to come out. I know it. And I've always felt that way since the beginning because I'll go back to the Murdaugh stuff. You got that generation, and he is part of that generation that is so entitled and runs amok and doesn't clean up the muddy mess. And that's what's going to get him, you know, debt.
Yeah.
Grandpappy was an ace at it. Daddy, he started to F up a little bit because he had a little bit of
Yeah.
entitlement. And now you got this dude that's got nothing but entitlement. And that's why I think it's going to be huge, because I think he dipped his hands in a whole lot of pots and he wasn't careful about it.
CJ,
But he wishes he would have gotten a divorce now.
CJ, and Emma, interrupt for a second. Sally says Regina Ward is on Law and Crime
Yeah.
sidebar talking
Ooh.
about JP's abuse charge.
Yeah, I already checked it out.
Okay.
About a half hour ago.
And then she said Regina is saying the case will affect future charges that are coming down the line for JP.
Say that again. What was that
She
last
said,
part?
she said, "Oh, Regina is saying this case will affect future charges that are coming down the line for JP."
Gotcha.
Well, that's crazy that
Oh.
it's crazy that you say that, Priscilla's life. Then you must not know what we do over here. And for you to be in my chat and sit there and say that those are the only two channels that do their research and detailed, I don't think so. Thank you anyway.
Okay.
Yeah, you're not going to come in my chat and make claims like that. Spend some time with the community and do some research and then see who's coming out with what. I don't even need to hear that. It's just
That's
nothing but
why.
it's troll shit is what it is. I'm gonna mention a whole bunch of other channels and say that they're the only ones that are doing this shit. When why are you in my channel then? Go to their channel, go watch one of their videos. If I'm not in that list, get out. Like obviously you don't know what we do over here. But anyway, Jill, I want to say
This is
thank you.
why we say speculate. We're speculating. You
No,
know,
I don't
like
need it.
that's just
No, I'm not stupid.
disclaimer.
No, it's called the trolls ain't gonna say certain things to get booted. And so what they do is they bring up other channels to then try and promote the same rhetoric. It's just they think they're being sneaky. And I'm sorry, I smell the shit before you even start cooking it. And I'm not having it. Anyway, Jill, thank you so much for hopping up.
Hi,
I
Jill.
sometimes I gotta get the big boot. I got the big heart. Sometimes I
Get
gotta
them
get the
out.
big boot.
Get them out of here. Those
I
boots
ain't
have
trying to do
multiple
that.
purposes.
I ain't trying to do that.
Sally said that Regina's saying the protesters were instrumental in the closing of the church.
Yeah, that's what I've been
Yes,
saying.
ma'am.
Yep.
No
What
doubt.
I've
Can I
been,
get a round of applause?
that's why I wasn't even playing it, because basically we've repeated everything that she's
Yeah.
saying. You know what I'm saying in the episode, and I'm kind of upset because Law and Crime did a. If you guys notice how it's blurred out on the footage that they're using, somebody stole Melissa's footage and gave it to Law and Crime.
Oh wow.
That's
And
cute.
this person was part of stealing my footage back in June, when it came to my first stuff when I'm out there at Lumber River and some other things too. When it comes to conversations that I was putting out there, somebody else was stealing my shit. Same person was stealing my stuff. I called out the hot dog steak back in June, and that's why it doesn't take
Yeah.
place anymore.
Nikki did say
why I'm not
in one of our chats, protester chats earlier, that she had given Court TV permission to use her live
Yeah.
from today.
Yeah.
She did say that. So if anybody sees it, Nikki gave that permission.
Yeah, that's what I've been working on in the background when it came to
And
Court
people don't
TV.
understand how nice you
Court
are
TV
about it.
Yeah, Court TV, because Court TV reached out to me, and so I went ahead and reached out to them.
Good.
You're
It's a-
pretty cool about it too, because there are some YouTube true crime creators that would not have it, and I mean, you honestly you're pretty nice and generous with your footage, in my opinion.
It's about community, you know,
Yes.
and they'll find out eventually, you know, what kind of people those people are.
Yeah.
I ain't got time to worry about that. I got victims and families and communities to worry about, and their day will come.
I never understood the whole, like, you need to be first with, not you, I'm saying just you as in general, but
Right,
like how
in
people
general.
feel like they need to be, especially when it comes to this stuff, because it's like, we're all working together, you know, and just the way that crimes are solved now, the landscape of that is so different. I mean, the sleuth and internet world really has changed the way these crimes are solved. It's true. And I know like some cops, they appreciate it, some don't. But when it comes to like this whole like, okay, let's try to figure this out. Let's sleuth. Let's try to help solve this. Who cares about who has it first?
That's
Who
right.
cares?
Everybody has their own role. Just come together and do it.
Right.
Yes, that's how I've always done things in my own life. You know, like I don't get that. What are you going to get? A pat on the back? Oh, good job. You were the first one to request a FOIA. You know, like what do you want? And I understand the whole thing. There's work, like when this is your job, I get that. And I think it is important to recognize and acknowledge people. And I always do. For any time I use footage, I say where I get it. But also too, like I don't understand the people that get butthurt about not being the first on something. But that's really all I have to say on that.
Yeah.
All right, hold on 1 second.
Yeah.
Be right back.
No problem. But yeah, it's no, that's why I'm not giving that law and crime, and I wasn't even giving it attention because I don't like how it's obvious who the source was because of the blurred out. You can tell it's got the source on there, and so that was really a shit move. I don't know what the hell is going on with mainstream media today and the shit moves that they're doing to these protesters. I don't understand it.
Right.
That's why I'm saying shout out to Court TV. And that's why I was working with them for a half an hour, trying to get all this stuff set up so they could be the ones to really promote the truth when it comes to this stuff. Now, yeah, Regina Ward, it's true, and that's what we've been saying. Like the energy and the movement, and I've been there since the beginning, and I'm telling you, this is the strongest it's ever been, and it's a billion times more than what it's ever been just in the last week. And but other than that, I'm just not trying to give it any attention because of what they did to Melissa. It's just not a because really you're supposed to, it's like what me and Court TV are doing. Okay.
Yeah.
I gave them the stuff and they're doing the respectful thing and reaching, because they reached out to me with the respectful thing, and I reached out to the others too, because it's about respecting it. And Court TV, I got to tell you right now, the way that you guys have not only shown us love and support, but also the way that you go about doing your thing, I got to tell you right now, I'm going to be a Court TV for life, because after I'm seeing all this stuff that I'm seeing from 3 different mainstream media news organizations, I'm really disappointed. I really am.
Agreed.
Right.
Shout out Vinny. We love some Vinny. I always follow Court TV. I have never really had an issue with them. I'm shocked about. I'm not shocked, but I am a little confused on the actions of News Nation, just because they had such a pivotal role in the middle of this with the interview. Rich made it seem like this case was really important to him. So for him to not be doing his research is surprising to me. But there have been a lot of, mainstream media, they dropped off on the story. You know, Micah wasn't relevant for them up until the raid. We all know that. You know, we were the only ones that continued the story. The last time that mainstream media did anything on it was that interview. Those interviews that he was giving. Which we still need to have a day where we really break down the unedited version that was posted by JP, because there are so many Easter eggs in that. Man, I'm telling you, pages
I've
of notes on
been
that.
I've been wanting to do shit for a month and a half. I've been wanting to do behind the scenes JP. I just ain't got the time so far. I've been
I know.
too busy. What's up, Joe?
I've just
Jill?
been listening in this whole time, and I've just like I agree with what Regina was saying about how, you know, him being arrested for this like does add another notch on his record, which in turn, when he gets more charges, he won't be a first time offender.
Nope.
And even with the one that he did, like where he hit that lady years ago, technically it's not expunged. It's still on his record. It's just it got like, I forget what the term is. They pardoned, but that still doesn't completely remove it from his record. So I would assume that they would probably include that as well. But I'm just glad that Sandra stood up to him. I think it's just total victim blaming and a major injustice that people want to talk about instigation. I mean, she could have called him a son of a motherless goat, and that still doesn't make it okay or right or excusable for him to put his hands on her whatsoever. So, I mean, I'm just really, really proud of her for standing up to him, and then even like being able to talk to the media and go to court and do all of that. I mean, oh my gosh, that is just
You did nothing wrong, Sandra. You
so
did nothing
powerful.
wrong. Don't let anybody convince you otherwise. You reacted the way half of us would. Like I said earlier, it's fight or flight. You fought that, and that is in your nature, and there's nothing wrong with that. Absolutely nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, I mean, all she did was stand up to him, and
Exactly.
that's totally acceptable. She had a right to do that.
That's why as soon as I opened my eyelids, I was trying to protect her. As soon as I opened my eyelids, I'm like, nope.
Look at how tall he was compared to her. I mean, dude is not a little guy necessarily. You know, like how close he was to her. That had to have been
practically
he was
towering
frightened
over
last
her
night.
just
You could
with his
tell.
height alone.
I could feel how frightened she was even in the chat last night. That I'm sure there's an aftershock from all this for sure.
Oh yeah, for sure. That's like especially last night after everything winds down, and then you know that you're going. You know, you wake up the next day, and I don't know when they found out. You know what I'm saying? So then you're almost going through it again when you know that you got to go to court, and then the anxiety of being in the same room and being treated like they were from certain individuals.
You're being broadcasted.
Yeah, like it's just over and over and over, and that's why when I woke up this morning and I was hearing and seeing some of this, I'm like, no, you're not going to do this to my sister. You're not. And I did it in a respectful way. You saw Kylie. I wasn't, you know, it was all respect. I even said, you know, thank them for bringing the awareness and stuff.
Yeah.
But at the same time, that's when I was like, you know what, I'm going to move this show up. And that's why I had the message in the beginning of my show, because it's like, yo, people in this community, the true crime community, don't re-victimize victims, and shame on you if you do.
Exactly.
And Magnolia did. She once she kind of understood the full picture, because she was talking about it, and I agree with what Magnolia was saying. But then when she saw Jay's footage, she's like, okay, this is more of what I'm talking about. Like, this is not okay. What Jay was doing. That's the point that was trying to be made.
I was typing in chat. I was typing in chat. I was like, this is different. He ran after JP. JP ran after her. I was trying to let him know, like, this is not. This is, and you know.
I said that too.
They saw the messages, and that's when I think she said that. But
Yep.
it's true. It's like, it's why I had the message when I started out this show, because really, I want everybody that comes to this show, if you join late, check out the beginning. Anybody on replay's probably going to run into the first 15 minutes. If anything, you're going to hear the message if you don't hear the rest of the show. And that's how important it is. Because we all need to, you know, she did a very courageous thing. yesterday, and
Yes.
we need to be the shoulder if she needs it, and even if other people are trying to get her to the point where she's needs a shoulder, we have to be that shoulder no matter what, and we have to defend her to the very end.
Absolutely.
The very end.
You know I got your back, Sandra, if you're listening.
She didn't
We
just
got
stand
you.
up. She didn't just
We
stand
got
up for
you.
herself. She didn't just stand up for herself and just for Micah. She stood up for all of us.
Yes, ma'am. She sure did.
And
And I
anybody else
appreciate that.
saw it. Anybody else? I mean, think about it. You guys see, I hate the fact that certain mainstream media is manipulating it, but maybe there's people out there that can get past the words of other people and sit there and look at the footage for themselves, and they can go, oh my gosh, what a strong woman.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
By Sandra standing up, she helped so many people, not only today, but she's going to help people however long that video is on the platform. Because 10 years
Yes.
from now, somebody could come across this video and go, holy crap, that's a strong woman. 10 years
And
from now.
you know it's hard for some people to do it, but just try to put yourself in her shoes.
Yeah.
It's called empathy. You know, what would you do, people? Really?
That's why we're
You know,
here.
like, yeah. It's common sense.
Yeah.
That's why we're here, because we care about other people. Otherwise, we'd be doing our own thing, you know, eating Cheetos on the couch, you know, whatever. But we're here, we're together, we're for a common goal, and that's to help other people. And it's not that hard. It's not that hard. All you got to do is help somebody else. It's not that hard.
And if there are any victims that feel like they need to talk to people or talk to somebody, you're safe here. You are safe to do that here. No, you can share your story, and nobody's going to say to you, it's not for. We don't have to give you input on it. We don't have to tell you that it's real or not. You know, like that. You can share your story, and we'll just listen. That's all, and that's really all you have to do.
And you don't even have to call me live. You can just leave me a voicemail. You don't even have to talk to me.
Exactly.
You could leave me a voicemail. You could leave me an email.
That's what I was about to say. If you don't want to chat on here, reach out to one of us.
I've had plenty of people, because they're even too afraid to turn stuff over to the agencies. I've even had people reach out to me saying, look, I don't feel comfortable enough doing this. Could you pass this along? Of course. I don't mind, you know, I don't mind sitting on hold for an hour and a half just to go through different prompts, and then I talk to somebody. I don't mind that, because that's really how long it takes for you to get a hold of the FBI or the DOJ.
And you got to know that means a lot to people. That's got to mean a lot. It's scary. It's scary,
Yeah.
and for you to do that for people, that's awesome. See, that's a good thing.
It's about helping any way I can. You know, I've gone through the stuff that I've gone through in my life, which has created the shield that I have. That's why it's so strong. There's a lot of scars built up on that, and it's even thicker skin. And I don't mind. I don't mind. I know that I have the strength and the awareness and all of that allows me to be able to be in this position and do what I'm doing, and I'm just trying to use it to the fullest.
And that's what I appreciate about your platform, is because people can be vulnerable and feel safe enough to be vulnerable, because all of you guys are being vulnerable. And even if somebody doesn't say a word, they can still experience that sense of validation and that feeling of not being alone. And that's what I love about this platform. And so I appreciate that, CJ.
Yes.
You're not alone, and we believe you.
Amen.
We believe you.
I know you do, because I feel the energy. I really do. I'm all about energy, and always have been. And that's probably where I get a lot of my good sniffer for the hot dog steaks, is because it's about energy. and I'm a detailed reader of energy, and
You're an empath, sir. I've said that before. You've
right.
got loads of empathy. I feel that.
Yes.
And I think about that lady, whoever that woman was that Jay said that to you. If she's listening, please reach out to us. I would love to be able. I feel so awful that happened to you, and I'm so sorry that it did.
After that happened, and her friend went to go leave because of what took place, because you could see how it even put her when he kept saying, just go read it, just go read it, and she had that look in her face like the deer in the headlight look. You know what I mean? It's like, you're not going to do this. And after they were leaving, I came back and I found out that they were leaving. I literally, and whoever was there can vouch for this, I literally ran to her vehicle because I wanted to make sure she was okay. I did not want her to even leave the parking lot until I knew that she was okay because of what took place and what I saw in front of me.
I remember that. You said I have to meet. I need to go make sure she's okay. I remember that.
I booked it. I was
Just
running like JP.
It's like you booked it the other Sunday, running back across there when you saw that guy with Allie.
Yeah, I noticed the stalker kind of walking. I get out of the porta potty, and me and him are about the same distance from everybody, and I already knew what he was going to do, and I instantly ran up there because I don't know how to explain it. Whenever I'm out there, when I'm doing my thing, investigating, even out there like that, I just have this sense of energy, and it's almost like I know what the hell's gonna happen,
Yeah.
and based off the energy, and I can feel it. And so when I seen him, and I seen how he was walking, and I looked at his hand movements, and I looked at his facial features, and I'm like, this dude's gonna go up to her. I know it. And that's why I took off running, because and then look what happened.
So scary.
Look what
You have a
happened.
gift of discernment. You can sense when stuff is off.
And shout out to Allie. She was unnerved some, but she was much stronger this time. Shout out to
I
Allie.
was literally just about to say that, Allie. I think about you all the time too, girl. Like, we got your back. I appreciate all that you've done for the protest. I respect that you felt that you needed to step back when you did, and totally understandable. You didn't deserve any of that. You're not, and we believe you too.
Yes,
we believe you. I forgot about all that situation. That's such a shame because she was putting her heart and soul into it, and somebody had to ruin that for her.
Yes.
And shout out to the protesters that instantly circled her and blocked her off from the dude trying to fight through all the other protesters to give her a hug.
So scary. Oh man, it's very scary.
She was surrounded with love.
I got it on film. So there's.
Can I ask?
Yeah.
What's the ratio of men versus women at these protests?
Probably 15%.
Yeah. Yep. Do you think that are a lot of them victims? Are a lot of them survivors? I mean, what is
They're there
the
to
read?
They're not. I mean, I don't know. None of them have came up and told me their story, but I'm going to tell you right now, they're very supportive of their spouses.
Yes.
That's awesome.
For
my husband is amazing.
I wasn't talking about that, but I got what you're saying. I get what you're saying. The men that are there are good guys. That's what,
yeah.
But I got you.
They're good. They're good guys. Yeah, they're good guys.
And they are very protective.
Yeah, they're all. That's why, like, when somebody was putting out a message like they only feel safe with me there, that's not true. There's the other guys there are just as protective. They are.
Well, I don't mean to. I know this is not the most progressive thing in the world to say, but I like to hear that there are some men there for protection. I mean,
Oh yeah.
it concerns me. I truly felt fear for Sandra and whoever else was there. You know, like that.
Yeah.
That is such a scary situation. We really don't know. He's capable of anything. That anger comes. That's rage. That's not. That's rage. We literally saw a glimpse of JP's rage right there, and look at how fast that happened.
Yes. As soon as he turned around to do that sprint, I saw it.
It happened. It's like the light switch, Jenna. You know, like it can happen just like that. All you have to do is say one wrong thing, just one wrong thing, and that's it. You're in trouble.
Instead of kitty, it could have been lint liquor, and all of a sudden, and this is what everybody has to understand. He wasn't, when he did what he did, if you look at his actions closely, there was some enjoyment out of that. Okay.
Oh yeah.
You have not met him at this point when he doesn't have any enjoyment in what he's doing, and that's when it's going to be really dangerous.
He's in his element.
Right now, he's
that
having
is his
fun.
element.
It's going to turn. It's quickly going to turn into no more fun. I'm not, and it's so. Trust me, I'm going to try and be getting back there as soon as I can. And we got a lot of stuff for Amber.
What is the benefit? Sorry to interrupt, Steve.
The 16th.
The 16th. I wonder how that. I hope that there isn't any drama that day.
That there's what?
I hope that there's not going to be any drama. I hope that people don't ruin that for the family.
Yeah.
Well,
right.
if I'm just going to tell you right now, if there is, it's going to be the same people that have created this whole time anyway, because any of us are going to still continue to be about justice for Micah and being about the other person. And so if it does happen, it's just more of their own.
You can tell it means a lot to the sister.
More of their own.
The interview that she gave.
Yes.
More of their own exposure of themselves, like they have been doing this whole time. So I hope that they don't. I hope that they're grown enough. Now, I've heard a lot of stuff, how somebody's having a booth there selling certain items that has nothing to do with, but they're also going to be promoting a petition there as well. So, I mean, it's just this whole petition thing. It's like the only thing that they can run with. And I don't understand what a petition's going to do to somebody that has the support of the community and the family. I don't get it. You know what I mean?
I was going to mention that earlier. I was going to mention that earlier because now it's supposedly the questions being asked last night. What do y'all think what do y'all think we need to do about the protests? Do we need to stop it? Do we need to keep going? And I'm sitting here thinking, y'all have no say so. If y'all want to come and join peacefully, have at it, because this is about Micah and only Micah and other victims. But y'all will not be taking over our protest. Y'all will not be telling us what we can and cannot do. The law can, but y'all won't.
Well, just like Solid Rock was JP's theater and stage, the protest is Jay's theater and stage. Once you take that away from him, where's he going?
Yeah.
Where's he going? TikTok.
He's gonna go
People
do
will
what
forget about you, Jay.
He's gonna go do what he did a couple weeks ago and went live at the boardwalk, and people were like, "Dude, you're a creep."
Like, well, and he was live on. I don't know what he was on, but he was live and he was crying about the church closing.
Are you kidding me? And he's been saying he wanted it closed or he wanted to take it over and run it like it should be.
I've been trying to tell y'all since June, end of June, beginning of July. I've been trying to tell you who's in whose pocket. I made it.
That's right.
I did.
he told us what his motive was when he gave that speech.
Yeah.
That he told us exactly who he was in those 5 minutes that he just rambled on about himself.
And then Glitch
Yeah.
has this breaking news update. Hey, guess what, y'all? I know how CJ makes it out here. He only makes $500 a month from YouTube. Part 2 coming soon. And then part 2 was him saying I get paid from JP. I mean, it's like,
Right.
really? like JP is paying me to say what I'm saying. Get real. JP is paying me to do my investigating. Get real. Because the investigating that I'm doing isn't good for him. So why would he pay somebody to dig up stuff that makes him look bad? It just doesn't make sense.
Right.
He's gonna pay people to make somebody that's digging up stuff to make him look bad. He's gonna pay those people to make that person look bad, which would be me, which is what they've been doing this whole time, is trying to make me look bad.
That's called projection.
They
That's
hung
projection.
themselves, darling.
And just like a cheater, will in a relationship will say, "Oh, I never cheat." They're really cheating. That's the whole same scenario. They're calling. I find it very interesting that they're calling you out for that, because in my mind, that could be just complete projection.
It's just more
And I really wonder, based on the proximity of them to JP, their involvement, their roles. Let's remember too, there was footage of that FOIA dump that first came out with the police cam footage with the following when he was when JP called on Jay for following him.
Yeah.
That was weird to me. There's why would they follow? Why was he following? What was going? I don't know, man. I'm speculating here, but I've wondered. I really haven't. I think it was somebody in the chat. It was like I didn't think that. And then with the recent events.
Let me drop some knowledge for you. Okay.
Yes, sir.
So when I was there, I was already there for a couple weeks. This individual, Plastic Jesus, comes running up behind me. CJ. I'm like, who the hell is this? CJ. Hey man, I'm Jay. Shakes my hand. Here's my number. I got it here. Here's my number. Call me. And he's like, yeah, I knew Micah. My children were close with her. I used to work at East Coast Honda and all this other stuff. And when I hear East Coast Honda, my ear automatically goes, wow, what?
That just made mine go up. Yeah.
And this was the first time I met him. And I'm like, East Coast Honda, huh? Okay. So you must be friends with, Mr. Old Bodyguard out there, Nick. Okay. And so then you start to look at, okay, well then we started to, because it was just a couple weeks, maybe a week, maybe less than that after that, we started to get into the 911 call in the video and all this other stuff. And that was right before he started showing up. Like I've always said, what's the best way to distance yourself to make people think that they ain't working with you? You call 911. You call police reports, because ain't nothing gonna happen. Did anything happen to Jay? Did anything happen to JP? No. They knew it. They knew that he wasn't gonna have a weapon in his car, so it would nothing would come from it. And then the next week, dude shows up and starts pushing his promotion right off the bat. The first week was making protesters feel comfortable to the point where his second week of showing up, there was 3 protesters that quit going because he wouldn't leave them alone.
Yep.
He does what he wants.
So when
as he said.
And then look, when I'm calling out Fedora guy and I'm calling out Orange Pastel guy, and he's coming in my chat, telling me that I need to be more forgiving and I need to do this and to do that. And I'm sitting there going, bro, I'm trying to tell you this is hot dog steaks, man. What's wrong with you? And then it's just like, oh, I'm going to start lying about CJ. CJ assaulted me. And also, I'm like, what the hell are you talking about, bro? Like, what are you talking about? It's when I quit giving him a platform because there was no platform for him, like his own platform is his platform for him. When I quit giving him a platform, all of a sudden, let's make up stuff about CJ. Let's talk crap about CJ because I wasn't letting him know anything.
Dude, you just blew my mind with the whole thing about the police report. That makes perfect sense.
Look at what they've been doing this whole time. They're attacking
Because I never forgot that.
They're attacking Allie. They're all hanging out in the same TikTok lives. Even to this day, they're all hanging out in the same TikTok lives. You're talking SCF. You're talking SCM. You're talking a whole bunch of people. People that some of y'all even love are hanging out in those TikTok lives with that whole group. This has been what they. Who do you think?
I know what you're saying.
Who got attacked first? Allie. Why? Because she was doing a hell of a great
Leader.
job. She was doing a
She's
hell
the
of a
leader.
great job. And they had attacked her so bad with the troll shit that it put her back. It put her back in a. Come on, Joy. It put her back in a spot where she couldn't. She was like, I was looking in the mirror and I couldn't even see myself in the mirror anymore because of the stuff that they were doing. Then after
That
they
broke
got
my
done with
heart.
her, then they moved to me because I was another powerful piece out there bringing awareness. These people were coming up to my live streams looking to see how many people were watching my show. They would literally walk up to my camera, pretend to be nice, look at my screen, and then walk away. And I'm sitting there going, what the fuck is it? Like, why does it matter? It's not about how many is in what. It's about the awareness.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
And you had some other creators coming after you too for some things. I won't say you know what you know who I'm talking about.
Yeah,
the financial stuff. You know, better give that over to me.
Yeah, no.
He's on there.
I gave it to the FBI. That's what I did.
Yep.
And
that's where it started, dude. That's where it started.
Yeah,
it
that's
all
where
was that time.
Yeah, SCF was the first one because I didn't want to give her the paper that I got. I'm like, no, I gave it to the FBI. I don't even have permission to give it to the family right now. Why am I going to give it to you because you supposedly are a bookkeeper for 10 years? I don't give an F. Because I know
remember all that.
how to work with agencies. I know how to keep my damn mouth shut. I know how this stuff works. There's people out there that are about clicks and views, and that's why they don't care. They'll put stuff out there. I have a lot of knowledge and a lot of stuff that I have saved that doesn't even get the time of day because I respect the information and the process and how things work. Because I'm really truly about trying to do the right thing. I have nothing about any kind of personal gain when it comes to my life. It ain't about that. Any kind of personal gain is a gain for a victim, and that's a personal gain to me. I'd rather see the victim have a gain than me have a gain.
What about all that clout chasing? Just kidding. They love saying that. The clout chasers.
There's these
clout
trolls.
chasing.
There's these trolls in every case, and it ain't nothing new. That's why
I know it is. It isn't. You're right.
When I'm working with people, and I can sense already that they don't see what's in front of them. I try and help them out. Now, a lot of people have egotistical attitudes and want to be like, well, I ain't gonna listen to you because I know everything that well, go ahead. At least I'm reaching out to you and I'm giving you a heads up. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm doing my part.
Yep.
And that's all I can do. And it's up to other people You know, listen, I don't know everything, and I don't ever claim to know everything. But what I do know is experience and what I've been around in, and I've been around in this game for a long time. Before I even started this YouTube stuff, I was whack a troll ever since 5th, 6th grade. I had to learn the whack a troll game, and I perfected it. And so when I want to reach out to people, I wish some people would put their egos down like they know everything, because really all I'm trying to do is help. And it's, I'm not telling you that I know it's the right way. I'm just telling you, look, I've seen it before. I've seen it plenty of times, and I'm trying to save you.
And that's that whole idea that we were talking about earlier with the having to be first. You know, like having to be the one to break it. You know, like for what? What are you going to get out of it?
Mm-hmm.
Unless you're looking for clout.
Those are the same people that went ahead and promoted the Myrtle Beach media, quote, iPhone glitch, putting out him and Jay putting out that the FBI was at Skinner's. It's the same people that were credit MBM Media credit. And it's like, y'all are effing fools, because if my team can already figure out that it's fake as hell before I even leave Market Common, I feel sorry for your sources, because if you don't fact check and you can't make sure, then I don't know what you're doing. You shouldn't be promoting.
That's a dangerous game.
You shouldn't be promoting to people like you know a hell of a lot more than you do, because there's a lot of people thinking that these people are like the know all and be all, and really you're just
That's
as
a
bad.
dangerous game to play.
You're just as
That is
bad
dangerous.
as the rotten fruit, because you're kicking it in the same bowl. You're just
Very
as bad.
dangerous.
Justice for Micah, yeah.
And that is not justice for Micah. You need
No,
to do your
it sure
due
isn't.
diligence before you put stuff out there. That's why I'm not worried about being first, because if I was, I would have been in the same boat of trying to put out MBM credit, but I already knew it was fake as F. And then when I see people in my community posting it, I'm like, you can get the F out of here.
And just remember, Glitch, if you're listening, Chris Skinner has children that are still here on this earth, and you're doing stuff like that.
They put him
to
in,
me,
they put
that's
his
what I think
photo
of.
on the thumbnail. They put his photo on the thumbnail of the break. Like, it's
It's so off. He's got kids here, man. Like, you're messing with them when you do stuff like that. In my mind, that's their dad. That's their father.
As far as I'm concerned, they can keep showing up, because every time that they show up, they just expose themselves even more and more and more. You see what's been happening in the last few weeks since I've been here. And guess what? Show up again, because people are going to keep seeing you. They are. They've already caught on. They've already caught on, because they see our footage and they see your manipulation. People already have caught on. They're not, Court TV ain't reaching out to you. They're reaching out to us.
And you know,
that's why I said, tell them. Go ahead and tell you the other day.
Yeah, Chris's kids are not little kids. And, you know, I'm sure they probably have social media. We don't know who's even taking care of them half the time.
Exactly.
You know, they don't need to be targeted like that.
You don't think there's not, like, they don't think that they see all this? They do. You're right. They're not little kids. They're online. They see all this.
JP's kids, thank God, they've got Allie. We don't know where Chris's kids are most of the time.
Think about at school. They could have friends that are going, "Oh my gosh, you had the FBI at your house because of JP."
You know that's happening.
Yeah, because they heard parents talking.
And they don't care. They don't care. It's a game. That's why they were laughing on the damn stream.
I remember that happening when I was in school, when there wasn't even a such thing as cell phone or internet. You know, kids come to school talking about what they heard their parents say about the other parents, somebody else's parents, or
People talk. And if you grew up in I grew up in a small town. I know what that's like. People talk.
Yeah.
And you know how cruel kids can be to one another too.
Yeah.
Yep.
Exactly.
Yep.
You know that, CJ.
Mm-hmm.
And
Bless
we
your
know
heart.
that this is something that hurts the daughter. I mean, we've seen it. We've seen her literally writing letters and praying to God, please get us through this situation. They're going through it right now.
Yeah.
You know, it's what year was that? Did that all happen?
Wasn't it 20 or 22?
Oh my goodness, it was recent.
Yeah, it's not been that long.
Oh my gosh,
I don't think.
I feel sick about them. I really do.
4 or 5 years at the most, I think.
Yeah.
See, I can't help it. I mean, I just think about the kids. You know, I don't care how old they are.
They only care about their 90-inch flat screen on the wall.
Oh yeah.
And it's funny that you say about them laughing, because that's what I saw in that footage the other night when I saw them at the pool. They were laughing, giggling like a bunch of teenagers.
Yeah.
Like sneaking in somewhere to get drunk or, you know, whatever it was they're doing. It's embarrassing, really.
Well, not to mention that his footage makes me seasick. Doesn't even have good technical skills.
I mean, if you're going to have iPhone, it's shoddy footage, man.
Well, that's why.
Say the least.
The more they go live, that's why I'm saying keep showing up. Keep showing up. Because the more that they go live, the more that they are thinking they're slick. And really, we're just sitting back, continuing to do work for the victims' families and communities. And everybody's just seeing what they're really about.
Yeah.
They keep showing up, because the more you show up, the more you show yourself, and the less that we're, you know, in the future, we're going to have to deal with it. Because Micah shouldn't have to deal with it either, or her family.
No.
And you're making them do it. And the fact that you want to hijack a benefit to try and sell something that has nothing to...
Yeah, my mind goes back to when I got those bracelets and the ducks, and you should sell these. No, what are you going to sell them for? I said, I'm not. You should sell these. You should sell these. If I were to sell them, the money would go to the family. I got them to give awareness for domestic violence, not to put money in my pocket. I took money out of my pocket, not to put money in my pocket.
Yeah.
Because it matters to you. And that's like, you know, that video that Ann made, that was so profound, so impactful. Hold on one second. Hold on. Talk amongst yourselves. I'll be right back.
Oh, no problem. Let me see here. Okay. I want to do a contribution call out here real quick. Synergy Michelle, Synergy Life, $9.99 super chat. Everyone should know CJ and protesters are just as genuine in real life as on here. This is truly the best community ever. Appreciate you, CJ, for all you do. Love you all. We love you too. And really, I couldn't do any of this without any of you. Also, contribution call out to Matthew. Thank you so much for the $2 super chat. We believe in Micah, and we will.
I love that. That's great.
Always. Yeah, it's a marathon today. I told everybody we were going to be having a marathon show because it was very important today. And I want to say thank you for your contributions. We'll end up going here just a little bit longer, and then I'm going to go ahead and end it. Since I am going to kind of chill back and get something to eat, I'm going to kind of wind down from the topics with this, and I'm probably going to go hang out at the lounge for a little bit tonight after I get some food. I haven't ate anything today. I've literally got up at 6:30 this morning after about 3 hours of sleep, 2 hours of sleep from working, and then it's just been going all day. So I'm ready to get some food in my belly and kind of decompress from all of this. And
you need to and get some rest.
I'm gonna go have some
Yes.
kind of either comedy or something over at the lounge later tonight here in a little bit or something. But and I don't know, maybe I'll, as soon as I get done eating, I'll end up, like Thanksgiving, I'll get that full belly, and all of a sudden I'll be like, I don't know. We'll see what happens. Because I really didn't get any sleep. I was up till like 3:30, 4 in the
I
morning.
didn't either. I slept an hour and 25 minutes last night.
Yeah.
We were going pretty late last night, and I'm actually sick today, but I'm a single mom, so I really can't be sick. I just have to pretend like I'm not. But I woke up this morning not feeling great, but you were on live till almost 2 a.m. Central Time, right?
Yeah.
Is that what
Yeah.
it was? It flew.
Yeah. Yeah. It was like
It was like
1:30 Central.
And the last time we set a time here for Eastern, it was 2:09.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
that was and we were on a few more minutes after that.
Yeah, it wasn't. But
It was a
it's important.
cathartic live, and I really appreciated everybody sharing their stories.
I didn't
on panel
realize
and in
I
chat.
needed it.
Yeah, same here, because it helped me a lot too last night. And I didn't even. Yes, happy birthday, Detective. Thank you so much. I'm telling you,
It's Detective Golden's birthday.
Yes,
Oh
November
yeah,
is
these are the
birthday
Valentine's
for
babies.
Mm-hmm.
The Valentine's Day babies.
And this has been an awesome live too, really. And maybe I should have more panel shows like this sometimes, where we just go through a few things and we just sit and conversate. I think this has been really, I think, healing, and plus people can come across these stories and also feel
Yes.
inspired, like with Sandra. And so maybe I need to try and do more of these panel shows where we just sit down and just talk about,
I agree. It has done a lot of good for a lot of people.
Yeah.
I mean, just from reading in chats last night and tonight.
Yeah.
Myself included. I didn't realize how
I can
much
talk
I
to you
needed
about
it.
this for hours.
Yeah, I know you can, Kylie. I remember.
I can talk for hours. I can talk for hours. They don't know
the
about
first
my voice memo
voicemails you left.
emails.
Yeah, the first voicemail you left. I haven't even got through all of them. I'm just being honest.
Oh yeah, you won't either. You won't. You won't. I was gone. Everybody, I literally, once I started sleuthing this story, I would send CJ these like 20-minute voice memo emails. Okay, like I have this app that's a voice memo app, and then I would have to speed them up just to get it to less than 20 minutes, and I would just be going and going and going and going, But that's this story has done that to me. I don't know. As soon as I found out about what's going on, I knew something was not right, and I consider Mike a guardian angel. I said to myself, I'm lucky to call myself a survivor. She was not so lucky, and she doesn't have a voice, and we're her voice now. And
right.
it was important to me to show or tell people, like, hey, when he says that, that's what this is. When he does that, that's what this is. Like, this is all abuse. This is all coercive control. And she was trying so hard to get somebody to listen to her, and nobody would. That was important.
Yeah.
And that's the whole thing about Micah's Law. There's certain people, there could be people around you that believe you, but you need to get certain, the authorities to believe you.
Yes.
And with coercive control, there's context. Trust me, I've been in front of people and had to tell my story. Sorry, hold on one second. I've had to tell my story to the authorities, and it's so hard to get it all out. And I could hear it in Micah's 911 calls, because you start to sound crazy yourself. Do you know what I'm saying? It's like you're trying to get out all this information to them, and you start to sound nuts. And all you're trying to do is get them to believe you. But everything is so convoluted with coercive control. There has to be a back context. There's, you can't just. The authorities see abuse as just the physical. They just see incidents as a one-off, and that's
Right.
not the case. It's bigger than that. There's context to this stuff, and Micah couldn't get them to understand that because there was too much for them to get, and she didn't have enough time for them to save her, and that sucks. I get really upset about it, like she is special. She's a special person. I really do think that I hope that Micah's law could become federal because her legacy deserves that. Her memory deserves that. To me, that's, if I don't like to, quantify her life to this is her purpose, but this is her purpose now. And you know what? I want her to have that honor because she deserves it. To say, like, Micah saved so many people's lives,
Yes. And God's still using her.
That. And she's that special, JP. She is that special. You're right. She's way better than you. You would have never had a chance with her if you didn't groom her. Way out of your league. And she outshined you a tenfold, man. You're right. If he thought that, that's the truth. She was better than you. And
he might have put her light out as far as breath in her life, but he's only made her shine brighter.
Yes, ma'am. And I bet you he wishes he would have just gone with that divorce now. But he really did think that this was just going to get thrown under the rug, Robeson County, no big deal. We got this. And it was a race against time for her, it really was. And I understand what it feels like to have somebody campaign against you, calling you crazy. I've literally been there. I've had mine project their mental illnesses onto me.
Same.
And that is the worst feeling in the world because you start to feel crazy. You really do. You can't help it, but you're being gaslit.
Mm-hmm.
And you start to wonder, am I the problem? Am I something? And I know that's exactly what she was going through. He had her convinced.
I think that's what happened to Micah was she got gaslit so bad that she started to believe it and gaslight herself. I mean, I've been there. And you start to question yourself, like, is there something wrong with me?
Yeah.
Right.
I must be the common denominator.
Right.
Yep.
And
what it is.
with him using other church members to promote the same agenda, when you have, kind of like with what you're saying, you got enough people saying it to you, then you start to go, well, maybe I am. Because
that's so funny that you said that.
That's all these people that go ahead.
Sorry. Sorry, I'm still getting used to this. So it's funny that you say that because it does sound cliche as far as like stereotypical abuse, but it is true. Like they will get other people involved. Like my ex used to call my parents behind my back, my family, he would try to manipulate the situations to make them think that, it was me. And that's exactly what JP was doing. And that's how they get you. They isolate you.
Yeah.
And, you start to, you're isolated more and more. Then you start to wonder, oh, maybe everybody does think this way about me. And then the whole stereotypical, nobody's ever going to deal with you. Nobody's going to put up with your bullshit, whatever it is. It's true. That's exactly what they do. And I know that JP, the comment that he makes in News Nation, no man could have loved her more than I could have. No one could have been the type of husband that I was to her. It's just such stereo textbook.
I treated her the best more than any man ever could.
Ever would. Yeah. And it's that same idea. It's like no other man would put up with her the way I did. That's what he was saying.
Yeah. Whew, yep. And Micah's law, trust me, it's coming. I have this feeling it's going to be passed as soon as it gets up for a vote. I have a really good feeling about that. And
we need it in Illinois.
There's with the Sebastian Rogers case, stuff was sent to President-elect, whatever you want to call Trump. And there's going to be some stuff because of what's going on with that case and the rewards and all that. I'm hearing rumblings in the background that
Ooh.
he's going to create some kind of awareness to it, and who knows? Reach out if he's going to do something like that with Sebastian Rogers' case. Reach out, see if he'll do something with Micah. Maybe he
Right.
can push Micah's law to the people, the elected officials. You know what I'm saying? Maybe he
Well,
can.
this is the perfect timing for it, right? Like, let's take, this is an election year, election is coming past, but it definitely could be a perfect way to promote and get Micah's law. Again, like, I really think like her legacy deserves it. Micah's law should just be the law of the land, as far as that, in my
For
opinion.
human
Yeah.
beings. It doesn't even
Yes.
for humans.
Yes. Yes.
For anybody. For anybody. It
Just
should be.
imagine the lives it could save.
I know I could have used it. It could have helped me for a lot of things. It really could have.
Everybody that's in here, I don't know if you've ever heard the song "His Home Is His Castle" by Faith Hill. When you get a chance, when you get a chance, don't you listen to it? That was a lot of my story. Mine did work construction. I was waitressing for a short period till I got in parts and service in the automotive industry. But the things that happens in that song, when I first heard it, I went all to pieces, and I'm like, oh my God, somebody has been watching me and has wrote my life story.
Yep.
It is a powerful
music is
song.
very healing. Music is a very healing part of a lot of people's lives. I will definitely listen to that as soon as we get off here. I love Faith Hill.
Oh, I do
I haven't
too.
listened to her in a while.
It's beautiful. It's heartbreaking, bittersweet, all in one. I mean, those things actually happen because I lived it. Down to the neighbors calling the law when he goes to the door. Just a little fight, that's all. You know how it is. You got to keep your woman in line, and the cops do nothing. I mean, it's like it was literally written about my life.
Well, we know that music was a big part of Micah's life, and
yes,
I made a playlist for her, and I promote it on TikTok because I maybe have talked about it here. Music's a big part of my life. I come from a family of musicians. My abuser wasn't a musician. Music is so important for me.
It is for
me. It was for Micah. I mean, that was her love language. And it's my love language too, to be honest. And that's another way that I've connected with her. I really appreciate that. That's the way she's going to be honored for the benefit. I mean, it's all centered around music because that's what Micah's life was centered around. And another reason why JP was jealous of her.
Yes.
Because, he's got his whole piano thing or whatever it is that he does. Is that place still open? Crocodile Cracks or Crocs or Crocodile Rocks? Is that still his place?
I heard that he sold off his part to somebody and he's no longer part owner.
I heard he sold his off to or turned it over to his son. I don't know if that's true, but that's what I heard.
That's what I heard.
He's moving. He's moving shit. He has been even before. He's. I don't know, but yes, music. I love it.
Same.
My biggest our family's claim to fame, and I have a picture of it. My great uncle was a trumpet player for Elvis in his band, and he toured with them. So we have our one picture of my great uncle Ray with Elvis. And it's such a cool picture. I love it. It's like one of my favorites. But I love that part of Micah's story, and man, did she have a beautiful voice.
And her mother.
This girl could sing. She could sing.
She got it from her
Does she
mother.
really? I didn't know that. I knew
Oh
that
my
there was some.
gosh. That I
I
was
have to
going to
hear
say
it.
that a while ago too. I was going to say it a while ago when y'all were talking about the event and it being sabotaged. Miss Angelita, oh my gosh, my heart breaks for that lady. And I had been messaging her some. We communicated. I've not talked to her on the phone. We communicated just shortly, briefly. I reached out to her to let her know my mama heart broke for her, that I couldn't imagine her pain, and she's gotten her voice. She did a live. She called out the PI. I'll put it that way.
Yep.
That woman was getting stern. I mean, stern. And then she was on another live where once somebody that used to go to the church came in on the panel, and she was blackballing him. You're not going to tell me you couldn't see any signs what was going on with my daughter. And I'm like, oh, she has got her fight. Yes, Miss Angelita. Yep. So she's supposed to be there. Let them start if they want to, but that mama bear is going to go rabid on them. I'm telling you.
Yes, she is. Yes, she is. Yes,
it did me so good to hear her.
I feel for them. I felt so bad for them after the probate court debacle, when everybody was turning on them.
Yeah.
And I made a video for them on TikTok just to say, I believe you. And I actually got really vulnerable with that one because it was around the time that JP was showing all these like text threads of the family, when he was kind of like dumping all of that and he was twisting texts from the family. Well, I have plenty of those from myself, my own story. So I just made a video and I posted all, and it's just literally these harassment texts from my ex to my family, this and that. And it's just like, if you didn't know that it wasn't JP, you would think that they were. Like, it's just this. And I just said to them, I believe you. I believe you. I know what all this is. I know what he's trying to do. And just know that you're believed and that there are people out there that understand exactly what you're going through. Because my family went through it too. And they still do.
They didn't sell out. They weren't in it for money. They were in it for Micah. But they wanted to carry on what Micah had started. I mean, they settled for their own reasons. And those of us that have been through that pretty much know what those reasons are. They're sealed, but we pretty much know what they are.
They settled, like that, like they definitely settled. Like they deserved more. But the thing is it didn't matter to them. It didn't matter. And that's what people don't understand. It's not about the money.
And see, that's been my goal in this. I don't have a call in the fight. I can't go make anything be done other than do what I'm doing right now. But my goal is to see that cause of death changed on her death certificate. That's my goal.
Yes, ma'am. That
is my goal.
It's infuriating. And to hear one of the most heartbreaking stories from this whole case, and every time I think about it, my heart drops into my stomach. Angelita having to sign the papers to have her cremated.
Yes.
When I think about that, that is the epitome of evil to me, what he did.
Yes.
Yeah.
Evil. That is pure evil. Sickening behavior.
And it was actually against the law. Because in South Carolina, if you're separated, I researched it when somebody said it. If you're separated, and he had just been served papers, so that they hadn't been to court yet, but he had been served papers that made it legal enough. When it comes to a cremation, that spouse cannot make that decision for the cremation. That's why he needed their signature. He actually wasn't supposed to have any control over anything to do with her. It would fall on her parents.
Coercive control. That's what it is.
The funeral home is guilty of that.
It's really disheartening. It really is. And that is a scene that I wouldn't wish on my worst enemy, honestly. I couldn't, as a mother, I could not even imagine. I could not even imagine what that felt like.
Y'all,
So,
I'm going to tell
Angela,
you, mine wasn't with the cremation, but when my brother was killed, he was murdered, still not had justice. When I went to the funeral home, everybody's like, you don't need to go look at him. I said, I have to. And just seeing his face with his head caved in, they changed it to suicide. He didn't have a bruise or scratch, broken bone nowhere else on his body, no broken neck. His head was caved in on the upper side part, and he had black eyes. And I went all to pieces. I literally went to the floor, and my cousin had come in with me, and I didn't know it, and he grabbed me before I fell. He said, "This is why I told you didn't need to come in here by yourself." I was devastated, and I know how I was with him. That don't touch a mother's pain. It cannot touch a mother's pain. Nope. I can't imagine her having to see her daughter like that.
It's not good. I could definitely actually empathize with you on that. In 2020, and actually this is also still ongoing. It's in court. This is a kind of a weird, complicated, quick story, but I grew up with somebody, and then I reconnected with him. I graduated high school with him. I reconnected with him in college. We started dating. I dated him in my 20s. We really were just like best friends. We did break up, but we stayed very, very close. Like, he was one of my best friends. And actually, our siblings met through each other, and they're married, and they have 2 kids together. But in 2020, August of 2020, he was a laborer. Like, he was a chef, and he did construction. He had a bad back, and he was a functioning addict. He was taking pain pills, and he was given fentanyl laced pain pills, and he had an accidental overdose, and his brother and me are the ones that found him in his house. And all I have to say is, most of us really, the only time we've ever had experience seeing somebody in that state, they're in the funeral home in a coffin, they've been fixed up, I guess is the right word to call it, or we've seen it on TV, but nothing can prepare you for. Donna, I know you know exactly what I'm saying.
Yes, for the rawness of it.
It's so real and so graphic, and even when it's not necessarily violent, like my friend, and this is a whole other thing, and I'm sorry to get too into this, but with the whole thing with Micah and the pooling, the blood pooling, my friend fell face forward, and all the blood pooled to his face, and his face was like mush. And to me, that's like another indicator with Micah that just seems so suspicious to me, because once I understood what blood pooling was, I've seen it with my own eyes. I know exactly what that is. To me, it seems impossible that happened to her without her being on a hard surface somewhere before she was in the water. I'm having a really hard time believing that. She was placed there. I really believe that. I really believe that. I truly do. And that only from that one little fact.
I don't think she made it to the river alive.
I don't either. I don't either. But yeah, I'm really sorry to hear that, Jenna, and I hope that if there is justice that needs to be sought after, I hope that it comes. The guy that sold those to my friend, he's been charged with it's drug-induced homicide, it's called. But it's literally, he's been playing the system. He's got new lawyers, this and that, and it's still ongoing, and it's been a process for justice. And I'm just waiting for the day that I can give my victim impact statement for that. So, Angelita, I can't even imagine. the sisters, what they saw that funeral home. And shame on you, JP. Really, I mean, just another one. That one to me, that seals the deal for me on your level of evil.
Yeah.
That is unforgivable to me. I can't let that go. And he enjoyed it too. I bet he did. He got pleasure out of that.
Well, they do, and that's why they do it. The pleasure out of it.
A lot of intense stuff, but
It is.
yes, thank you for letting me share, everybody. And I'm sharing all this stuff because it's all related and all it is all reasons why I feel very connected to this story, and seeking justice for Micah, and it's coming. It will come. It will come.
It's important. It's definitely important, and just like today, it's important. I mean, hell, we hung out for over 8 hours today just on this. So, people are going to hear it. People are going to hear.
It has meant so much to CJ.
Man, I'm happy I made it on finally. We've been saying this for a while. Now that I understand the logistics of it, once I wasn't lagging 10 seconds.
Yeah.
That was that.
Well, my phone kept going out. It kept throwing me out of YouTube, period.
Yeah, YouTube's having some issues here. I can't even get into my YouTube chat now for some reason. Whatever's going on. And
I've been trying to watch it. There's people on there telling their stories.
Oh, I can't. I'm looking forward to going back through it.
Yeah. I'm gonna re-listen to it myself, and I would love to be able to hang out even longer.
You need to rest. You need to eat and rest.
Yeah.
Yeah, I need to
Get to that lounge.
Yeah, I don't know.
Go play some video games, man.
I don't even know. We'll see. I'm gonna eat.
Watch a movie.
Probably by the time it would even be that, it might probably be 9:30, 10 o'clock, and by that point, I might be just ready to get
pass
some
out.
extra rest. So, yeah, I want to say real quick contribution call out to Missy for the $1 Cash App. Thank you so much for your contribution. Also, I want to say thank you to Sunday for the $40 Cash App as well.
That's awesome.
For your contribution as well. And thank you all for being in the show, coming up on panel.
Thanks for having me.
And just hanging out and sharing stories as well. It really means everything to us, and I know it will to more people in the future too, whenever they end up coming across this. So I want to say thank you for the team effort, and it's a stronger voice when more people are up there. And so I just want to say thank you guys for all your contributions and your comfort and your strength, and everybody in chat too. It's been a very it's another one of those shows that kind of was an extension from last night.
Yeah.
And it definitely means everything. And you guys do too.
It was needed and it was beautiful.
Anytime, man. Anytime.
I wish I could go till 10, 11 o'clock, and I'm already feeling
I gotta get my little one to bed.
Yeah. But we'll be back tomorrow.
I love you guys.
No matter what, we love you too.
Callie.
Thank you all, especially all for being up here too. And we'll see, if not tonight, which I don't know, we'll see. But tomorrow we'll definitely be on, and we're definitely going to be bringing more justice. We got a lot of work to do for Amber Burbilia. I got a big FOIA dump to me a couple days ago, and there's a lot of stuff to get through. On that one too. 7 videos I got and a bunch of documents.
I tried to do a FOIA with Horry County, and they blocked me.
Yep,
they refused.
Yep.
Really?
Yeah, I was thinking about actually putting in a request for a cold case file list to see if it's actually still open, because that would claim was it's still an open investigation, and that's why they couldn't release it, which I kind of call BS on that. So
Yep.
I was going to request a cold case list
Yep.
in a FOIA and see if it's on there. But if you already got something from them, then I guess that's moot.
Yeah, I pretty much got everything that you can get from the FOIA, from one of the.
What's the jurisdiction for Conway?
I have no idea.
Jonna, do you know? Are you familiar with Conway? Are you familiar with Conway?
Little.
Do you know what jurisdiction that is?
I know the county's Horry County.
Okay, so it would be Horry. Okay.
Yeah, that's Horry County. I know the majority of it is anyway.
I know a lot of people have been having trouble getting FOIAs going through with
Oh
them,
yeah.
so.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I read somebody had said something a couple of weeks or so ago that they had put in a FOIA and had been waiting for several weeks now, and called back up there or emailed back or something and still hadn't gotten anything. It's like they just stopped releasing.
Yeah. Or they'll charge crazy prices that you won't even try and attempt to pay that amount of money for the documents. It's
right.
Yeah, that's why when I got all these, I was like, whoa, okay, sweet. And it's somebody within the Amber Barbilia inner circle. So,
Oh, good.
And remember how fast Ann got that one? From what date was that? The 911 call from the neighbor. She got it in a day.
yeah, it was like a
But
day
that
or
was,
something.
but
Yeah.
that was how long ago now?
A good while now.
Yeah.
July,
Probably because that
maybe?
wasn't an open investigation.
July.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, it was in the summer.
Yeah, it was like July or something like that. It was right.
That was another turning point.
It was like 2 weeks before I started getting attacked from Steph.
Yep. That was a turning point.
And then that's when all of the troll shit started happening with all of the people you see still hanging out today.
Everyone, I'm gonna go back into chat here, but I have to get off. Love you all. Thank you so much for having me on. I really appreciate it.
I appreciate you.
We will do it. Jonna, can you put your information in the private chat here? How I can reach you?
Yeah, but I don't know if I can get the private one to come up.
CJ,
because
can you email me?
I got the ones from CJ, but then when I go to respond, it says chat with everyone. I mean, I don't mind putting it on there, but YouTube won't let me because I tried to before.
I'll have CJ email it to me.
All right, y'all can find me on Facebook Messenger. It's just what my name's showing up on here.
Okay.
And shoot me a message, friend request, whatever, and then we can exchange information then.
Yeah, I'll send you.
Sounds good.
Yeah,
Thank
CJ
you.
has it all too. CJ has my number and stuff too. So.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Have a good night. I'll
too,
be in
hon.
chat.
Appreciate you. And thank you all again too as well, for hanging out. And we'll be doing a show tomorrow for sure. And we'll kind of go through a lot. There's a lot of stuff to go through even tomorrow. I really want to tomorrow night. I really want to get into that Nancy Gress episode because she really does say a lot of things that need to be said from the mainstream media. And I'm glad that she's doing it. So I do want to show some awareness to that too, because I think it's very important. But yeah, thank you all again. I really appreciate it. And I feel bad we're not going to be hanging out late night like I usually do every night, but I wanted to do something a little different today and just have a super support show.
And it was worth it.
Yeah.
It was worth it.
The true crime community needs to, really just, and the mainstream media stuff is going to make it worse, because then that's even more. You're going to have to try and, help people see the real. But I think with enough energy, It's nothing that's going to be too difficult. As long as we all work together and remember, there's going to be other chats out there that are labeling them as antagonists, and that's the farthest from the truth. None of them have ever displayed any of those actions for the last 6 months. And I know because I've been there every single time pretty much. So it's just important. Always protect them, even if they're in other areas and you might get some mud thrown at you or something.
Right.
Just protect them, just protect them.
That's what friends are supposed to do.
That's why we're here. To
That's
protect
right. We're
each
family.
other, protect
We're
each
family.
other, even from the people that might have, the wolves in sheep's clothing. We just got to protect each other, and that's how
right.
we're going to succeed. So thank you all so much. Appreciate you. Please drop the purple hearts in chat as we exit, and I am going to end on the song from Micah while we close out. So I do want to say thank you all, and we're going to hear Micah as we close out, and then we'll have the intro. I appreciate y'all.
I put some pink ones in too for Amber.
Thank you. Yes, and we're going to be doing some big things coming here soon. I've been in contact for the last few weeks, and we're going to be doing some huge things for Amber, and I can't wait to introduce you all to the boots on the ground team out there we're going to be having for all of these victims, not just Micah. We're going to be making some major differences out there, not only with the information, but also with the physical work out there, trying to get these answers. So
Yes.
a lot coming, and we definitely need your energy and your prayers. And I love you guys. You guys.
We love you, CJ.
And hashtag justice for Micah. It's coming, and we can feel it.
Yes.
Definitely.
I pray for your healing. The circumstances would change. I pray that the fear inside would flee. In Jesus' name. I pray that a breakthrough would happen today. I pray miracles over your life. In Jesus' name. In Jesus' name. So
call. 10-4. And where's the 47 folks